Chapter 51 Yaya arrives. System, I remember that the million-year soul beast should have 4 soul skills. Huogwai has 4, why do I only have 2? Although he was satisfied with the power of these 2 soul skills, Xiaoming was still a little confused. Nonsense, the 4 soul skills Huo Yuhao acquired are all of the spiritual type. Where is the ice type? You are not a spiritual soul master. Of course you can't inherit the main attribute soul skills of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Hearing this, the system said angrily at Xiaoming's words. However, you are not at a loss. Although you cannot inherit Tianmen's spiritual soul skills, all his spiritual cultivation is sealed in your body. As your cultivation grows, they will gradually be unlocked. Fenglai enhances your mental power. In fact, your puppet martial soul also needs strong mental power to support it. It's okay now. When your cultivation level is higher and you have more puppets, it won't work without strong mental power. What about the soul bones? Tianmeng is a million-year-old soul beast, why don't I even see the soul bones? The soul bone is a special product that is formed by the soul beast's soul power essence constantly tempering the soul beast's body and condensing the chain. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm is a great tonic. With Dishan and the others constantly sucking the body's essence, how can such a thing be produced? What if? If there is any, let Dishan and the others dig it up and eat it. Damn it! You don't even have a soul bone. It's really embarrassing for a million-year-old soul beast. Xiaoming's face turned dark when he heard the system's explanation. But think about it. With Dishan and his friends' habits, they would definitely eat wherever there was nutrition, and there would be no chance to nourish their soul bones. Having said that, he is already very satisfied with the harvest this time being so great. This trip to the far north not only gained a new puppet Tishan Yaya. He also possesses a million-year soul ring and 2 powerful soul skills. The strength has been increased to level 21. According to Bridget's wishes, he can have a 570,000-year-old super ferocious beast's thug in the future. Although Bridget is not a fighting beast, she has a high level of cultivation. It should be no problem to hammer an ordinary titled Douluo. More importantly, Bridget is good at healing. In the Stardow Forest, Baiji healed the wounds of ferocious beasts like Dishan. If he was injured in the future, Baiji would be able to heal him as long as it was not too serious. Slowly withdrawing his power, Xiaoming opened his eyes. For an instant, the surrounding temperature seemed to rise briefly, but then fell quickly. Sir, have you succeeded? Seeing that Xiaoming had successfully absorbed Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's soul ring, Bridget hurried over. Xiaoming's black and white appearance just now almost scared her to death. If something happened to Xiaoming under her nose, let alone Guyuina, even she might not be able to forgive herself. Fortunately, Xiaoming has succeeded. Have you been staying here just now? No other soul beasts are coming? Xiaoming asked, looking at Baiji who looked concerned. Being able to receive such concern from a ferocious beast, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a little elated. Although Ayan and Xiaowu can be regarded as 100,000-year-old soul beasts, they no longer have the same strength after rebuilding. But the man in front of him is an absolute boss. At present, human beings' exploration of soul beasts has not yet reached the core circle of the Stardow Forest, and the only powerful soul beasts they are familiar with are the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. The spirit beasts like Bridget are probably only known to the big guys in Wuhan Palace. And such a ferocious beast cared so much for him, so the feeling was naturally different. Sir, this is the outermost part of the far north, and there are no powerful soul beasts. Bridget replied respectfully. Well, you did a good job this time. What reward do you want? Xiaoming looked at Baiji and wondered. This. Bridget was stunned. She vaguely thought of what Xiaoming wanted to do, and quickly said, "It is my duty to share your worries, how can I ask for a reward from you? What if I insist on giving it?" Xiaoming continued. This. Bridget lowered her head, a little at a loss. Forget it, I'll go find a soul beast to try my soul skills first. Zhao Ming shook his head, almost on the verge of crying. He is still young and does not have a drop of it. Even if there was a pretty beauty placed in front of him, he could only look away and sigh. But it's nice to be able to see it, at least it's eye-catching. Many people don't even have the chance to watch it. Perhaps because he has some ice energy in his body, Zhao Ming seems to be somewhat resistant to the environment in the far north. Soon, Zhao Ming discovered a soul beast. It was an ice wolf about 1 meter long, with its whole body covered in thick white hair, and its green eyes shining fiercely. When Zhao Ming saw him, it also saw Zhao Ming. He immediately let out a deep roar towards Zhao Ming, and then rushed towards him with all his strength. The moment it pounced, Zhao Ming released his martial spirit. A brilliant golden color, the soul ring, slowly rose under his body. Zhao Ming immediately released his first soul skill. The soul ring lit up, and the black and white light beams shot directly at the ice wolf. The energy beam entered the ice wolf's body, and its actions came to an abrupt halt. The fluttering body was stuck in the air for a moment, and then quickly fell to the ground, unable to die any longer. The energy of two different attributes, ice and fire, seemed to have destroyed its body. After the ice wolf died, a white and yellowish soul ring rose up. Obviously this soul beast is close to 100 years old. Zhao Ming estimated that even an ordinary century-old soul beast might not be able to resist this attack. This soul skill should be able to cause great damage to weaker 1,000-year-old soul beasts. Having figured out the damage of this soul skill, Zhao Ming directly released the puppet soul. When he originally obtained Tishan Yaya's puppet, his soul power was not level 20. Now that his strength has exceeded level 20, this puppet has been directly attached to Zhao Ming's second soul ring. After releasing the martial soul, 2 orange soul rings appeared under Zhao Ming. As the second soul ring lit up, Tishan Yaya appeared in front of Zhao Ming. Yaya was wearing a blue robe, with a wine gourd hanging around her waist, and she was standing barefoot on the ice and snow. Although my feet were bare, I didn't feel cold at all. Her dark brown hair spreads down to her waist, and her black eyes exude endless chill. The delicate face reveals a cold temperament. Aloof and cold lady style. Master. Tu Shanya said as he slowly walked up to Zhao Ming. Although the voice came through, his lips did not move at all. Tishan Yaya never moved her mouth when she spoke. This is a bit like the ventriloquism in martial arts novels. However, this is called the sound transmission technique in Tishan. From now on, you are not allowed to use the voice transmission technique without my permission, remember? Yes. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Tishan Yaya spoke. Is this right? Now that I'm talking, I don't look so cold anymore. Zhao Ming smiled and looked at Tishan Yaya. He couldn't help but think of Hulina. Hulina's martial spirit is also a fox, but it is far different from Tu Shan Yaya's 9-tailed sky fox. Next time you see her again, you can let Yaya deal with her directly. Chapter 52 Yaya's Strength. Martial Spirit Hall. Papal Palace. A richly dressed woman sat on the seat of the Pope's palace. She wore a luxurious black robe with gold patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and held a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems. Her fair skin and almost perfect face make her look so unique. Especially the invisible nobility and sanctity exuded from his body makes people unable to help but feel the emotion of worshipping him. The woman looked to be in her 30s, and age seemed to have left no trace on her face. On the contrary, it makes her body plumper and hydrated. The posture of a mature woman is clearly visible. Such a woman will attract attention wherever she goes. But no one dared to be disrespectful to her, because she was Bibi Dong, the contemporary Pope of Wuhan Palace. As the Pope of Wuhan Palace, no one dares to blaspheme her. A sneeze. Below, Hulina, wearing golden black clothes, suddenly sneezed unexpectedly. What's going on? Why do I feel like someone is talking bad about me behind my back? Is it that guy? Ever since she came back from the Douluo forest, the scene of that day has appeared in her mind from time to time. Even now, thinking back on it, it still makes her feel ashamed and angry. Nana, what are you thinking about? I noticed that something has been wrong with you these days. Bibi Dong looked at Hulina and asked with some confusion. Ah? Teacher, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some cultivation issues taught in Wuhan Academy this morning. After hearing Bibi Dong's call, Hulina quickly replied in a panic. Okay. I know what little girls of your age are thinking. However, if you really like someone, you must let me know. You know, some people are just individuals on the surface, but in fact they know each other well. Heart. Bibi Dong said bitterly as if she had thought of something. Teacher, I don't have anyone I like. I'm still young. Hulina shook her head. But how could these words satisfy Bibi Dong? She is also someone who has experienced it and knows what Hulina is in now. But after thinking about it for a while, he didn't say anything more. The people Hulina is in contact with now can only be people from Wuhan Palace. She is the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Even if she falls in love with someone she shouldn't love, she can extinguish the flame of love in time. Sir, is this the nine-tailed sky fox? Ever since Xiaoming released Tishan, Baiji has been in shock. The powerful bloodline on the other side actually felt like it was suppressing her. Baiji belongs to the Emerald Swan clan, and there are not many soul beasts that can suppress her. And judging from the person's aura, he seemed to be from the Fox clan. As agility and attack type soul beasts, the Fox clan is pretty good. But that's all. Compared with their Emerald Swan clan, there is still some distance. But why does she feel oppressed? Bridget was puzzled and silently studied the person in front of her. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't that the long-lost royal bloodline of the Fox clan, the nine-tailed sky fox? Only the nine-tailed fox can have such blood pressure. Because the current leader of the Sky Fox clan is an eight-tailed fox that is 100,000 years old, and is far from being able to suppress her. Only the nine-tailed Sky Fox has this kind of oppressive power. The nine-tailed Sky Fox has disappeared from the Sky Fox clan for almost 500,000 years. I didn't expect that it could still be seen here. Nine-tailed fox? That's right. After hearing Baiji's words, Xiaoming was stunned. Tishan is a nine-tailed demon fox. It is probably similar to the nine-tailed sky fox in the Douluo forest. It's just that one is a monster and the other is a spirit beast. After hearing Xiaoming's answer, Baiji slowly calmed down the shock in her heart. After all, this is a powerful beast that has lived for millions of years. It's no big deal to have a nine-tailed sky fox's wife and concubines by your side. We should find a way to test Yaya's strength. Xiaoming thought in his heart. Now he wants to know what Tishan Yaya's absolute zero is like. Absolute zero represents the thermodynamic minimum temperature on Earth, also known as the theoretical minimum. However, Douluo continent is not a fox-demon interface, and Yaya's ice definitely has not reached its limit. Sir, let me try her strength. Perhaps she saw what Xiaoming was thinking, Bridget said. That's fine. Xiaoming's eyes lit up. Don't you have a ready-made thug by your side? And you can also get Yaya's situation through Bridget through their fight. Yaya, attack her. Xiaoming directly gave the order to attack. Yes. Tishan Yaya responded. He looked up at Bridget. He stepped hard and punched Baiji fiercely. Looking at Tishan Yaya's attack, Baiji was a little confused. Aren't the Tianhu clan all of the agility and attack type? Why does she seem to be an offensive type? Slowly raising her hand, a green light was attached to it. Bridget easily blocked Tishan Yaya's attack. Tishan Yaya took more than 10 steps back. However, the puppet couldn't feel pain, and after being repelled by Bridget, she quickly rushed forward. After being easily knocked back by Bridget several times, she started to really exert her strength. The black demon eyes turned red directly, the demon energy was released uncontrollably, and the surrounding area was filled with cold air. Around her, the icy temperatures of the far north were still falling. Dozens of ice swords condensed in front of her. Then he quickly shot towards Bai Ji. Feeling the chill, Zhao Ming had an estimate in his mind. Yaya's ice attribute should at least reach the level of ultimate ice. An attack of this level is no problem for Bridget. Another green light flashed, and all Yaya's ice swords were taken by Bridget. But the shock in Baiji's eyes became more and more intense. Bridget received the blows easily, and Yaya hit them effortlessly. After all, Bridget would not really take action against Yaya. However, Zhao Ming showed a strange expression. This soul power is consumed faster than running water. In just a few minutes, about 1/3 of his soul power was consumed, which was a bit scary. This is just a puppet. If Yan Lingji is also summoned, it will be consumed even faster. Stop! After continuing to observe for a while, Zhao Ming asked Tishan Yaya to stop. Sir, her current strength should be comparable to or even surpass the human soul realm. Bridget thought for a while and said. Soul Sovereign Realm? With Zhao Ming's 20-level soul power, it should be considered good for Tu Shan Yaya to display strength comparable to that of a soul master. If Yaya uses the endless wine pot, it should be even stronger. By then, it should be comparable to some medium-strength soul masters. But, sir, shouldn't the nine-tailed sky fox be of the control and agility attack type? Why is she of the power attack type, and she still has the attributes of extreme ice? What's all the fuss about? Fox species are different. Yaya is an Arctic fox, so of course she's different from the foxes in your star forest. From now on, don't make such a fuss around me. Do you understand? Thanks to the immature 1888, the scholar who is rushing to finish the manuscript, life is like this. On November, the moon is falling and the butterflies are shining, it will be fine after a while. I will reward you with 100 book coins. Chapter 53 I want to clear Comrade Xiao Yan's name. Things in the far north came to an end, and Zhao Ming and Bai Ji left the far north directly. Something will change later. Who knows if what happens on their side will attract the two guys, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. With the experience from their previous arrival, the two quickly left the far north and came to the nearest city to the far north, Jibing City, to rest. Zhao Ming has been traveling in the far north these days, and Zhao Ming is frightened. Just imagine, the sky is completely white, and there are almost no other colors visible on the ground. In this kind of environment, I'm afraid the obsessive-compulsive disorder will kill me even if I hold it in. But Zhao Ming was not in the mood to go shopping, so he directly found a hotel and stayed in it. On the other hand, Bridget was more interested in the human world and wandered around. Zhao Ming knew that she might be very curious about this, so he was not stingy and directly gave her several hundred gold soul coins. These things are enough for her to buy all kinds of gadgets here. Host, Zhao Ming. Soul Power, Level 21. Martial Spirit, Puppet, Ancient Phoenix. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 63, Tishan Yaya, Vitality, 1. Sign in, no tasks released yet. Mission, kill Tang San, the Son of Destiny, no time limit. After leaving the far north, Zhao Ming discovered that Yan Lingji's vitality had reached more than 60. Yan Lingji's vitality surged because of the infusion of Tianmeng Bingsha's spiritual power. Regarding Yan Lingji's condition, Zhao Ming once asked the system. According to him, Yan Lingji's current condition is equivalent to a vegetative state. Although the mind has revived, the body is in a deep sleep state. According to the system's explanation, generally speaking, when a puppet wakes up, it first revives various functions of the body and then slowly revives the mind. But Yan Lingji was just the opposite, because Tianmen's majestic mental power forcibly stimulated the revival of Yan Lingji's soul. Led to this state. General Yan Lingji released. Xiaoming could clearly find that Yan Lingji was different from before. It can be seen from his face that his skin is white and rosy. The eyes are also more alert. System, didn't you say that after the vitality reaches 20, there will be a shortcut to quickly increase the puppet's vitality? Tell me quickly. Well, there is indeed a way to increase the puppet's vitality, and that is to nourish her body. The system said confidently. What? What did you say? Xiaoming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Nourish your body. Pfft, nourishing the body? I don't know how to do that. And isn't this the patent of Mr. Xiao next door? Although I also like it, but I, Mr. Zhao, have always been above board. How could I do something that takes advantage of others? And I also take advantage of myself. I won't do it if it's dangerous. How can I, Xiaoming, do such things? Looking at Yan Lingji's beautiful body, Xiaoming swallowed, threw his head to the side, and said with a firm look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the task and nourishing the body for Yan Lingji. Mission reward, a mysterious skill. As soon as Xiaoming finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. I suddenly felt that I might have been a little hasty just now. Xiaoming coughed lightly. But how do I nourish my body? I'm not Xiao, how do I know how to nourish my body? If you don't know it, you have to learn it. I have precious and detailed information about Xiao's body maintenance for Gu. I think the host needs to study it in depth. The system's obscene voice came. What? Can you do this? Xiaoming couldn't help but widen his eyes. Immediately there was a burst of excitement. In the previous life, this episode about Xiao Yan and Gu Suner caused a lot of controversy. The process of Xiao Yan nourishing Suner's body has been misinterpreted by thousands of netizens. Today, he, Xiaoming, will clear Comrade Xiao Yan's name. He believes that Comrade Xiao Yan is innocent. Comrade Xiao Yan must have a lofty ideal to save Suner from fire and water, regardless of his own reputation, to nourish Suner's body. Now that there is video evidence, I want to clear Comrade Xiao Yan's name. As a burst of mysterious information was transmitted to Xiaoming's mind. Xiaoming felt all this carefully. Wait, why do I feel so shy? Is this the wrong way to open it from time to time? System, what the hell are you doing? After quickly figuring out the problem, Xiaoming couldn't help but darken his face. Ahem, sorry, the perspective is wrong. That was Suner's perspective just now. The system said sarcastically. Can you make a mistake casually? Can you empathize with this? I felt insulted just now. No, you have to compensate me. You want to blackmail me? The system was stunned. What is blackmail? This is normal compensation to the host. I'll go, okay. Let's add a small reward to this mission reward. The system was a little helpless. This time it was its mistake that allowed Xiaoming to catch the pigtail. It knew that if Xiaoming was not compensated, he would give up. That's right. After receiving the compensation promised by the system, Xiaoming continued to observe. What a beast! Where are you putting your damn hand? Would you like to touch it again? I feel sorry for my Suner. Brother Xiao, I didn't expect you to be such a person. System, can I not accept this mission? I am not such a beast. As he said this, his body walked towards Yan Lingji honestly. Miss Yan Yan, your body is a little special now. Although your soul has woken up, your body is still asleep. You should be able to feel this yourself. If you want to wake up quickly, you must let me give you a take care of yourself. What do you think? If you don't agree, just shake your head. Now that Yan Lingji's soul has awakened, Xiaoming still needs to win her consent. After all, Xiaoming has always been a person who respects women. If Yan Lingji doesn't nod, he will never do anything to Yan Lingji. Host, be a human being. You clearly know that Yan Lingji is in a vegetative state, yet you still let her shake her head. The system said with contempt. Xiaoming curled his lips, ignored the system, and said, then if you don't shake your head, I'll take it as your acquiescence. After saying that, he picked up Yan Lingji around her waist. Chapter 54 Bridget's Changes. Tired. I'm so tired. Xiaoming was really exhausted after a long night of work yesterday. Not because of anything else. It's just that Yan Lingji is Xiaoming's puppet. Even if she doesn't launch an attack, just appearing in the air is consuming Xiaoming's soul power all the time. Fortunately, these soul powers did not consume much, and Xiaoming could still bear it. But nourishing the body requires soul power to relax the muscles and activate blood circulation. Yesterday, Yan Lingji was given a body massage to relax her menstrual flow and activate blood circulation. Xiaoming was panting from exhaustion. During this period, the soul power has been exhausted and has been fully cultivated, so it continues to be cultivated. Fortunately, it's all worth it. After a night of hard work, Yan Lingji's vitality soared to 65, a full increase of 2 points. You know, usually it may not rise 2 points in a month. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul refining art. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of kidney treasure. Pfft, what's going on? Listening to the system's prompt tone, Xiaoming couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. The soul refining art is quite normal, but what is this kidney treasure of yours? Curse me? Dog system, you give may come out. Host, isn't this a compensation for you? I think this bottle of kidney treasure from 1982 will be very useful to you. My bottle of kidney treasure from 1982 has been strengthened by me, and it's very effective. I'm still a child, you beast. Xiaoming couldn't help but cursed and carefully put the bottle of kidney treasure into the storage ring. Although he can't use this medicine, he still has to keep it. What if it stops working? Put the kidney treasure away. Xiaoming looked at the introduction of soul refining art. Xiaoming did not expect that this was a technique for tempering soul power. According to the introduction of the technique, the soul refining technique can expand the meridians and temper the effectiveness of the soul power. Seeing the effectiveness of this soul refining technique, Xiaoming became excited. To be honest, Xiaoming's various soul skills and puppets are already very strong now. Even if you add another shocking attack technique to him, it is just the icing on the cake. What he lacks most now is soul power. The two soul skills on his ancient phoenix spirit, the ice and fire eyes, are okay, but the domain soul skills of the ice and fire polar domain are very soul-consuming. The puppet is even more terrifying. He could still vividly remember the speed at which Tishinya consumed her soul power last time. There will be more and more puppets in the future. Without the support of powerful soul power, his puppet could really suck him dry. Without the support of powerful soul power, even if he has many powerful trump cards, he will not be able to use them. But the emergence of soul refining art perfectly solved this problem. According to the introduction of soul refining art, this technique has 10 stages. With each stage of cultivation, his meridians will expand and his soul power will double. Cultivating to the highest level will increase your soul power tenfold. In other words, if Xiaoming now practices the soul refining technique to the highest level, at the same level of 21, his soul power reserve will be 10 times that of other practitioners. When fighting, I don't have to worry about the consumption of soul power at all, and I can use soul skills with confidence. After putting the soul refining technique into the storage ring, Xiaoming washed his face and opened the door. At this time, Bridget was already waiting outside the door. I guess I didn't want to disturb Xiaoming, so I didn't knock on the door. Bridget put on a green mid-length skirt today. The hem of the skirt just covered her knees, exposing her white calves. Perhaps because she had just washed her green hair was still stained with small water droplets. Waves of elegant hair fragrance spread into Zhao Ming's nose. "Wait a minute. Why don't you knock on the door?" Zhao Ming smiled. "No, I just got up just now. I just stood here for a while. Besides, how can I disturb the adults' rest?" Bridget said quickly. "What's wrong with you? Just call me by my name from now on. Also, am I that scary? Why are you so afraid of me?" Zhao Ming stared into Bai Ji's eyes and said gently. "But, my lord. Do you still call me sir?" Zhao Ming walked to Bridget and gently took Bridget's little hand. Bai Ji's hands were soft and Zhao Ming felt comfortable holding them. Being held by Zhao Ming's hand, Bai Ji's body trembled slightly and she was about to retract her hand. But it stopped again. She knew what her mission was. She was already prepared before coming. Before coming, she had been imagining what the ancient phoenix would look like. According to Guyuina's description, she was still very worried. In her opinion, the ancient phoenix must be very cruel and terrifying. But since coming into contact with Zhao Ming, her view has changed. Zhao Ming is not the tyrant Bai Ji imagined. On the contrary, most of the time, he is very gentle. Being able to take her feelings into consideration in many things. Many times, Zhao Ming would even ask her first when doing things. For example, Zhao Ming decided to stay in this hotel after asking her for her opinion. These things may not be big, but they can bring her a very comfortable experience. At least, her days with Zhao Ming are not so boring these days. In the Stardow Forest, although she also has many suitors. However, those ferocious beasts do nothing but hunt and sleep every day. If he is so chauvinistic, how can he care about her feelings? The only disadvantage may be age. But Bridget didn't pay much attention to it. After all, the ancient phoenix was a creature that had lived for millions of years and was much older than her. Although he is now an adult again, at the rate of human growth, Zhao Ming can grow up in only a few years. A few years is not a problem at all for her who has lived for more than 500,000 years. The change in Bridget's eyes was naturally noticed by Zhao Ming. Seeing that Bridget didn't resist, his face lit up with joy, and he pulled her directly downstairs. After eating downstairs, Zhao Ming rented a carriage and continued on his way. The cabin is extremely comfortable, with only slight bumps. However, the area inside this carriage is a bit small, and there is only one row of seats. Zhao Ming and Bai Ji sat together, almost right next to each other. As the carriage bumped, the two of them rocked and rubbed slowly. In this constant friction, the relationship between the two is also heating up. Thank you to 688, Zijia, and Wang Xianjia from NA's milk tea shop for the 100 and the somewhat vicious reward of 119 book coins. The next chapter will be over. 5 years from now, I won't be able to stand it anymore. Chapter 55. 5 years later. Time flies so fast, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In 5 years, everything has changed a lot. Zhao Ming's cultivation level directly exceeded level 30. In fact, Zhao Ming's strength had already exceeded level 30 2 years ago, but the system has not released a task on how to obtain the third puppet. So Zhao Ming's strength has not been touched 2 years ago. However, based on the accumulation of the past 2 years, once Zhao Ming obtains the third soul ring, his cultivation level will soar directly. In addition, Zhao Ming's soul refining technique is estimated to have reached the 4th stage of cultivation, and he has a total soul power 4 times that of an ordinary level 30 soul master. Compared to Zhao Ming, who has not moved in cultivation for several years, Xiao Wu broke through to the Soul Lord 1 step ahead of him, reaching the 31st level of the Soul Lord. Yan Lingji has completely woken up. She is no different from a normal person. Have normal thinking and action. It's just that there is no way to cultivate yourself. After the vitality reaches full value, the puppet without thoughts and emotions becomes a real life. While still sleeping, Xiaoming felt a pair of warm and greasy hands moving back and forth on his face. Feeling this gentle little hand, Xiaoming couldn't help but think of the crazy scene last night, and felt warm in his heart. Opening his eyes, a stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of him. "Are you awake?" Yan Lingji smiled foolishly when she saw Xiaoming suddenly opening his eyes. "What do you think? Didn't you wake me up?" Xiaoming smiled and prepared to pull Yan Lingji into his arms. However, Yan Lingji didn't want to let Xiaoming succeed, so her light body swayed, causing Xiaoming to miss immediately. He pulled a white gauze beside the bed to cover his naked body. Only the delicate collarbone and delicate feet are exposed. But this vague and hazy appearance is even more attractive. Seeing Xiaoming's eyes spitting fire, Yan Lingji deliberately used her feet to slightly open the white gauze covering her body, revealing a round leg. Chuckling. Looking at Xiaoming's foolish look, Yan Lingji chuckled and made a sound like a silver bell. "Yan Yan, you are playing with fire." Xiaoming couldn't help it. He rushed directly towards Yan Lingji, kissing the sweet cheek crazily. The heavy breath hit the jade neck, making Yan Lingji's face turn rosy. "It's so itchy, stop making trouble. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Is it just a simple mistake? You dare to seduce me and see if I don't punish you on the spot." Looking at Yan Lingji's charming face, Xiaoming chuckled. "You still want to come?" "No." Seeing that Xiaomingji was about to make a move, Yan Lingji quickly pushed him away. "Get up quickly, otherwise your sister Xiao will be angry." Yan Lingji is not a fool, she knows very well. The easier it is to get it, the less men will care. Only what you can't get is the best. Only by controlling the degree well can you gain more weight in Xiaoming's heart. "I'm very quick, and I don't need a few minutes." Xiaoming chuckled. "Humph, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. I'll be damned if I believe you." Yan Lingji snorted and sat up. He took the dress beside him and stood up. She is not Xiaowu or Bai Ji. She has practiced fire magic since she was a child, but she knows very well what a man's virtues are. "You turn around. What are you doing here? It's not like I haven't seen it before. It's natural for men to treat women. I don't think my wife is breaking the law. What's the matter?" Xiaoming looked at Yan Lingji's slightly exposed body, swallowed his saliva, and smiled. Said, "You." Yan Lingji was extremely embarrassed and annoyed by what Xiaoming said. But then he rolled his eyes and said with a sweet smile, "You can watch if you want. I'll tell Sister Xiao later how you bullied me." "No, I just won't look at it," Xiaoming said helplessly. If Yan Lingji really told Xiaowu in an exaggerated manner, no matter how much she had an all-encompassing mind, she probably wouldn't look good on Xiaoming. Everyone is selfish emotionally. Although they said they didn't mind. But being a human being requires some hard work. If you really think the other person doesn't mind, you're a fool. But with Yan Lingji's character, she would definitely just talk about it and not really tell Xiaowu. "Okay, I'm scaring you. But you can't peek." Seeing Xiaoming Zhen turn around, Yan Lingji thought he was angry and said softly, "Don't worry, am I that petty? I'm very generous." Looking at Yan Lingji who was apologetic, Xiaoming smiled. "Okay, turn around. I'm dressed." After a while, Yan Lingji put on her dress and brushed her hair around her ears. Xiaoming was stunned by her casual charm and felt full of happiness. "Let me help you." After washing his face several times, Xiaoming looked at Yan Lingji who was dressing up in the mirror and said, "Okay." Yan Lingji smiled and handed the comb to Xiaoming. Under Xiaowu's teaching, Xiaoming was able to take care of Xiaowu's hair very well. Yan Lingji's hair is naturally not a problem. Yan Lingji's hair is very long, completely spread down and just reaching her hips. But she usually pulls her hair up so that it reaches her waist. The comb and Xiaoming's fingers lingered in Yan Lingji's hair, feeling the silky texture of Yan Lingji's hair. "Xiaoming, thank you," Yan Lingji said coldly. "Why are you thanking me?" Xiaoming was stunned. "Thank you for not treating me like a puppet and being so kind to me." Yan Lingji's voice lowered. "You are stupid. You are so beautiful, who would give it up?" Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What do you think of the hairstyle I gave you?" Yan Lingji's long hair wandered in Xiaoming's hands, forming a bun. Xiaoming put a long hair into it. The hairpin is inserted into it. This hairstyle is a hairstyle that Xiaoming saw in his previous life when watching anime. Natural, he combed it for her naturally. In the mirror, a charming woman who was dignified, elegant, and yet charming appeared. Yan Lingji slightly admired Xiaoming's craftsmanship in her heart, and bursts of happiness and sweetness spread in her heart. The slight sadness also faded. After all, she is not a hypocritical person. She jumped up and kissed Xiaoming on the face. "This is a reward for you." After saying that, he walked away. Tang San had two options. One was to go to the Wuhan Palace to transform into the Holy Sun, and then was killed by someone Zhao. One of them went to Shrek and tortured him and killed him directly, and by the way, he also killed the Black Master. Which one to choose? Chapter 56 Mission Release, Queen Medusa. Xiaoming and Yan Lingji walked to the hall hand in hand. At this time, Xiao Wu was sitting on the sofa eating an orange. Seeing Xiaoming walking over with Yan Lingji in hand, the orange in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Women are all duplicitous. Even though he looks generous on the outside, he still tastes good in his heart. This is normal. If your wife doesn't get a little jealous when she sees you having sex with another woman, it can only mean that she doesn't love you. At this time, you can be ready to go home and catch Lao Wang at any time. "Where's Bai Ji?" Xiaoming sat down next to Xiao Wu, picked up a bunch of washed grapes, peeled 2 grapes, and fed one to his mouth while feeding Xiao Wu. After taking a bite of the grapes that Xiaoming fed her, the jealousy in her heart disappeared. "On the contrary, my heart is still warm." She is not a greedy person. She knew this would happen when she decided to be with Xiaoming. She knew that she loved Xiaoming. As long as there is a place for her in Xiaoming's heart, she will be satisfied. Sister Bridget is cooking in the kitchen. I wanted to help just now, but she kicked me out. She said it was a new recipe she had recently learned. She didn't let me interfere. She smiled sweetly at Xiaoming and danced her fingers. He said while looking into the kitchen. Looking in the direction of the kitchen, Xiaoming could still smell the fragrance of fish coming from the kitchen. Ever since Bridget came here, she has had a hobby of cooking. In the past 5 years, Bridget has basically been doing the cooking, and she still enjoys it. There is no one else who can let a ferocious beast that is 570,000 years old act as a nanny. Originally, Xiaoming didn't want her to be so tired. But Bridget seems interested in these things. For soul beasts like Bridget, they don't need to practice, so it will be boring. In the past, they would sleep for decades, but now they have to protect Xiaoming, so naturally they cannot sleep deeply. Therefore, Xiaoming and the others 3 meals a day can be regarded as one of Bai Ji's ways to kill time. The rest of the time, naturally, I went shopping with Yan Lingji. Like Bai Ji, Yan Lingji does not need to practice as Xiaoming's puppet soul skill. All she needs is the soul power of Xiaoming who prostituted herself for free. Therefore, Yan Lingji is usually more leisurely than Bai Ji. The two naturally played together. Having said that, the two beauties Yan Lingji and Bai Ji appeared together in Nodding City, which still caused a big sensation. In the past, Ayin also caused a sensation for a period of time. But at that time, Yin always wore a veil when she left, and Zhao Ming sent Yin to Haoshan sect to lurk not long after she stayed in Notting City, so it subsided after a while. But Bai Ji and Yan Lingji don't have the habit of wearing veils, so the two beauties will naturally attract more attention. If there is too much attention, it will naturally attract a lot of unscrupulous people. However, none of these people can completely escape from Bridget's hands. Bridget is a ferocious beast after all. He has a gentle temper, which is compared to those beast kings in the Stardew forest. She would naturally not hold back when faced with people who harassed her for no reason. I'm going to take a look. Zhao Ming stuffed all the grapes in his hand into his mouth and walked towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Bridget was wearing an apron and carefully cutting the cabbage in her hand. Although she is wearing a white apron, the charm of a mature woman has not diminished at all. Zhao Ming's figure slowly approached. Looking at the beautiful green figure wearing an apron and looking like a gentle housewife in front of her. She has a slender waist, long legs, and is gentle and demure. Who wouldn't love such a woman? Over the years, although he has not taken the last step towards Bridget, the relationship between the two has been completely established. Gently hug Bridget's waist from behind. The slender waist covered by the white apron was clearly exposed. Don't mess around, I'm chopping vegetables. Bai Ji said quickly, feeling Zhao Ming's warm chest behind her. Don't worry, I won't mess around if you cut it for you. Don't you still know who I am? Zhao Ming said with a smile. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Bai Ji nodded. Although Zhao Ming looked very lustful, Zhao Ming really hadn't done anything excessive. So for the past 5 years, she has remained a virgin. What do you want to eat this morning? I'll cook it for you. Bridget asked thoughtfully. Even if Zhao Ming didn't take that step in these years, she already regarded herself as her wife in her heart. I want to eat you. Zhao Ming chuckled. Zhao Ming has become accustomed to Bai Ji's cooking over the years, and Zhao Ming likes every dish she cooks. After all, Zhao Ming is not picky about food. If you are still so immoral, I won't let you hug me. Bridget glanced at Zhao Ming angrily. But it's very sweet inside. She had no resistance to Zhao Ming's sweet words. Zhao Ming smiled and rested his chin on Bai Ji's shoulder. As long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Bai Ji felt even sweeter in her heart. Pfft, you said the same to Yanyan and Xiaowu, right? How is it possible? They don't have skills like yours. I don't want to try Yanyan's dark cuisine anymore. As he spoke, Zhao Ming couldn't help but shudder. Yan Lingji also followed Bai Ji into the kitchen a few times at the beginning. In her words, she was learning the craft. But the results were unbearable. What Yan Lingji cooks is simply dark cuisine. He still remembers how many times he ran towards the toilet after eating Yan Lingji's dark food that night. Don't eat, he can't bear it when he looks at Yan Lingji's expectant eyes. Even if he eats, his body won't be able to bear it. Fortunately, after realizing that she had no talent for cooking, she gave up. Pfft, you actually said bad things about Yanyan. Be careful, I'll tell Yanyan secretly. Go ahead, go ahead. But before I go, I have to collect some interest. Zhao Ming smiled evilly and pinched Bridget's waist hard. Pfft. It's so itchy. Stop making trouble. I was just talking to you and the pot was almost burnt. Bridget said anxiously after smelling the faint burnt smell in the pot. Host, we have a new mission. At this moment, an electronic sound came from Zhao Ming's mind. System, are you still alive? I thought you died suddenly. Hearing this long-lost voice, Zhao Ming couldn't help but burst into tears. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, the system couldn't help but have a dark look on its face. But it didn't care about that, using a seductive tone. You can get a new puppet girl for this mission. And she's the type you like. Is there a new puppet mission? Zhao Ming became excited. He has been stuck in this position for 2 years. As long as he can obtain puppets, his cultivation level will definitely soar based on his accumulation over the years. Ding! The sign-in mission is released. The target is Shrek Academy. Mission reward, Puppet Queen Medusa. Chapter 57 Heading to Soto City. Queen Medusa? Colorful scales. Xiaoming was stunned and then became excited. That's Medusa. When he watched Douluo in his previous life, Xiaoming liked the heroine very much. Beautiful, generous, and capable. But it's a pity that Xiao was the one to be ruined. Ever since he watched the short video given to him by the system, his good impression of Xiao Yan has completely disappeared. Facts have proved that Xiao Yan is different from Xiaoming. Xiao Yan is really a scumbag. The key point is that the scumbag ran away without admitting his guilt. If Medusa hadn't had a child, she would have been like the little Dr. Fairy and the others. What a scumbag! He is simply not a human being. I have failed so many young ladies. It is simply the greatest evil in the world to allow so many beautiful ladies to die alone. If it were Xiaoming, he would never be able to do such a thing. Harem Anden, isn't it beautiful? And she is such a beautiful young lady. Yunyun, the little medical fairy, and Concubina are also beautiful. What a beast! After all that, you are still greedy for their bodies. Bah, you're not greedy, you damn eunuch. Oh, I forgot, you don't even have a body. Xiaoming chuckled. Damn it, ruthless. By the way, Shrek will recruit students in the near future. Xiaoming thought for a while and said. That's right, they will have a 1-week enrollment period starting in 3 days. The host can make it right now. That's no problem. I just want to see if my baby Zuking is pretty. He had been craving for this very good-bodied character in the original work for a long time. Bah, host, isn't Zhu Zuking Daimyobai's fiancé? When did she become yours? The system said with disdain. Tisk, an ancient philosopher once said. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Daimyobai, a scumbag, is not worthy of Zhu Qing. Although Xiaoming is also a pervert, at least he only has sex with his wife. Daimyobai and Ma Hongjun often went to places like that. It would be bad if he accidentally contracted any disease and passed it on to Zuking. He must save Zuking from fire and water. By the way, Yaya's vitality is almost full now. Thinking, Xiaoming opened the system panel. Host, Xiaoming. Soul Power, Level 30. Martial Spirit, Puppet, Ancient Phoenix. Soul Bone, None. Puppet, Yan Lingji, Vitality, 100, Tishan Yaya, Vitality, 98. Sign in, Shrek Academy. Reward, Puppet Queen Medusa. Mission, Kill Tang San, the Son of Destiny, no time limit. Hey, it's only 2 o'clock. I hope it can be faster. Xiaoming looked at Tishan Yaya's vitality. It had been a few days but it showed no sign of increasing. After dinner, Xiaoming told Xiaowu and the others about his plan. Naturally, they had no objections. Several people are almost tired of staying in Notting City. It would be nice to change places. But it is foreseeable that once they leave, the business on this street will probably be a lot sluggish. Originally, when Xiaoming was choosing the location, it was because this building was relatively quiet. But since Ayin arrived, and later Bai Ji and the others came, the street became lively. This is also something that can't be helped. Early the next morning, Xiaoming went to Notting Junior College to get his diploma. During this period, the teachers at Notting College naturally praised Xiaoming and said that they would frame his photo and hang it at the gate of the college for future juniors and girls to admire. Xiaoming naturally would not refuse such a thing. It's just that Xiaoming asked them not to expose their talents and strength as much as possible. Try to appear as ordinary as possible. But Xiaoming is really a genius, even if he just describes it a little bit, can cause shock in Notting City. Zhao Ming could already predict that after he left, he would still be the talk of the next class of junior students. Zhao Ming's 6 years at Notting College have been relatively comfortable. Whether it is Lu Hai, Director Su, or even other college teachers, they all treat him very well. Although they are so fond of themselves because of their talents, how can there be no interests in this world? Therefore, Zhao Ming also promised to help his alma mater as much as possible in the future. Renting a carriage, Zhao Ming and the 3 women rushed directly to Soto City. The Balak Kingdom is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire, bordering the Fasnio province. It is said to be a kingdom, but in fact its area is only 3/4 of the Fasnio province. It is affiliated to the Tiandu Empire, one of the 4 largest kingdoms in the Tiandu Empire. One of the kingdoms. The southern part of the Balak Kingdom directly borders the Douluo Empire. Therefore, among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiandu Empire, the Balak Kingdom has the most powerful military power. It can also be said to be the gateway to the Tiandu Empire. There are 2 most important cities in the Kingdom of Barak. One is the capital city of Barak where King Kundla of Barak lives. It is the political and economic center of the entire Kingdom of Barak. The other city is Soto City, which is located in the center of the Lima Plain, the most fertile land in the Kingdom of Barak, and is known as the Granary of Barak. These 2 cities are heavily garrisoned and are the top priority of the entire kingdom. Soto City is a big city, at least it is big compared to Notting City. It was just afternoon, the sun was blazing, and a carriage drove up from the west gate of Soto City. The curtains on the side of the carriage were slightly raised, revealing a beautiful face. Soto City. Bridget read the name on the city wall and said excitedly, "Soto City, we have arrived." At this time, Zhao Mingke raised his head and took a look at the outside of Soto City. The city wall is 1 or 2 times taller than Soto City. And it looks lively. The pedestrians coming and going at the city gate reveal the bustle of the city. Even outside the city wall, they could hear the lively shouts in the city. Entering the city, it was bustling with people. As one of the important cities at the junction of the Douluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire, the trade between the 2 countries has created the prosperity of this city. But it is also because of this reason that it is impossible to go further. No country would place important institutions in such a city that is easily affected by war. Except, of course, for military institutions. After all, Notting City is just a small town, far less lively than Soto City. The 3 girls' talents as women were also aroused, and they went shopping in various shops in groups. Over the past 6 years, the gold soul coins in Hulina's storage ring have almost bottomed out. The reason why Hulina's money can last so long is because the things used in daily life are not very expensive. In Douluo continent, only things linked to soul masters can be sold at a high price. Zhao Ming now has 2 options. One is to sell the soul bones obtained from Tang Hao. This can make a lot of money. But if you want to sell, you can only go to big cities like Tiandu City. And it's only on the black market. In a normal auction, those from the Haoshan sect would not let him go. The second option is to open your own store. This can create a steady stream of wealth for him, and there are no big risks. In fact, he is leaning towards the second option, which is to become a luxury clothing brand. When the time comes, I can even design my own designs for my wives to wear. The key is that when he goes to Shrek, Bridget will be free. I can definitely help him take care of the shop. He only needs to draw some design drawings in the early stage to make a few hits. Bridget can do the rest to recruit people. Thank you for 2,200 book coins from G. Aqui, 100 for my favorite harem novel, 100 for the tale number 915, 200 for Meng Chen Zhu, 850 for the author being my father, and 100 for Hirishiu. Nahana Hashitakis 588, Vipks 348, the last number 390s 300, Ruiz 100, Lingji's 300 book coins reward. Chapter 58 Dai Mubai is floating. As expected, at Xiaowu's suggestion, the four of them came to the Rose Hotel. Originally, Xiaoming didn't want to come, but he thought it would be good to come and see Daimyo Bai, so he didn't say anything. Ever since Xiaoming and the others came in, the waiter at the counter had never left their eyes. Xiaoming slapped him on the head to wake him up. "There's only one room here," the waiter said apologetically. "Is there one room here?" "Just one room. The four of us will make do with each other tonight," Xiaoming said indifferently. But Yan Lingji behind him did not give him a good look. She kept her hand and twisted it directly towards his waist. "Don't worry, I will never do anything," Xiaoming said awkwardly. After saying that, Yan Lingji and the others still looked suspiciously, but they didn't say anything. Xiaoming really didn't have that idea. He still has his basic bottom line. He was ready to lay the floor tonight. However, when the waiter was about to help Xiaoming complete the formalities, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's actions. "I said, this room should belong to me." Hearing this voice, Xiaoming knew that Daimyo Bai was here. He glanced at Daimyo Bai curiously. Daimyo Bai is about 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a handsome appearance with a bit of resoluteness, and long golden hair hanging down his back, hanging down to nearly his waist. His hair is not curly, but hangs straight down. Eyes with evil eyes, twinkling with evil light. With an extremely handsome appearance and such a pair of eyes, such a man, no matter where he is, every place will become the center of attention. And beside him were two beautiful girls, one on the left and one on the right. The two girls were gorgeous, they looked about 17 or 18 years old, they were tall, and they were twins. Looking at Daimyo Bai, Xiaoming had to sigh that Daimyo Bai's appearance was still very good. At least he was much more handsome than Tang San. Even compared to him, it's not far behind. The key is that the evil spirit revealed inadvertently can indeed attract girls' attention. He is handsome and has good strength. His father is also an emperor and he has the ability to make money. Absolutely the protagonist's appearance. What a pity, brother Myo Bai. Your opponent is me, someone who knows everything about you. At this time, Daimyo Bai was also stunned. Daimyo Bai often passed among flowers, and he still had a very high sense of aesthetics. Not to mention anything else, the twins beside him are already very beautiful. But that's all. Compared with the three people in front of me, they are simply Rouge fans. The smaller one looks better. Although she is very beautiful, her body is not fully open yet. It's not that attractive to him yet. But the other two, one is gentle and quiet, the other is gentle and charming. The figures are also perfect. Both of them are beautiful and fragrant, but they are completely different types. In his opinion, even his beautiful fiancée was slightly inferior compared to these two. At least that's the case for now. Brother, it's inappropriate for you to stare at my wife like this. Walking forward, Xiaoming patted Daimyo Bai on the shoulder and said lightly. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Daimyo Bai reacted. He glanced at Xiaoming and said, I reserved this room, but it's not impossible for them to stay there. You go away, I'll come. Are you provoking me? Xiaoming was stunned. He didn't expect Daimyo Bai to directly challenge him. You can think so. You should be a soul master too. As long as you can defeat me, I will give the room to you. If you lose, you will leave these three beautiful ladies. Daimyo Bai said lightly. But my heart was extremely happy. In his opinion, the man in front of him is young and certainly not stronger than him. It must be very easy to defeat him. As long as he was defeated and the three beauties could see clearly how useless and weak the men around them were, he believed they would all leave him. Douluo continent is a place where the strong are respected. In a place like this, weakness is the original sin. He believes that if he reveals his strong strength, they will look at him differently. When the time comes, you can win their favor by spending more effort. Pfft! Are you worthy of fighting against Xiaoming? Xiao Wu crossed her arms and looked at Dai Mubai angrily. My boyfriend was provoked. How else can she have a good temper? Xiao Wu's temper was originally very arrogant, but she gradually calmed down after meeting Zhao Ming. Now when you encounter someone who is provocative, your true nature is exposed. Bai Ji also flashed a hint of disdain and disgust as she listened to Dai Muibai's words. She hated it when others looked at him with such lustful eyes, except Zhao Ming. But Bridget was not ready to take action. She knows that as a woman, you must know what you are doing. It was obviously a matter between them, and it would be bad if she interfered. And with Zhao Ming's strength, he can easily defeat him. Yan Lingji looked at Zhao Ming with a half-smile but didn't say anything. Listening to Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai remained unmoved. He knew that they still didn't know his strength. If you knew he was a soul master, you would be shocked. Boy, are you afraid? Do you still want to let a woman stand up for you? Dai Mubai smiled slightly. Worried that Zhao Ming would not fight him, he deliberately provoked him. I didn't want to attack you so quickly. But if you insist on seeking death, then I will help you. Zhao Ming's eyes turned cold. Clenching his fists, he took a long step and swung towards Dai Mubai. For a provocateur like Dai Mubai, punching to the flesh would be more effective. Zhao Ming's second martial spirit is the power attack system. The ancient phoenix had greatly improved his physical fitness over the years. In terms of soul power, although Zhao Ming is now level 30. But the mellowness of the soul power is terrifying. It can be said that this punch can definitely injure Dai Mubai. It's too weak. I only need 3 points of my strength to block an attack of this level. Taking a secret glance at Bridget and the others, Dai Mubai pretended to be relaxed and said. After speaking, Dai Mubai raised his right hand slightly. He clenched his palm into a fist and swung it towards Zhao Ming. In order to show his strength, Dai Mubai really only used 3 points of strength. There was only a faint white light covering the fist. Looking at Dai Muibai's calm look, the two twin girls also admired him endlessly. It was precisely because they valued Dai Muibai's talent and strength that they chose to devote themselves to him. They can't practice, but this makes them worship the strong even more. Although they didn't understand it very well, looking at that light punch and Dai Muibai's indifferent look, they could feel Dai Muibai's power. Is this a strong person? Is this the style of a strong person? The twin sisters looked at Dai Mubai excitedly. Although this punch was light and indifferent, it must have been extremely powerful. This punch will probably knock the opponent out. The twin sisters seemed to be unable to bear it. They covered their eyes with their hands and did not dare to look at the scene behind them. In their minds, this punch would definitely beat Zhao Ming half to death. Chapter 59 Make You Bald, 1. The two fists met each other. Dai Mubai screamed, and his tall body was immediately beaten. It flew up, hit a hotel pillar, and crashed to the ground. But Zhao Ming stayed where he was, not moving at all. Only the wind from the vibration of his two fists made his clothes whistle. Hearing the scream, the twin women exclaimed. Close your eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene. In their opinion, Zhao Ming must be in a bloody state now, or even dying. How dare you show off with this little strength? Zhao Ming said lightly after blowing on the blood on his fists. Zhao Ming's voice also stunned the twin sisters. Could it be that the person who screamed just now was not that person but Mr. Dai? Putting down their blindfolded hands, the two saw a horrifying scene. At this time, Mr. Dai fell next to the thick pillar and covered his stomach. Not far away, there was a pool of blood, and Mr. Dai seemed to be seriously injured. Zhao Ming, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Although they don't understand what happens between soul masters, they are not fools, and it is clear who is strong and who is weak. It turns out that Mr. Dai has always been pretending to be cool with them, but this is the real cool guy in front of them. They admire strength, which is why they devote themselves to Mr. Dai regardless of their reputation. Because they also hope that the person they love is an unparalleled hero. But what about now? Is this still the hero they imagined? Can you be considered a hero if you can't even catch anyone else's moves? Disappointment, regret, chagrin, all kinds of emotions flowed in their hearts. They are too simple. At first I thought he was such an amazing genius soul master. Looking at it now, I can't even beat someone who looks small like me. Now they only hate that Dai Mubai deceived them, and they were just a few steps away from being deceived by Dai Mubai's sweet words. But luckily, he saved them. The twin beauties glanced at Xiaoming gratefully. If it hadn't been for him, their innocence might have been lost. The expressions of the twin beauties were noticed by Dai Mubai. He also didn't expect that he would be fooled if he failed to show off. Not only did he not win the favor of the three beauties, but his impression in the hearts of the twin sisters deteriorated sharply. Suddenly, he felt extremely annoyed and looked at Xiaoming, his eyes flashing with a stern look. He just used 30% of his strength. If he tried his best, Xiaoming would definitely not be his opponent. Humph, I didn't expect you to still have some strength. I was careless just now and only used 30% of my strength. Now I'm using all my strength, so you have to be careful. After saying these pretentious words, Dai Mubai's face became serious. Hearing what Dai Mubai said, the twin sisters raised their heads and paid attention to the battle situation. Until now, they still have a glimmer of hope for Dai Mubai. He didn't attack with all his strength just now. If he did it now, maybe the situation would be different. Just when they were concentrating, Dai Mubai took action. Regardless of the pain in his body, he gathered all the strength in his body, stepped hard on his feet, and flew towards Xiaoming quickly, his hands filled with white light. This is the most powerful punch he can perform without releasing his martial spirit. Looking at Dai Mubai's approaching figure, Xiaoming's eyes flashed with disdain. If Dai Mubai had attacked with all his strength from the beginning, Xiaoming might have had to work harder. But after being injured by Xiaoming's blow, his punches were estimated to be only about 80% of what he was at his peak. How could he be Xiaoming's opponent? Send you to heaven! Xiaoming didn't move on the spot and punched out fiercely. Pfft! Dai Mubai took more than 10 steps back, and did not stop until his body hit a pillar. However, this collision caused another burst of pain in his body, and he looked at Xiaoming in shock. He didn't expect that even with all his strength, he was still no match for Xiaoming. Judging from Xiaoming's ease, it was clear that there was still room for improvement. Giggle, little brother, you can't pick up on us like this. Yan Lingji smiled sweetly and looked at Dai Mubai with a smile on her face. Dai Mubai's face turned blue and white at this time. He really didn't understand why the man opposite him was able to suppress him even though he was confronting him head-on. Logically speaking, his martial soul is of the power attack type, which has given him a huge physical improvement over the years. Coupled with the strength of his advanced soul master, he should not be abused. In terms of attack type spirits, their White Tiger spirit can be ranked among the top 3. Apart from the Clear Sky Hammer and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, it was impossible for any other martial spirit to suppress him. Not to mention, when his soul power is so high. There is only one possibility, that is, the opponent is born with divine power. Such people are not uncommon, there are many such people in their Douluo Empire. With the answer in his heart, Dai Mubai let out a long sigh of relief. Innate divine power? That's not bad, but in the end, the Soul Master has the final say in this world. Even the power of a god is not enough in front of a powerful Soul Master. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. You were beaten so badly by me, and yet you still dare to say such arrogant words. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? Liang Jingru. Xiaoming said disdainfully. Humph, what's the point of simply comparing strength? Battles between soul masters still have to be resolved with martial souls. White Tiger, possessed. Dai Mubai shouted and directly released his martial spirit. A layer of intense pale light suddenly erupted from his body, and Dai Mubai's muscles swelled. The surrounding air also became violent. Under the possession of the White Tiger, his body quickly transformed into a beast. Especially the palms turned into faint white claws. The blonde hair instantly turned into black and white, with white accounting for the majority, but a few strands of black hair were particularly obvious. 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character. The king of the forest's domineering spirit is undoubtedly revealed. Released the martial spirit, Dai Mu, the confidence on Bai's face returned. He glanced around with his face bearing the mark of the White Tiger, preparing to accept the admiration of the beautiful woman. However, the responses received were disdain, suspicion and indifference. Even the twin sisters who had previously admired him had suspicious eyes on their faces. Taking a deep breath, he knew that he could not lose again, otherwise, not to mention gaining the admiration of the 3 beauties, even the twin sisters might leave him. But he couldn't lose. Having released his martial spirit, among his peers, he had no rivals, but it was rare to find any rivals. However, he was defeated twice by Xiaoming in a row, so he was a little wary of Xiaoming. This time he wants to take the lead. The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai shouted. The purple halo shone instantly, the air around Dai Mubai's body became distorted, and his evil eyes suddenly turned blood red. The aura on his body also became stronger. When the aura on his body reached its peak, the 2nd soul ring on his body lit up, and a huge white light condensed instantly. With Dai Mubai's tiger roar, a ball of milky white light spurted out from his mouth. Okay, I'll let you see what a real beast spirit is. After saying that, Xiaoming's eyes suddenly flashed with black flames. A terrifying aura from the ancient wilderness burst out. Behind him, the ancient phoenix flapped its wings with burning black flames. With Xiaoming at the center, the entire hotel could feel an unspeakable heat. Under everyone's gaze, a golden soul ring rose at Xiaoming's feet. That is the million soul ring from Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Chapter 60 Make You Bald, 2. The breath of the million-year-old soul beast of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The aura of the ancient phoenix's top soul beast bloodline spread from Xiaoming's body. At this time, Xiaoming's body was as captivating as an ancient god or demon. Feeling Xiaoming's terrifying aura, Dai Mubai turned pale. He finally knew why he was able to beat himself, because he was really strong. He could feel the overwhelming force facing him. Under pressure, Dai Mubai's attack on Xiaoming's body paused for an instant. But Xiaoming's attack came, and the golden soul ring lit up. Xiaoming's eyes changed instantly, one black and one white, 2 colors appearing in his eyes respectively. Immediately, 2 black and white light beams shot out from Xiaoming's eyes. The fight between the two attracted the attention of other people in the hotel, and many people were already watching. Even though they were not at the center of the battle, Xiaoming's soul skills still had a great impact on them. After all, there are still many ordinary people here. The people watching in the hotel didn't know how they felt. I just felt hot and cold all over my body. Sometimes I was shivering from the cold, and sometimes I was so hot that I wanted to take off my clothes. Seeing this, Bridget raised her right hand slightly and pointed at the void. A green light mask appeared in vain where Xiaoming and Dai Mubai were fighting. After the green mask appeared, the temperature outside slowly returned to normal. This understatement made other people in the hotel stunned. Anyone with a discerning eye knows how difficult this move is. It can easily isolate the fluctuations of the two people's battle without releasing the martial spirit. This made them all know that this woman was an absolute strong person. There was also a hint of awe in my heart. However, Dai Mubai didn't notice what was happening on Bai Ji's side. At this time, he was trying his best to block Xiaoming's attack. White Tiger Protective Barrier! Dai Mubai shouted. At the same time, the first soul ring on his body lit up, and a white light shield protected him. Although it is only the first soul skill, this soul skill can actually bring him a 50% defense bonus, which is very terrifying. Bang! Two black and white beams of light quickly hit the mask, causing the mask to tremble. The two energies fought against each other for less than 3 seconds before Dai Mubai's White Tiger Protective Barrier shattered. The conflicting energy of ice and fire quickly entered Dai Mubai's body, impacting his body crazily. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt hot and cold all over his body, making him uncomfortable. At this time, Xiaoming arrived. The fist was wrapped in black flames, which looked extremely frightening. This punch hit Dai Mubai directly in the chest. Poof! Dai Mubai, who had no time to defend himself, could only resist the blow. Dai Mubai spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out again. At this time, the black flames on Xiaoming's hand also swept towards Dai Mubai's hand along Xiaoming's fist. Ah! Dai Mubai shouted in pain. In a hurry, he could only gather some soul power to protect the vital parts of his body. There was a moment of fire, and bursts of burnt smell came out. Xiaoming was a little stunned. In a moment, the immortal fire burned all of Dai Mubai's hair and clothes, and it was visible to the naked eye that serious burns had appeared on his back. Seeing this, Xiaoming stopped attacking Dai Mubai. Withdrawing the martial spirit, without the support of the soul power, the immortal fire slowly dissipated in the air. Xiaoming has no plans to kill Dai Mubai yet. He still has value. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, he was the one who ascended the throne in the original work. Not only could he not kill him now, he even had to protect him from being killed by Davis to some extent. It would be wonderful if Dai Mubai could rely on him to control the entire Star Luo Empire. From the moment he traveled to this place, his ambition was not just to become a strong man. He wants to unify the continent and become the emperor for eternity. In the whole world, there is nothing but the king's land. On the shore of the land, could it be the king's ministers? By then, wealth, power, and beauty will all be his. Greedy, his eyes flashed away. Xiaoming slowly walked up to Dai Mubai and glanced at Dai Mubai. My eyes will be brighter from now on. If I offend anyone I can't afford to offend again, they won't be merciful. The injuries on your body are not serious, they are just superficial wounds. They will heal in a few days. However, your hair has been burned off, so you must be mentally prepared. He came closer and took a closer look at Dai Mubai. He couldn't help laughing. Dai Mubai's hair had obviously been burned away by the immortal fire just now. Even his scalp was slightly injured, but it didn't matter, his body would heal slowly. But I'm afraid this hair won't grow back for a while. Whether a man is handsome or not depends on his hairstyle. Without his hair, Dai Mubai's face must have been disfigured. Bald head, coupled with Dai Mubai's rather evil eyes. It feels a bit like a Buddhist evildoer in a martial arts novel. But, girls probably won't like this look. That's good, it saves him the trouble of harassing Zuking. A bald donkey should generally not be liked by girls. What did you say? I'm bald. Dai Mubai's expression changed when he heard Xiaoming's words. Only then did he remember that when Xiaoming's flames were raging on his body just now, he only focused on the vital parts. For hair, these things have not been thought of at all. No. Xiaoming was stunned. Is my hair still there? Dai Mubai asked quickly, no longer caring about his injuries. No, I mean, your brows are also burned out. Xiaoming Dao. Only then did he realize why he had always felt that something was wrong with Dai Mubai. Are your eyebrows gone? Dai Mubai's expression changed. If it were said, he could barely accept losing his hair. However, if there are no eyebrows, it is really finished. Looking at Xiaoming and Dai Mubai in confusion, they didn't know what to say. He started all of this because he wanted to get other people's girls, and that's why he was taught such a miserable lesson. What else could he say? But there is no hair and brow. How will he pick up girls in the future? How to find a beautiful young lady? The physical pain and the psychological pain made Dai Mubai speechless. My lord, can you please give me some face? Don't cause trouble, otherwise our store's business will be ruined in the future. At this time, the manager of the hotel also rushed over and begged for mercy. Don't worry. This matter is over today. He looked at the hotel manager who kept his head lowered and did not dare to look at him. Xiaoming patted his shoulder. After all, he was also a kind person. Thank you, sir. Whenever you come to our Rose Hotel in the future, we will definitely reserve a room for you. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't seem to be as difficult to speak as he thought, the hotel manager breathed a sigh of relief and said fawningly. In his opinion, as long as he climbs the high branch of this gentleman, he will have a big place in the Rose Hotel and even Soto City in the future. Of course, it depends on whether the adult accepts his love or not. You are very good at doing things. Xiaoming smiled, took the room card issued by the hotel manager and walked directly upstairs. After seeing Xiaoming off with joy, the hotel manager looked at Dai Mubai with cold eyes. He had just stood in line, so naturally he would not look down upon Dai Mubai. Master Dai, you are responsible for the hotel's compensation for this matter. I saw a total of 500 gold soul coins. The hotel manager said very loudly, just in time to let Xiaoming and others go upstairs. Here. Dai Mubai looked at the dog-legged hotel manager, and his resentment towards Xiaoming dissipated a lot seeing that this person who used to fawn over him all the time, Dai Xiao, suddenly became so indifferent to me. I felt angry in my heart. What are you looking at? Do you really want that adult to teach you a lesson? And you too, take him away quickly. The hotel manager pointed at the twin sisters beside him and said angrily. Bah, liar! Walking in front of Dai Mubai, the twin sisters cursed in unison. Looking at Dai Mubai, his face was full of disgust. Where are the geniuses and strong men that we promised? Where is the promised leader of the younger generation in Douluo continent? Now they just feel that they have been deceived. Fortunately, he saved them. Let them not reach the point of no return. After cursing, the two of them looked upstairs at the same time and left silently. Chapter 61 Meeting Ning Rongrong for the first time. Seeing that the twin sisters he had finally picked up also left him, Dai Muabai's heart was full of sadness. He knew that he had kicked the iron plate this time. There was resentment and hatred in my heart. He is a prince. A body of gold. But now I am looked down upon by a small hotel experience, and disgusted by a pair of twin sisters. All he wanted to do now was to shout at them, "This is the prince, please kneel down." But, he can't. If his identity is exposed, his half-brother would send for him the next day. As a prince of the royal family, there is no one who can get as far as him. I couldn't help but laugh at myself, closed my eyes, and let the people in the hotel pull me away. Pull the trailer from the kitchen. Send him to Shrek Academy. After thinking about it, the hotel manager said to a waiter. Although he decided to follow Xiaoming now, he still couldn't offend Dai Mubai. And it seems that he is seriously injured now. Even if something happens, it can't happen with them. What? Are you sending me in a tow truck? Hearing the hotel manager's words again, Dai Mubai couldn't help it. If he wants to say who he hates the most right now, it must be this bitch hotel manager. Otherwise? Do you still need me to take you back in a big sedan chair? Where did our hotel get the sedan chair from? Our delivery trailers are still very nervous. And it's not free to take you back. A total of 2 gold souls money. The hotel manager said angrily. Also, the compensation here today is to prevent you from defaulting on your bill. The single-room hotel that will be left for you in the future has been taken back. From now on, that room will belong to Mr. Xiaoming. You bastard! Have you forgotten how you flattered me before? Daimyo Bai's eyes suddenly turned red and he yelled at the hotel manager. Because the injury was too serious, Daimyo Bai roared angrily and spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Flattering you? Isn't that because you are stupid and have a lot of money? Our luxury private room in the Rose Hotel only requires 2 gold soul coins a day. Seeing that you are a fool and have a lot of money, I bid you 1,500 gold soul coins for a year. I was just waiting for you to bargain, and I was slowly grinding it out with you, but I didn't expect you to agree in one fell swoop. I made 1,000 gold soul coins from you, which is more than the profit of the hotel in 2 years. That's how I gained the boss's favor. Do you think I can't please you? But since I tricked you into booking a room in our hotel, I can't trick you into booking another room again. I've long been dissatisfied with you. Otherwise, do you think you, the Shrek Academy in Shanggogali, can make me curry favor with you? The hotel manager continued to say disdainfully. Haha, I see, that's it. Daimyo Bai drank softly, revealing a few bloodshot teeth. Only at this moment did he understand how cruel this world was. Upstairs. Xiaoming leaned against the stairs and witnessed all this with an expressionless face. This world is like this. Others just want to get something in return from you when they fawn over you. Once he cannot get enough returns, his true face will be revealed. Xiaoming Ke went downstairs after watching Daimyo Bai being pulled away by a trailer. He was kicked out. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel like crying. 4 people were in the same room, which made them a little embarrassed. At that time, they wanted to take a bath again, so they kicked Xiaoming out directly. It was impossible for him to go to bed, so he could only come to the hotel waiter to order a quilt and prepare to make the floor. Sir, why are you down here? Seeing Xiaoming go downstairs, the hotel manager greeted him with a smile. I'm going to go for a walk and get some fresh air. The family life is so tiring. Xiaoming smiled and gave the hotel manager a look that every man could understand. He has decided that it would be better to go out and buy a quilt. After all, he just pretended to be cool, and he must maintain his impressive image. Sir, you are really powerful. Much stronger than us. Unlike me, one person in my family can kill me half to death. You can't do this. Make more wolfberry and drink it from now on. Xiaoming patted the hotel manager on the shoulder. That's what you said. By the way, sir, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can call me directly. As he said that, the hotel manager took out a business card from his pocket. Li Hua. Xiaoming read the name on the business card. Okay, I'll remember it. Xiaoming put away the business card, turned and walked towards the door. It's getting dark now. But Soto City is still lively. Perhaps it was because of the lights, but it seemed a bit more lively than during the day. Xiaoming bought a bedding. Then we walked around Soto City. Hey, this is pretty good looking. Could it be Ning Rong? Xiaoming was stunned. Wherever he looked, a pretty girl was buying something in a shop. The girl is wearing a long white dress. Unlike other girls, this girl has neat, ear-length hair. She is not tall, but her skin is very delicate, and she looks like a lady at first glance. She should be a beautiful woman, but Xiaoming couldn't see her face because she was facing the counter. Why is this necklace so expensive? Why don't you make it cheaper for me? Came the girl's soft voice, as she was negotiating the price with the waiter at the counter. This is not possible. The prices at the counters are not allowed to be negotiated. The waiter said with some embarrassment. Although he admires this new girl very much, the rules cannot be messed with. Hearing what the waiter said, his face turned bitter. She ran away from home. Although she brought a lot of money, she had spent more than half of it carelessly along the way. It wasn't until recently that she realized that if she spent money according to the previous way, she would definitely spend it all quickly. So she followed the previous customers and learned how to bargain. However, it seems that they got off to a bad start. How much does this necklace cost? He walked up to the girl and took a look. He was already sure that the person in front of him was Ning Rongrong. He could feel the soul power fluctuations in Ning Rongrong's body. Moreover, the fluctuation is very gentle, and it looks like an auxiliary type at first glance. Hey! This is what I saw first. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Ning Rongrong quickly grabbed the necklace in the waiter's hand. He looked at Zhao Ming with an unkind expression. Looking at Ning Rongrong's frantic look, Zhao Ming rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't you, this beautiful lady, want to buy this necklace? Why don't you let me pay the bill for you?" Chapter 62, Licking a dog will lead to a good death. You. Okay, okay. Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately lit up after hearing Zhao Ming's words. In her opinion, it must be her beauty that attracts. After catching his attention, I suddenly felt happy. The eyes looking at Zhao Ming also became kind and cheerful. After all, this is also his suitor. In the past, no one in Kaibao glazed sect dared to show kindness to her so blatantly. Her father is not a vegetarian. Today was the first time someone treated her in this way. Oh, how embarrassing. But that's it. She is not a casual person either. When she took the ring, she found a reason to dump him. With peace of mind, Ning Rongrong said softly, "By the way, my name is Ning Rongrong. Just call me Rongrong." "Oh, it turns out to be Miss Rongrong." Zhao Ming smiled. How could he not know what Ning Rongrong was thinking? Of course he won't let her get what she wants. How many gold soul coins does this broken necklace cost? Zhao Ming took the necklace from the waiter's hand and asked the waiter. Not to mention, Ning Rongrong's discernment developed in Kaibao glazed sect is not something to be underestimated. Although Zhao Ming didn't understand this, he still thought it looked pretty. Such a necklace must look great hanging on Xiaowu's neck. Compact yet agile. Cough, sir, this is not just a broken necklace. It is made of crystals from the amethyst beast in the ocean soul beast. And the style is also the latest. The waiter said quickly. Okay, let's negotiate the price directly. We have plenty of money. Zhao Ming said impatiently. 100 gold soul coins. 100 gold soul coins. Not expensive, not expensive. Zhao Ming said, not short of money. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Ming's rich look. She is not short of money, and she still has these 100 gold soul coins. Bargaining is just to save a little and not spend it all so quickly. What she cares about is the pleasure of others spending money for her. After all, isn't this a disguised way of praising her beauty? If you're not pretty, why would anyone rush to pay you? Suddenly, I felt a little overwhelmed. Boss, where is this big gold chain? Zhao Ming pointed to a huge gold chain on the other side of the counter. Sir, that one is not made of real gold, and the style is old-fashioned and tacky. It is only suitable for aunts in their 40s or 50s. If you really buy that crystal necklace, this one will be given to you for free. The waiter said with some surprise. Okay, I want both. Zhao Ming readily took out 100 gold soul coins and put them on the counter. Hee, little brother, you are so kind. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly, revealing her 2 dimples. It's okay, these are all things that should be done. Zhao Ming smiled, wait a minute, you want the big one and I want the small one, how about it? It is my blessing, Zhao, to be able to pay the bill for Miss Rongrong. What did you say? He was about to take the crystal necklace from Zhao Ming's hand when he suddenly felt something was wrong and couldn't help but widen his beautiful eyes. You mean, give me that? Ning Rongrong pointed to the big gold chain in Zhao Ming's hand, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Isn't this my pursuer? How is that possible? Yes. Xiaoming said matter-of-factly, look, I bought both necklaces. What about me? I don't need much, just this small one is enough. And this big one is naturally for you, miss. Yes. This gold chain weighs a full pound and suits your temperament very well. If you are not satisfied, I will buy you another one. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Ning Rongrong was shaking with anger, pointing at Xiaoming and speechless. This broken gold chain seemed too heavy to her. How vulgar would it be if it were worn around the neck? And the boss just said, this is still a fake gold chain. You bastard, do you want to die? Ning Rongrong shouted and looked at Xiaoming angrily, her face turning red with anger. Miss Rongrong, you see you have misunderstood me. You want the big one and I want the small one. What else do you want? And if you want to buy it, I have paid for it for you. You just want to steal my necklace. You just said your name is Xiaoming, right? Don't fall into my hands in the future, otherwise I won't let you go. Ning Rongrong's chest rose and fell violently, and she was so angry that she was about to cry. In the Kai Bao glazed sect, she is a piece of treasure. Wherever she is pampered, where can someone bully her? Looking at Xiaoming now, I just feel angry and itching my teeth. I wish I could bite him. I guess this isn't that ugly, Xiaoming said helplessly, hanging the chain around Ning Rongrong's neck. Look, that ant has the same style as you. Look how confident she is after wearing it. Xiaoming laughed. Ning Rongrong looked in the direction Xiaoming pointed. A fat ant in her 40s or 50s was walking on the street with her head held high. Under the light, the big gold chain was extremely dazzling. I hate you. Ning Rongrong became even more angry when she saw the ant. He was about to take it out on Xiaoming, but Xiaoming had already disappeared. Hearing Ning Rongrong's screams behind him, Xiaoming smiled slightly. He held up the small crystal necklace in his hand. Under the lights at night, the crystal necklace shines with a beautiful light, which is magnificent. This necklace is just right for Xiao Wu. After all, Ning Rongrong chose it according to her size. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were about the same age, so it fit Xiao Wu just right. Xiaoming naturally had some thoughts about Ning Rongrong. Putting aside her beauty, the Kai Bao glazed sect behind her was enough for him to win her over. After taking down Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is almost done, so why not? The Kai Bao glazed sect is not like the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. No matter how strong the auxiliary sect is, it must be borrowed from others. Such a sect cannot cause any trouble, and it is also the most reliable for Xiaoming. Moreover, Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, as an auxiliary martial spirit that can improve combat effectiveness, is a good helper. But if you want to win over Ning Rongrong, licking her is completely impossible. This is not Xiaoming's style either. If you have watched soap operas, you will know that the male lead often licks the female lead, but the female lead does not like him. On the contrary, it was the man who not only refused to lick her, but misunderstood her in various ways and made her sad, who finally won her favor. Ning Rongrong has been pampered since she was a child. The Kai Bao glazed sect all licked her, which one succeeded? Even Oscar in the original work. In the early stages of licking Ning Rongrong, she ignored it. On the contrary, if you stop licking in the midterm, the relationship will improve. Later, I started licking again, and the relationship continued without any progress. In the end, it was because Ning Rongrong had no choice that she stayed with Oscar. After all, since the age of 12, he has basically only been familiar with the Shrek 7 Devils. Everything else matched up, couldn't she just choose Oscar? If she doesn't choose, Ning Fengzi's choice for her will just be another licking dog. Between a strange licking dog and a familiar licking dog with some talent, it is more cost-effective to choose the second one. If you let it go, she might even take the initiative to chase you back. Thank you for the beneficial bacteria, wow, ruthless, it will be fine in a while. 100 from Jian, 200 from Juran, Dongpa Wuxing. At the beginning of the month the author is a 588 book coin reward from my father. Thanks to Rui for being alone, the tail number is 390, the tail number is 135, the trip to Qingdeng, 100 for Can You Hug Me Again, 1000 for being too annoyed by the name, and 404 points for the reward that is so awesome compared to the funny man. I love my brother from Kidian. Woohoo! Chapter 63 Xiaowu was moved again. The next day, while having breakfast, Xiaoming informed Baiji of his thoughts. Baiji, who had always been bored, was overjoyed when she heard Xiaoming's thoughts. After all, if he went to the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Xiaoming would not be as free as he was in the Junior Soul Master Academy. Now that she has something to do, she is no longer bored. Moreover, the task assigned by Xiaoming is not a killing task. She is also more interested in it. Naturally, Yan Lingji happily stayed in Soto City and followed Bridget to choose a store location. After Yan Lingji's life force as a puppet reaches 100, she can act independently. Although Xiaoming still had to use his soul power for free in battle, the energy to maintain his vital signs was obtained entirely through his own food. When I was a puppet, even just releasing the puppet required consuming soul power. This part was used to maintain the puppet's vital signs. After all, the moment she possessed vitality, she had the prototype of life. It's like a vegetative person lying on the bed who needs nutrient solution to survive. Now, there is no need to think about this. Moreover, now even if Yan Lingji is thousands of miles away from Xiaoming, he can quickly summon her through the soul ring. After breakfast, Xiaoming and Xiaowu set off. He didn't think there was anything noble about Shrek Academy. To be honest, there is not much that Shrek Academy can teach him now. During this Shrek trip, in addition to completing system tasks, the only people in Shrek he needed to focus on were Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong. Others, such as Oscar and Ma Heng-jun, have no effect on him. Of course, another important point is Tang San. According to Yu Xiaogong's thoughts, Tang San should still come to Shrek. And after leaving Notting College, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San might come to Shrek together. It's time to finish them off. After leaving Soto City, we followed the road south. There were large tracts of farmland on both sides of the official road. Soto City's reputation as the food capital of the Barak Kingdom was not for nothing. However, apart from the large farmland, as far as the eye can see, there is no building that looks like a college. Xiaoming, where is Shrek Academy? Why do I feel so remote? I don't know the details. Let's continue heading south. That Dai Mubai yesterday was a student of Shrek Academy, so this academy is probably not far away. But why are we going to such an academy that we have never heard of? Xiaowu wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked in confusion. Because I want to protect you. He pinched the tender flesh on Xiaowu's face. With our strength, there is no need to go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. So we can only go to the Advanced Soul Master Academy. But those famous Soul Master Academies are all concentrated in big cities. There are many titled Douluo in those places. If you go there, your identity as a soul beast will probably be exposed. So I searched all the Douluo continent. I found Shrek Academy based on the information of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. It is both hidden and able to learn some skills. Xiaoming smiled slightly. Xiaoming's plain words moved Xiaowu. Since following Xiaoming, she has rarely thought about these things. Coupled with her carefree personality, she never expected so much. She never thought that Xiaoming went to Shrek Academy for her. I was both moved and a little annoyed. She felt that Xiaoming thought of her in every detail. Even important matters like choosing the Advanced Soul Master Academy were only considered for her. What was annoying was that Xiaoming was unable to choose a good high-level Soul Master Academy because of her. You must know that with Xiaoming's talent and strength, he would be shocked wherever he goes, but now... Why are you crying? Looking at Xiao Wu's eyes wet with tears, Xiaoming asked softly. She wiped away her tears. I'm so happy. Xiao Wu whispered, Xiaoming, I suddenly realized that I am so selfish. What's wrong? I was very jealous when you were with Sister Yan Lingji and the others. Although I said I didn't mind, in my heart I wished I could be like them and be held in your arms. You are so good, you should not be the only I'm alone. Be good, don't think so much. Xiaoming stroked Xiao Wu's silky hair, and then held her in his arms. I would even give up my life for you, these are nothing. Me too. Xiao Wu snuggled into Xiaoming's arms obediently and said softly. By the way, I spent a long time choosing a beautiful necklace for you when I went out last night. I was going to give it to you when I got back, but I didn't take it out since Bridget and the others were there. Xiaoming took out one from his arms. An exquisite small box, tied with colorful ribbons. At this glance, you can see how attentive the person who prepared the gift was. Open it and see if you like it. Yeah. Xiao Wu nodded and opened the gift box. In an instant, the crystal necklace shone with extraordinary beauty under the sunlight. Xiao Wu fell in love with this necklace at just one glance. Let me put it on for you. Xiaoming smiled. Yeah. Xiao Wu obediently exposed her neck and looked at Xiaoming happily. The crystal necklace hung on Xiao Wu's fair skin, making Xiao Wu's skin look even more crystal clear. Xiao Wu, you are so beautiful. Whether it's beautiful or not, it only belongs to you. Xiao Wu looked at Xiaoming tenderly with blurred eyes, stood up on tiptoes and kissed Xiaoming. The two of them walked around for a long time before slowly arriving at Shrek Academy. This is a small village, with a population of probably several hundred households. There were many people gathered at the entrance of the village, most of them were teenagers of 12 or 13 years old, and most of them were accompanied by their parents. There was a table in the center of their circle, and an old man in his 60s was sitting behind the table. A somewhat tattered-looking plaque hangs on the wooden arch at the entrance of the village, with 5 simple words engraved on it, Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 words, there is a green head that looks like the head of a humanoid monster. The old man behind the desk also wore a similar green circular badge on his chest. This is the school emblem of Shrek Academy. Seeing Shrek's school appearance, Xiao Wu always felt a little sorry for Xiaoming. Seeing Xiaoming's nonchalant look, Xiao Wu felt guilty. Sign in. Xiaoming muttered silently as he walked under the plaque of Shrek Academy. Ding! Sign in successfully. Ding! The mission reward has been sent by Queen Medusa. Ding! The puppet soul ring is automatically bound. A moment later, Xiaoming's soul power surged crazily. The surrounding heaven and earth energy surged towards Xiaoming like a whale sucking. Chapter 64, the 64th cultivation level is rising rapidly. Due to the huge movement, waves of wind and waves could not help but blow around. Everyone around, whether they were the students who came to register or the Shrek teacher, looked at Xiaoming in shock. Even Xiao Wu was a little at a loss. She didn't know why Xiaoming suddenly changed like this. Don't worry, I'm fine. After giving Xiao Wu a word of comfort, Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the ground. At this time, the majestic soul power in Xiaoming's body surged crazily in his meridians, and the aura of the Soul Master level was released. Everyone present who registered for Shrek Academy was shocked. Genius, Soul Master! The chaos in the eyes of the old man in charge of the registration was no longer there, his eyes were shining brightly, and he looked at Xiaoming in shock. This was the first time for him to see such a young Soul Master, and he could feel that his soul power was constantly rising. A breakthrough at the Soul Master level can actually cause such a fluctuation. I'm afraid even a breakthrough at the Soul King level won't have such momentum. The old man sighed secretly in his heart. No one knows his current situation better than Xiaoming. 2 years ago, he had reached level 30, but due to his soul ring, he had been unable to break through. But the soul power of cultivation has been compressed in the body. After 2 years of soul power accumulation, coupled with the 4 times the soul power brought by the 4th level of soul refining art, one can imagine how terrifyingly Xiaoming's soul power has been compressed at this time. It can be said that if this soul ring came later, Xiaoming would not need to practice. Because this is already the maximum endurance capacity of his meridians. If the soul power is compressed a little, it is possible for the meridians to burst. Now that I have obtained the soul ring, my cultivation level will naturally rise slowly. Bang! There was only a soft sound in the body, and the soul power quickly broke through the 31st level like a dam bursting. However, the increase in soul power did not stop, and it quickly broke through the 32nd level. Xiaoming's soul power cultivation level continues to rise. However, this scene stunned the onlookers. They have heard that there are geniuses who can become stronger by drinking water and eating. But this... The teachers at Shrek Academy were even more shocked. This was the first time he had seen someone practice so quickly. Breaking through in cultivation is a bit too easy. In the world of soul masters, there are only 2 ways to break through in cultivation so quickly, which is to absorb soul rings and soul bones and use the residual power of the soul beasts inside to break through. The second is to swallow some rare treasures of heaven and earth. First of all, the first one is impossible. However, it is impossible for him to swallow some genius treasure. Although he was still dozing off when he was in charge of registration, in fact, his mental power had already covered the nearby areas. Every corner. Xiaoming definitely did not take any natural treasures. Forget it, don't think about it anymore, it seems that our Shrek Academy really has a genius this time. Stroking his beard, the old man smiled broadly. Countless voices of amazement came from the crowd. It's him, is he so powerful? At this time, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaoming, who was sitting cross-legged and making breakthroughs in shock, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. She didn't expect that she would meet the person who teased her yesterday again today, let alone that he was such a peerless genius. With that kind of soul power fluctuation, you don't need to think about it to know that it is at least the soul master. And he doesn't look too old. He is definitely a rare genius. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect doesn't have such a genius. It's not so annoying now. Ning Rongrong thought to himself as he looked at Xiaoming, who was practicing seriously with his eyes closed. Bah, he is not a good person. And that seems to be the necklace from yesterday. After staring at Xiaowu for a while, she was already sure that it was the one she wanted to buy yesterday. Suddenly I felt bad again. He glanced at Xiaoming angrily, stamped his feet, and walked directly towards the old man in charge of registration. It feels so comfortable. Xiaoming now only feels a sense of relief all over his body. It felt like shit that had been held in for a week suddenly came out. I can only use 2 words to describe it: happy. Xiaoming's breakthrough lasted for 3 hours. The people around him slowly became numb from the initial shock. Registration continues to proceed in an orderly manner. Xiaowu stayed by Xiaoming's side to protect him. As time passed, the aura on Xiaoming's body slowly stabilized. 35 level Soul Master. Slowly opening his eyes, feeling the majestic soul power in his body, Xiaoming couldn't help but smile. He could feel the soul power in his body, and he was not far away from level 36. Scan around. There are not many people queuing up to sign up at this time. Come on, let's go sign up. Holding Xiaowu's hand, the 2 of them walked in the direction of the old man. There were only 2 people in front of Xiaoming, and it was their turn soon. After throwing 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, Xiaoming and Xiaowu stretched out their hands together. You are of the right age, release your martial spirit. After pinching the bones of their hands, the old man said excitedly. The voice was a little urging. The two looked at each other and released their martial spirits at the same time. Rabbit ears sprouted, white fur appeared on Xiaowu's hands, and her body became more slender. Possessed by the martial spirit Jade Rabbit, Xiaoming didn't change much, only 3 empty soul rings appeared beside him. The fluctuations in the 2 soul master levels made the eyes of the old man in charge of registration light up. Xiaowu has 30 level soul power, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Xiaoming has level 35 soul power, 3 oranges. What kind of soul ring are you talking about? He couldn't help but swallowed. What he saw today made his head feel a little exhausted. My martial spirit is a puppet, something special, and the spirit ring is also something special. I can't tell you the specific reason, it's a family secret. The provincial old man continued to ask more questions, and Xiaoming quickly blocked the old man's words. This is really unheard of. Maybe I am a little ignorant, the old man said with a smile. Seeing that Xiaoming didn't want to say anything more, he didn't ask any more questions. Then do we pass? Xiaowu said, blinking her big eyes. If 2 such young soul masters can't pass, then we don't need to open Shrek Academy. The old man said with a smile. You two, come with me. I'll take you to the next test. With that said, the old man walked forward without thinking about himself. Because Xiaoming and the others were already the last people in line, there were not many people there. Are you the teacher here? Xiaowu asked curiously. Well, my name is Li Yuzong. I am a level 63 attack spirit master. My martial spirit is a dragon pattern stick. You can just call me Teacher Li. The old man gave a slight nod and said. Mr. Li, there aren't many people in our college. I don't seem to see anyone. Indeed, this road was quite deserted, and I saw almost no one. You also know that our Shrek Academy has strict requirements, so there are very few students. It has been 20 years since our Shrek Academy was established. In these 20 years, a total of 42 students have been admitted. On average, 1 year a little more than 2. If all 5 of you are admitted this year, it will be a record. But I think you should all pass. Not long after walking, Li Yuzong led them to an open space. Surrounded by wooden houses, this open space is about 500 square meters, right in the middle of Shrek Academy. If you are strong enough, you can go directly to the 4th level. Let me say hello to the teachers here first. You can move around on the spot. Adjust your condition. We will go to the 4th level later. With that, Li Yuzong walked towards the front. The crowd walked away. Group 109-226-8599. Thanks to the 988 who are on the point of no return, and the 1888 who just want to protect Xylan. Mei is a fool, you have switched to 2G, elementary school student, I am really bored with the 100 book coins reward. Thank you for being the queen of sugar, Gara, and love Douluo's 200, a bit poisonous 265 points reward. Chapter 65 Meeting Zuking for the first time. I looked around and saw that the students who had passed the preliminary examination were taking the re-examination. And where the students were gathered, an old man was lowering his head and recording something. But judging from the plot of the original work, none of them can pass the test. After all, the original work only the Shrek 7 monsters passed the assessment. Xiaoming looked around and saw the original Shrek group resting aside. He knew Ning Rong. The boy with the beard is probably Oscar. Wait, that Zhu Zuking? Wherever he looked, he saw a cold girl. The face is exquisite and beautiful. Today, Zhu Zuking was wearing a black tight-fitting leather trousers, and her curvy figure was perfectly outlined. Because of the material of the leather pants, the thighs look extremely smooth. Visual inspection, there is D. What a pity, it's too cold. Contrary to her fiery body, she has the kind of coldness that comes from her heart. It is a kind of pure coldness, and her black eyes don't even have a trace of life. Through those cold eyes, Zhao Ming saw weakness, despair, and pain. Looking at Zhu Zuking's lonely look, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a little pity. There are no bad thoughts towards Zhu Zuking in my heart, only a simple desire to protect him. He still knows something about the Dai and Zhu families. Because of the spirit fusion skills of the Dai and Zhu families, the Dai and Zhu families have been friends for generations. The Dai family is the royal family of the Douluo Empire, while the Zhu family has been the duke for generations. In addition, the queen of the emperor of the Douluo Empire must be a woman from the Zhu family. The emperors and empresses of Dai and Zhu had an extremely cruel selection mechanism. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuking, Davis, and Zhu Zuyun decided from birth that they would become enemies. Growing up in this kind of environment, it's no wonder that Zhu Zuking became like this. She must have been bullied by Zhu Zuyun's mother and daughter since she was a child. Seeing Zhu Zuking's appearance, Zhao Ming couldn't help but cursed in his heart that Dai Mubai was not a good person. He is really not a man, he has no sense of responsibility at all. He escaped by himself and came to Shrek to have a good time. I don't know how to take Zhu Qing with me. He also asked Zuking to come find him. What a disgusting batch. This kind of person doesn't deserve Zuking, he doesn't deserve it. Hiss, it hurts. Zhao Ming felt a pain in his waist. He turned around and saw Xiao Wu staring at him fiercely. Isn't it just a little bigger? What's so good about it? While twisting and looking at Zhu Zuking, he couldn't help but muttered. Is this just a little bigger? This is obviously much bigger. Zhao Ming couldn't help but curl his lips. But he would never dare to say this to Xiao Wu. Otherwise she would have to cause trouble again. But Zhao Ming didn't say anything, but Xiao Wu asked. Zhao Ming, do all of you men like big guys? Xiao Wu tilted her head and looked at Zhao Ming and said. Who said that? No matter what, I like it. Zhao Ming said, stroking Xiao Wu's hair. But why do you always stare at Sister Bai Ji and Sister Yan Lingji's chests instead of mine? Xiao Wu pouted, obviously dissatisfied with Zhao Ming's answer. Ahem, you're still young, don't always think about profound things. Zhao Ming said with a straight face. Okay, let's go say hello to them. Maybe we will all be classmates in the future. Looking at Xiao Wu with a headache who seemed to want to continue asking, Zhao Ming quickly changed the subject. Then, he pulled Zhao Ming towards Ning Rongrong and the others. Hello, my name is Zhao Ming. Naturally, Ning Rongrong saw Zhao Ming and Zhao Ming early in the morning. Seeing Zhao Ming's smiling face, she was so angry that she wanted to punch him twice. One punch made him cry. Thinking of this, the image of Zhao Ming squatting in the corner, drawing circles and crying appeared in his mind, and Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing. I said, little sister, are you okay? Looking at Ning Rongrong's sudden smile, Zhao Ming couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. You don't need to think about it to know that the other person is thinking about how to prank you. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Ning Rongrong's laughter stopped abruptly. There's something wrong with your brain. Just as he was about to choke Zhao Ming, something suddenly occurred to him. He rolled his eyes and shook hands with Zhao Ming. My name is Ning Rongrong. My name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. My name is Zhu Zuking. Seeing Zhao Ming looking at her, Zhu Zuking said calmly. He stretched out his right hand and shook it with Zhao Ming. Compared with Ning Rongrong's gentle little hands, Zhu Zuking's hands were much larger. To be precise, the fingers should be longer. Unlike the coldness on his face, his hands were very warm. Selling sausages, selling sausages. Take a look, and don't miss it when you pass by. Oscar brand sausages are delicious and sweet. They are cheap and plentiful. They only cost 5 copper coins each. If you eat Oscar brand sausages, you will be guaranteed it's easier to pass the entrance exam. Junior, would you like to take one? Oscar felt a little bit disgusted as he watched Xiaoming chatting and laughing with the two beauties who had just arrived from the academy. Oscar's voice interrupted Xiaoming and Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing took his hand back directly. Uncle, you can buy it elsewhere. We don't eat this. Xiaoming said with a smile. Pfft. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhu came to this place early in the morning. Naturally, he knows something about Oscar's situation. Now when he heard Xiaoming call him uncle, he couldn't help laughing. Even Zhu Zuqing, who had been standing aside coldly, couldn't help laughing. Are you the uncle? I'm only 14 years old. Oscar's face felt embarrassed, and he felt a bit of mumbling in his heart when he looked at Xiaoming. 14 years old? It looks a bit different to me. I am 14 years old. If you ask those people, they all know. I am just a little precocious. Oscar said, pointing to his thick beard. Oh, that's it. It seems I misunderstood. Xiaoming suddenly realized it and said, but this brother still needs to pay attention to his appearance. It looks like he hasn't shaved his beard in a long time. As expected, upon hearing Xiaoming's words, both Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and even Xiao Wu looked disgusted. Xiaoming didn't say just now that they haven't thought about this yet, but now it seems that it is indeed the case. Seeing the expressions of the schoolmates who had just arrived, Oscar felt desolate in his heart. He didn't expect that Shrek Academy, a place that was so boring, would suddenly have so many beautiful school girls. So I didn't even think about cleaning my beard in the morning. After all, there used to be a group of men in the academy, so he didn't have to look after himself all day long. Originally, the two school girls were coaxed by themselves so that they did not think about this. Now Zhao Minji mentioned something. Looking at Oscar's sad face, Xiaoming burst into laughter. If you bother me and Zuqing, today I will make you lose your right to choose your spouse for 3 years. Chapter 66 Zhao Wuji. Li Yuzong also came over at this time and said with a smile, you are all here, so it seems I don't have to shout one by one. Come on, let's go directly to the 4th level. Hearing Li Yuzong's voice, the candidates in the 2nd level quit. A male candidate asked, Teacher, why do they go directly to the 4th level without passing the 2nd level, and we still have to test here one level after another? This is unfair. Li Yuzong looked at the examinee and said calmly, if your soul power can exceed level 25, then you can go directly to the 4th level. If not, you should pass each level one by one. Level 25? This is impossible. The male candidate exclaimed. You must know that the age of candidates cannot exceed 13 years old. You can become a great soul master of level 25 or above at the age of 13. This is absolutely impossible, they must be using the back door. Voices sounded, and all the candidates present believed it. Hearing the questioning from behind, Li Yuzong frowned, take the back door? Where do you think our college is? As he said that, he turned his head and looked at Xiaoming and others. Xiaoming and others did not hesitate and released their martial spirits one after another. The 4 martial souls were released simultaneously, and the terrifying soul power fluctuations caused ripples in the surrounding air. S. All the candidates present widened their eyes and looked at the 5 people in front of them without blinking. Look, that girl is actually the Soul Lord. 1,000-year soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring. And that student, his soul ring is actually orange. And those few people are not bad either. Their soul power seems to be over level 25. A series of exclamations sounded in the examination room, and even the teacher in charge of the 2nd examination room was stunned. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and others also shrank their pupils. They didn't see the martial spirits of Xiaoming and the 2 of them, and they were all a little surprised when they saw them. Having shown his strength, the candidates present had no objections. According to the regulations of Shrek Academy, those who have passed the 25th level can skip the intermediate assessment and directly enter the 4th level. And the 4th round of assessment is Zhaowuji. But Xiaoming had nothing to worry about. After Medusa became a spirit ring, Xiaoming didn't have time to see if she was pretty. Bah, he didn't have time to test her strength. Now it's time to test it with the help of Zhaowuji. Logically speaking, Medusa is proficient in the fighting skills of the Snake Clan, and her true form is still a sky-swallowing python, so she must be very powerful. Of course, after becoming Xiaoming's puppet, they no longer have the realm they had before. But Xiaoming's soul power is not weak either. The 35th level soul power is transformed into fighting spirit, and then... Bah, the devil knows what the exchange rate between soul power and fighting spirit is. No matter how bad the damage is, it must have the strength of a high-level soul sect, or the strength of a soul king. However, all this will soon come to light. We're here. Li Yuzong stopped. This is a new open space, smaller than before. In the middle of the open space, Zhao Wuji was lying on a chair and dozing off. Old Zhao, I brought you the people who took part in the 4th level assessment. Li Yuzong walked up and patted Zhao Wuji on the shoulder. Hey? There are people coming to the 4th level so soon? Or 4? The middle-aged man opened his sleepy eyes and said in surprise. Well, then I'll leave this to you. I'll leave first. After saying that, Li Yuzong waved to the man, looked at Xiaoming and the other 4 and said, "This is teacher Zhao Wuji, who is also our vice principal. He will be responsible for your 4th level." Zhao Wuji looked at Xiaoming and others, his eyes lit up. Standing up from the chair, Zhao Wuji was short in stature and had an ordinary appearance. But it looks extremely solid. 4. This year's harvest is good. They all seem to have reached level 25. No wonder you reached the 4th level so quickly. But, my test is not that easy. Zhao Wuji smiled. Said without a smile. Teacher Li has introduced me just now. I won't say much. My name is Zhao Wuji, a 76th level battle soul master and beast martial soul. I will personally come and accompany you during your assessment. Of course I don't ask you to defeat me. You just need to defend me with all your strength. I will rate each of you based on your performance. The 4 of you only need to work together to resist my attack for 1 stick of incense. As long as 1 of you can persist. In the end, you will pass. How can we defeat a powerful soul saint? Xiao Wu said angrily. Road. It's okay. I'm here. Xiaoming smiled slightly and held Xiao Wu's little hand. Yet. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Xiao Wu immediately became quiet and felt a strong sense of security in her heart. After appeasing Xiao Wu, Xiaoming looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing and said, "Let's exchange our respective martial arts spirits. It will be easier to cooperate later." After saying that, Xiaoming was the first to speak. Xiaoming, Martial Soul Puppet, Level 35 Attack Type Soul Master. Xiao Wu watched Xiaoming speak, and the second one said, Xiao Wu, Beast Martial Spirit Rabbit, a 30-level Attack Type Battle Spirit Master. Ning Rongrong, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda of Martial Spirits, Level 26 Auxiliary Weapon Soul Master. Zhu Zuqing, Beast Martial Spirit Ghost Civet Cat, 27th Level Agility Attack Type Battle Spirit Master. After the introduction, the 4 people looked at each other in great surprise, and finally they all looked at Xiaoming. Xiaoming, how old are you? After hesitating for a while, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but ask. Because Shrek Academy explicitly stipulates that new students recruited cannot be over 13 years old. But the 13-year-old 35th level Soul Master was too scary, which is why she asked Xiaoming in such an unusual way. I am 12 years old. Xiaoming smiled. 12 years old? Looking at Xiaoming's calm look, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were dumbfounded. Okay, let's arrange how to fight. Rongrong, you are from the Kaibao glazed sect, right? Zhaoming Dao. Yes. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda and 2 soul rings. It can enhance the attributes of speed and strength for everyone. The increase is about 30%. There is no problem that the soul power can last for 1 stick of incense. Ning Rong Rong, you can just assist from behind. We don't have anything to arrange. Xiao Wu and I will attack from the front, and Zhu Qing will attack from the side. After thinking about it, Zhao Ming said. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Okay. It's time to start. Zhao Ming shouted towards Zhao Wuji. As he spoke, he held Ning Rongrong's gentle little hand. Ning Rongrong's hands were tender and soft. You stay with me later. I will protect you. Otherwise, Zhao Wuji will definitely target you first. Yet. She originally thought that Zhao Ming wanted to take advantage of her, and struggled to take her hand back, but after hearing what happened next, she stopped struggling. Zhao Ming was right, Zhao Wuji's first goal must be to get rid of her, the auxiliary soul master. Although Zhao Ming had no other ideas, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her heart for some reason when she heard Zhao Ming's words, I protect you. Could it be? Looking at Zhao Ming's indifferent expression, Ning Rongrong knew that he didn't mean anything else. This is all her imagination. Chapter 67 Queen Medusa has no legs. Zhao Wuji took out a stick of incense, and before he could light it, Ning Rongrong took the lead. 7 treasures turn out to reveal colored glaze. Her body floated around in a circle, and dazzling 7-colored light was immediately released from her body. Where the 7-colored light condensed, Ning Rongrong's right hand already had an extra square foot. High colorful pagoda. The precious light flashed, and the nobility was overwhelming. Ning Rongrong smiled, and her whole person looked completely different from before. A little more fairy-like. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from her feet and silently circled around her body. The 7 treasures are famous, one is, power. The first soul ring rose up and enveloped the 7-colored pagoda. Under the guidance of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 colorful lights were released at the same time, covering everyone's bodies respectively. Suddenly a warm feeling enveloped everyone's hearts. A vigorous strength emerged from all the limbs and bones. Zhao Wuji looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, is this the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda? This time, a member of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect came. The 7 treasures are famous, and the second is, speed. 3 more colorful lights floated out, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring also played its role. Immediately afterwards, a light feeling seemed to make Zhao Ming and others feel like they were floating in the air. Feeling the huge improvement brought by Ning Rongrong, Zhao Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance. He had never felt the terror of this martial spirit before, but now that the 7 treasures glazed sect pagoda was assisting him, he knew that he was definitely worthy of being the first auxiliary martial spirit of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Now Ning Rongrong can only achieve a 30% commission, but as his cultivation level increases, the increase will become larger and larger. It can be said that as Zhao Ming's cultivation improves, the help that people like Xiao Wu can provide him will gradually decrease. But Ning Rongrong is different. Her bonus will be useful even if Zhao Ming is promoted to the god level. At this moment, Zhao Wuji moved. Instead, he half-squatted with his legs and punched the ground with both fists at the same time. Zhao Ming could feel a strong airflow rushing towards them along the ground. This was obviously to interrupt Ning Rongrong's release of auxiliary soul skills. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed Ning Rongrong's waist with one hand and pulled Ning Rongrong towards him. He approached his feet and glared, and 2 figures soared into the sky. What are you doing? Being held in Zhao Ming's arms, Ning Rongrong felt a blush and struggled to say, "Don't move." Not wanting Ning Rongrong to continue moving, Zhao Ming hugged Ning Rongrong tighter. The 2 of them clung to each other, and Ning Rongrong's face became even redder. Look below. Zhao Ming looked at Ning Rongrong, whose pretty face was red, feeling a little funny. What? After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Ning Rongrong looked down. I saw a strong air current suddenly burst out of the ground where they had just been. A large hole was also blown out of the flat ground. Ning Rongrong immediately understood Zhao Ming's intention. It's just that this is the first time since she was a child that she was held by a peer like this. I glanced at Zhao Ming secretly, and suddenly realized that he wasn't that annoying anymore. Don't be distracted and control your soul power. Zhao Ming said slightly with a smile on his lips. Oh. Ning Rongrong saw that because of his lack of concentration, the soul power sent to the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was insufficient, and the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda was already somewhat dim. No longer thinking about it, he calmly controlled his 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Returning to the ground again, Zhao Ming directly released his puppet spirit. 3 orange soul rings were beating on Zhao Ming's body, and the powerful wave of soul power made Zhao Wuji look slightly sideways. Taking a closer look, he was a little surprised by the 3 orange soul rings. The students this time are actually so talented. There are 2 soul masters, one from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and one from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. The key is this orange soul ring. It seems that a monster really came this time. Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows and said slightly. Taking advantage of Zhao Wuji's daze, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing moved. Xiao Wu jumped up from the front, while Zhu Zuqing jumped out from the side and attacked Zhao Wuji. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Zhao Wuji's neck. Zhu Zuqing took advantage of the gap when Zhao Wuji was restrained by Xiao Wu and frantically cut Zhao Wuji's back with his netherworld 100 claws. At this time, Zhao Ming had completed the release of the soul skill. Queen Medusa has arrived. As waves appeared in the air, Queen Medusa appeared in the air. Queen Medusa wears a purple brocade robe, covering her plump and exquisite body like a ripe peach. Her delicate face exuded a touch of charm, and her 3,000 green hairs draped down casually from her shoulders, vertically between her slender waist. Under the brocade robe, a purple snake's tail was exposed. The snake's tail swayed slightly, a wild and enchanting temptation that made Zhao Ming's body feel inexplicably hot. The coquettishness of a foreign race is matched with that queen-like temperament. Beautiful. It doesn't matter if you are a snake or not, the main thing is that I like people who are beautiful, and have a temperament. But, where are the queen's legs? Without legs, no matter how beautiful he is, there is nothing he can do. Zhao Ming was a little on the verge of crying, but he soon calmed down. After all, she has no legs, which means that Queen Medusa has not been bullied by Xiao Yan's dog thief yet. If you think about it this way, it's still good news. Attack him! Zhao Ming pointed at Zhao Wuji and said to Queen Medusa. After receiving Zhao Ming's order, Queen Medusa twisted her waist and quickly headed in the direction of Zhao Wuji. While running, he used several snake-shaped fighting skills to attack in the direction of Zhao Wuji. In an instant, it hit Zhao Wuji's back. Medusa was not Zhu Zuqing, so the damage she caused to him was naturally much greater. After all, Zhu Zuqing's soul power was still weak, and even breaking through Zhao Wuji's skin was a bit difficult. But Queen Medusa was different. With Zhao Ming's 35th level soul power and Ning Rongrong's 30% strength and speed bonus, the snake-shaped energy directly broke through Zhao Wuji's skin and headed inside. Destroying. Originally, Zhao Wuji followed Xiao Wu and fought Zhu Zuqing without much precaution. After all, he knew their strength very well. So Queen Medusa is a girl who took advantage of it. Ah! There was a cry of pain, and Zhao Wuji quickly used his strength to quickly throw away Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing who kept attacking him. Looking back, he looked at Medusa's charming face. He was stunned for a moment, and then quickly turned sideways. Because the crimson knife in Medusa's hand was slashing hard towards where he was just now. Having escaped Queen Medusa's attack, Zhao Wuji looked at Zhao Ming in horror. Is this your martial spirit? No, this is just my soul skill. At this time, Zhao Ming had already picked up Xiao Wu, who was thrown away by Zhao Wuji, and said calmly, "What a weird soul skill." Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank. He could feel the strength of this woman who suddenly appeared. Even ordinary soul sex may not have those few attacks just now. Thank you, Shi. A reward of 200 book coins for luck and destiny. Thank you for the 10,000 points with the last number 060, the 1,800 points exclusive to Shiyu, the 100 points with the last number 650, and the 100 points from the trip to Qingdeng. Chapter 68 Yaya is coming. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were also a little surprised at this time. After all, they only knew that Zhao Ming's martial soul was very strange and his soul ring was also very unusual. They didn't know that his soul skills would be like this. Puppet martial spirit, is this a puppet? However, after a slight hesitation, the two of them continued to calm down. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing continued to attack Zhao Wuji, but at this moment, Zhao Wuji's eyes were entirely on Queen Medusa. She is the only one who can cause some trouble to him here. After all, it is still a bit tricky when there is room for attack. The battle continues. It can be felt that Zhao Wuji is obviously serious now. With Medusa attracting Zhao Wuji's power from the front, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing could easily assist from behind. 2 fists are no match for 6 hands. Even though it was difficult for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing to cause substantial harm to him, the pain on his body was real. Roar no longer intending to be so passive, Zhao Wuji directly released his first soul skill. The intense golden light erupted almost instantly, and Zhu Zuqing, who had used the 100 claws of the netherworld, was immediately launched into the air and let out a miserable groan in the air. The violent concussion force caused Xiao Wu to fly backwards, her aura invincible. Zhao Ming quickly stood up and grabbed their waists to prevent them from falling to the ground. The tenderness coming from Zhu Zuqing's waist made Zhao Ming feel a little distraught. 2 different women's fragrances hit his nostrils, which made Zhao Ming enjoy it a little. Being held in Zhao Ming's arms, Zhu Zuqing's face turned red. Zhao Ming could feel her muscles stiffening, but she didn't struggle much. I didn't expect that Zhao, who was living a life of hugging everyone, would end up here. But, you damn thing, it's too fast. Slowly hovering on the ground, Zhao Ming had no choice but to let go of Zhu Zuqing. You two, please take a rest first. Zhao Wuji has released his soul skills, and you are no match for him. Seeing that they still wanted to step forward, Zhao Ming quickly held their hands. But, Zhu Zuqing was stunned and looked at the piece of incense. At this time, it was just halfway through. Just leave the rest to me. Zhao Ming said slightly. It was just a warm-up, and now it has just begun. Only when Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came down could he let go. Otherwise, the puppets have no emotions, and it would be bad if they were accidentally injured. Queen Medusa, release your strongest attack. Zhao Ming commanded. If he keeps consuming it like this, even if he has strong soul power, he still can't withstand any torture. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Queen Medusa's attack on Zhao Wuji stopped abruptly. After a moment of pause, strange marks formed on his hands. In the center of this mark, countless rays of light shot out, making people afraid to look directly. A strange roar came out from the light, and not long after the roar came out, the dazzling light suddenly rose sharply. Under this dazzling light, everyone closed their eyes reflexively. A moment later, when he opened it again, he was shocked to find a big purple snake about 4 feet in height, standing suspended in the air. Breathing out snake letters, the lavender pupils exuded a ferocious aura. The true form of Queen Medusa is the purple flame snake, which evolved into a 7-color sky-swallowing python after gaining part of the power of the Qinglian earth core fire, and finally evolved into a 9-color sky-swallowing python. This is just the first stage. Zhao Wuji was speechless at this time. He had no idea what Zhao Ming had created. It's just a humanoid snake body, but it can actually turn into a snake directly. Will he be able to become a human in the end? Before he had time to think too much, Zhao Wuji gathered all his soul power and poured it into his body. Bang! Queen Medusa quickly slapped Zhao Wuji's body with her snake tail. Zhao Wuji took a step back slightly, feeling the powerful force hitting him. His eyes flashed with shock. This power is already close to that of the Soul King. After enduring the snake tail blow from Queen Medusa, Zhao Wuji no longer held back. The second soul ring on his body lit up. Visible to the naked eye, Zhao Wuji's palm quickly became a bit bigger. Powerful Vajra palm. Control the force well and knock back Queen Medusa with one palm. Taking advantage of Queen Medusa's retreat, Zhao Wuji quickly rushed towards Xiaoming and the others. Zhao Wuji knew very well that only Xiaoming and Ning Rongrong could pose a threat to him at the moment. As for the snake, it was just summoned by Xiaoming. After defeating Xiaoming, all problems will naturally be solved. After a while, Zhao Wuji came to them. The palm knife pointed downwards and slashed hard towards Ning Rongrong's position. With his expression unchanged, Xiaoming quickly pulled Ning Rongrong behind her. At the same time, the second soul ring lit up. He just summoned only one puppet, Queen Medusa. He also has a trump card in his hand, and that is Tishanyaya. Compared to Queen Medusa, who is still very young and has not yet fully grown up, Tishanyaya is already at the top of her world. Grass. Just as Xiaoming was summoning Tushanyaya, Zhao Wuji's sword suddenly turned, and the attack was no longer directed towards Ning Rongrong, but directly towards Xiaoming. As expected of a veteran, he is so sinister. Looking at the sinister look on Zhao Wuji's face, Xiaoming couldn't help but change his expression. The battle should be over. Zhao Wuji smiled slightly. After saying that, the palm of his hand smacked towards Xiaoming quickly, without giving Xiaoming any time to react. It's not that easy to kill me with just this one blow. With a soft drink, Xiaoming let go of Ning Rongrong, adjusted his soul power and concentrated it on his hands to protect his chest. Xiaoming's body was transformed by the ancient phoenix martial spirit. When he absorbed the Tianmeng ice silkworm martial spirit, it was tempered by ice and fire. His physical fitness has long surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. As soon as Zhao Wuji's palm touched Xiaoming, he felt a burst of resistance. A smile flashed across his surprised face, and he increased the strength of his hand and slapped Xiaoming away. Xiaoming retreated quickly. Chapter 69. I covered him, understand? Xiaoming couldn't help but look towards Zhu Zuking's position. Zhu Zuking was seen crossing his legs to recover his soul power, and looking at him in surprise. Xiaoming couldn't help but glance at Medusa again. Isn't this still a snake? Isn't Zuking there? It's not Medusa either. Who is it, so big? Xiaoming murmured. As he spoke, he looked back. I saw a delicate and beautiful face looking at me coldly from behind. Eyes full of evil. The distance between the two faces was extremely close, which startled Xiaoming. Yaya, it turns out you're awake. Have you pinched enough? A cold voice came out, and the blush on Tishanyaya's face flashed away, and she said in annoyance. That's enough. No, it was an accident just now. I didn't mean it. Xiaoming smiled and reluctantly took his hand away. Humph, I'll settle the score with you later. He gave Xiaoming a hard look, hesitated for a moment, and wiped away the bloodshot traces from the corner of Xiaoming's mouth with his hand. Although the harsh words came out of his mouth, there was no trace of harshness. Just like the original work, she is still the same little tsundere who talks nonsense. Xiaoming felt happy in his heart, and the expression on his face remained unchanged, feeling Yaya's tenderness at that moment. After wiping away the blood from the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, Tu Shan Yaya looked coldly in the direction of Zhao Wuji. Did you hurt him? Tishan Yaya said without changing his cold face. Zhao Wuji was a little stunned. Could it be that Xiaoming also did this? Zhao Wuji couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The aura on his body seemed to be more powerful than that snake. Moreover, he could feel the aura on the person's body, and it seemed that his martial soul was slightly suppressed. Is this his second soul skill? Zhao Wuji recalled the scene where Zhao Ming released his second soul skill, and he understood clearly. Who are you? Zhao Wuji was stunned. Tu Shanyaya did not reply to Zhao Wuji's words, but looked at him with cold eyes. In a moment, he already knew what had just happened. I also knew that it was Zhao Wuji who injured Zhao Ming. I'm covering him, understand? He spat out these words coldly, and the aura on Tishanya's body became stronger in vain, while the soul power in Zhao Ming's body was also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why is the soul power consumed so quickly? Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. No matter what kind of monster you are, I don't believe in evil today. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly became stronger. A mere little bear is worthy of being arrogant in front of me. Yaya shouted sweetly. Exorcism style. A cold voice sounded, and Tu Shanyaya turned into a white shadow and flashed past, quickly heading towards Zhao Wuji. Powerful Vajra Palm. Seeing that Tishanyaya was about to fight him head-on, Zhao Wuji smiled and released his second soul skill again. Fists and palms meet. Boom! Waves of air emanated from around the two of them. Tu Shanyaya took 8 or 9 steps back, while Zhao Wuji only took 3 steps back. After all, Zhao Wuji is a 76th level soul saint, but Tu Shanyaya relies on Zhao Ming's 35th level soul power for support. There is a huge difference in soul power between them. This was still the case when Zhao Wuji had great reservations. Otherwise, with a full punch, Yaya would have been dead long ago. Soul King level. Zhao Wuji said slightly. Now he no longer cares about the assessment. Zhao Ming's martial spirit attracted his attention even more. Now he had some speculations about Zhao Ming's martial spirit in his mind. In his opinion, Zhao Ming's soul skill must be to summon creatures to attack him. However, the person Zhao Ming summoned was probably a little too strong. A person of this soul level can summon such a powerful person. Will he be able to do it again in the future? And he still has a soul ring that is useless? Then you can summon one from time to time? Taking a deep look at Zhao Ming, he now felt the terrifying power of Zhao Ming's martial spirit. But at this moment, Queen Medusa, who was repulsed by him, also attacked. Being attacked from both sides, Zhao Wuji's face became slightly serious at this time. Just now, Medusa took a slap from Zhao Wuji and suffered a small loss. Zhao Ming also learned the lesson and asked Medusa to unleash some long-range attack skills from behind. Bursts of red energy like arrows slashed crazily towards Zhao Wuji. Being forcibly dragged away by Tu Shanyaya and Queen Medusa, Zhao Wuji had no chance to directly attack Zhao Ming and Ning Rongrong. Therefore, the original idea of capturing the thief first and capturing the king basically failed. Not wanting to delay it any longer, the third and fourth soul rings on Zhao Wuji lit up. Zhao Wuji quickly punched Tishanyaya, and this punch directly knocked Tishanyaya away. I say, Yaya, can we stop pretending to be like your sister? Let's fight quickly. If we continue to fight, I will be drained by you. Zhao Ming couldn't help shouting with a wry smile. Tu Shanyaya's body was suspended in the air after being hit by Zhao Wuji. When she heard Zhao Ming's words, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Ming in shame. It's all your fault, you are too weak. But she also knew that what Zhao Ming said was true. Even if Zhao Ming's soul power is strong, he cannot withstand squandering. I'm going to be serious. Waves of cold air emanated from her body, and soon there were some ice crystals around her. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing and other people around them couldn't help sneezing and tightened their clothes. The cold air is spreading, and the surrounding temperature is dropping rapidly. The endless wine flask, fill it up. With a sweet drink, Tishanyi raised the gourd in her hand and poured down the wine, looking extremely free and easy. After a while, the aura on Tishanyi's body surged again. A tail emerged from behind her. Quickly, the second tail also came out. It didn't stop until the third tail came out. 9 tails opened 3 tails, and Tishanyi's momentum reached its peak. The bone-piercing cold formed a series of ice swords and shot towards Zhao Wuji. At the same time, he pointed his hand towards Zhao Wuji and said, "Ice." Just as he was preparing to kill Queen Medusa, Zhao Wuji felt a bone-chilling chill coming towards him. Directly released his third soul skill, Gravity Increase. Under the increased gravity, the ice swords shooting towards it immediately slowed down, which also left him with sufficient buffer time. He doesn't know how to feel now. The 2 people Zhao Ming summoned were much more troublesome than he thought. There was no time to sigh, as the clothes on his body moved without any wind, and the majestic soul power surged. He has been restricting just now. Here is no need to retain your soul power now. But soon, just as he was about to release his 5th soul skill, a thin layer of ice crystals suddenly appeared on his body. And the ice crystals are still thickening rapidly. The cold made Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shiver, and the movements of his hands slowed down. Although Tu Shanyi's ice could not freeze Zhao Wuji, the ice could still restrict Zhao Wuji's mobility. Thank you for the 100 Hua Menbao and the 2 588 Forget-Me-Not book coins. This account has been cancelled. Thank you for your 600 for your favorite drop, 1000 for filling the hole with radish, and 100 points for Yeshiuling engraving. Chapter 70 Routine Yaya. In just a moment, Zhao Wuji was covered in ice crystals. Zhao Wuji was shocked when he saw the speed. This is because his cultivation level is strong enough and his physical fitness is excellent. If an ordinary soul emperor were here today, he would probably be eaten alive by Zhao Ming. Clenching his hands hard, the muscles on his body exploded, and Zhao Wuji forcibly shattered the ice on his body. At this time, the ice sword released by Tishanyi and the snake-shaped energy of Medusa hit him directly. Ah! Zhao Wuji couldn't help but scream. Those ice swords took advantage of this gap to penetrate into the surface of his muscles, and traces of blood flowed out. Zhao Wuji's martial spirit is the powerful Vajra bear, and coupled with his soul saint-level cultivation, his body's defense is terrifyingly powerful. But this is enough. Tu Shanyi's ice is the ultimate ice, enough for Zhao Wuji to drink a pot. Zhao Wuji felt severe pain in several places on his body at the same time. The bone-chilling cold caused a significant decrease in the speed of the meridians and blood vessels in his body. Even with Zhao Wuji's physique, he couldn't help but gasp, and the pain made his whole body convulse. Zhao Wuji became a little angry, and let out a low roar. The 5th soul ring, the soul ring shining with deep black, suddenly lit up. The strong roar made the entire Shrek Academy tremble. He is going to be angry. Teacher Zhao, the incense has been burned. Our test has passed. Seeing that Zhao Wuji was about to take action, Zhao Ming said quickly. At the same time, take back Queen Medusa. As for Tishanyi, she has reached full health and can exist independently. Upon hearing Zhao Ming's words, Zhao Wuji was stunned and looked at the incense. It had just burned out at this point. Zhao Wuji couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. The test time has passed. If he takes action again, it will be because he has lost his temper. But he was feeling aggrieved. Several of his powerful soul skills and his martial soul avatar were not released. Well, you boy, you have some brushes. With a sigh, Zhao Wuji patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder, glanced at Tu Shanyi, and turned around to walk away. Halfway through, he looked back. He was a little confused as to why the fox was still there when Zhao Ming had taken back his martial spirit. He didn't understand, and he was not in the mood to ask these questions at this time. Not long after Zhao Wuji left, someone came to arrange dormitories for Zhao Ming and the others and introduce the situation of the college. Xiaoming was not used to living with other men, so he asked for a single room. The teacher arranged it for Xiaoming without saying anything. It was probably because Zhao Wuji told them about his strength that they all paid attention to it. The strong or genius always have privileges. If you say you don't have it, it only means that you are not strong enough and your talent is not high enough. The sun sets in the west. It's getting late. Xiaoming and Tu Shanyai walked on the path outside Shrek Academy together. At this time, the surrounding farmers were harvesting wheat in the fields, and their simple shouts could be heard from time to time. Why are you leaving so early? Why don't you play a little longer? Xiaoming looked helplessly at Tishanyai's pretty face. TCH, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Besides, why should I follow you when you go to school? Do you want to watch you show affection with other women? Tishanyai's face turned cold and she said angrily. Pfft! I don't have any bad intentions. Don't slander me. Really? Tishanyai tilted her head and looked at Xiaoming unblinkingly. Well, ahem, maybe a little bit, but I'm definitely not what you think. Xiaoming said matter-of-factly. Think about it, you have just woken up and your body is not very good yet. You need to exercise at this time. I am thinking of teaching you yoga to help you. The more Xiaoming talked, the more excited he became, completely unaware of Tu Shanyai's increasingly darker complexion. In the world system of the fox demon, there is a modern human world, so Tishanyai naturally knows what Xiaoming is talking about. Ah! He kicked Xiaoming away with a sudden kick. I'll go, Yaya, I just realized now that I'm really miserable. I was bullied by my puppet with my soul power. Xiaoming patted the dust on his butt and said with tears in his eyes. Who told you to speak indiscriminately? Looking at Xiaoming's funny look, Tishanyai couldn't help laughing, but she still said with a cold face. Yaya, you just laughed. No. You just laughed. I said, I didn't. Tishanyai was a little annoyed. You should smile more. It's very beautiful. I like it very much. Xiaoming suddenly stopped and looked at Yaya's face tenderly and said. Tu Shanyai blushed when Xiaoming looked at her, and quickly looked away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoming directly grabbed Tu Shanyai's hand. Yaya's body trembled, and Xiaoming suddenly felt that the soul power in his body was diminishing, and he was immediately frightened. After a jump, he quickly changed the subject and said softly, Yaya, look at the sunset today, it's so beautiful. Looking at Xiaoming seemed to be an unintentional act, and there was that gentle look in his eyes. After all, she couldn't make a move and let Xiaoming hold her hand. With her experience, she can see clearly. Xiaoming's eyes were so clear and clean, without any bad thoughts at all. Let's go sit on the top of the mountain over there. Just in time to watch the sunset. Xiaoming said slightly. What's so good about the sunset? Tishanyai said with feigned disdain, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. Everyone knew she was telling lies. With a slight smile, Xiaoming pulled Tu Shanyai along the mountain road toward higher ground. In the mountains, the afterglow of the setting sun shines. Beautiful and quiet. Xiaoming and Xiaoming didn't speak, and walked quietly on the path in the mountains. The path was already covered with a thin layer of leaves, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. But it has more flavor. Walking slowly, Xiaoming held Tu Shanyai's hand tighter. When they came to the mountain, Xiaoming took Tu Shanyai's hand and sat on the ground, quietly watching the sun disappear over the top of the mountain. The sun dropped below the horizon, and the fire clouds in the sky gradually returned to white. Once upon a time, there was a couple. Seeing that the level of force was almost high, Xiaoming began to make up stories. Xiaoming's tone was light and full of vicissitudes of life, telling the story of a loving couple watching the sunset every day. Of course, it has to end tragically to highlight the beauty of this love. Although he is no longer around, the woman still comes to see the sunset every day. Every time she comes, she brings 2 simple benches, and the other one is left for him. I like to watch the sunset very much. Although it is only beautiful for a moment, it is still brilliant. Zhao Ming said affectionately, looking at Tishanyaya as he spoke. What's this expression? You must have said this to many people. Let me guess, you not only like sunsets, you also like sunrises, you also like the scorching sun at noon, and you should also like rainy days. Anyway, no matter what the weather you really like it, right? Tu Shanyaya couldn't help but said as she looked at Zhao Ming with a half smile. How is that possible? Zhao Ming thought he was going to suffer, so he quickly said seriously. Forget it, I won't bother you anymore. You should hurry up and accompany your sister Xiaowu. Don't keep her waiting. Tishanyaya said slightly as she stood up. If you don't want to stay in the academy, you can go to Soto City. Baiji and Yanyan are both there. I will go back to find you when I have time. Yes. Tishanyaya responded and ran directly down the mountain. Halfway through, he stopped again, hesitated for a while, and finally turned his head. Actually, I quite like it. Chapter 71, Mission Released, Prepare Routines. After a good sleep, she got up, washed up, and walked towards Xiaowu and her dormitory. The girls' dormitory is larger than the boys' dormitory, and the surrounding environment is better. Since there are only 3 girls in total, they all live in the same dormitory. As soon as I walked to the girls' dormitory, I saw Zhu Zuqing opening the door. She is still dressed in black. Different from yesterday's leather clothes and pants, today Zhu Zuqing is wearing a black skirt and black stockings. Her perfect figure and cold face have a unique charm. The legs wearing stockings were not as slender as Xiao Wu's, but more fleshy and rounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully joining Shrek Academy. Now the main mission is released, get Zhu Zuqing's sincerity and make Zhu Zuqing completely give up on Daimyo Bai. Mission Reward, Mysterious Item. Hearing the sudden notification sound, Zhao Ming felt that the sound was so beautiful. This mission suits his thoughts very well. Pick up girls and do both tasks correctly. For Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing. The marriage certificate between the Dai and Zhu families is still very binding. And this is even more true for large families like Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing who have been passing on the inheritance. Zhu Zuqing had long been disappointed with Daimyo's intoxicating attitude and his constant escaping from reality. But she still came to find him, which showed that Zhu Zuqing still had some expectations for him. Because the marriage contract and the ancient tradition of Zhu Zuqing's marriage to Dai would make Zhu Zuqing as tolerant as possible to Daimyo Bai's behavior. As long as Daimyo Bai doesn't do something that goes too far and completely exceeds Zhu Zuqing's bottom line for accepting him, Zhu Zuqing will tolerate it. If you want Zhu Zuqing to completely give up on Daimyo Bai, if you think about it carefully, it is not that easy. Good morning, Zhu Qing. Are you okay now? Zhao Ming waved his hand and greeted Zhu Zuqing with a smile. We are all fine, but you took the most shots yesterday. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have passed the final assessment. Zhu Zuqing also looked at Zhao Ming at this time and said slightly. You are being polite when you say this. We are also a team, and this is my duty. Moreover, even if we failed the last round of assessment yesterday, Zhao Wuji would have allowed us to enter the academy. After all, if they don't accept geniuses like us, then I have to wonder if there is something wrong with their brains. Zhao Ming chuckled. This is not Zhao Ming's nonsense. After experiencing the beatings from society in his previous life, he understood. All rules are set up for ordinary people, and these rules are used to regulate ordinary people. Real geniuses like them will naturally not be subject to rules constraint. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but feel a little funny. You are indeed geniuses. I am far behind you. Zhu Zuqing said. At this time, she recalled in her mind that Zhao Ming had caused a lot of trouble to Zhao Wuji yesterday by summoning puppets by himself. Although they are of the same age, there is a huge gap in strength between them and him. And now that I think about it carefully, she was actually the weakest among the freshmen who entered the academy yesterday. Not to mention Xiaoming and Xiao Wu, the two soul masters are far more powerful than her. Ning Rongrong, a direct disciple of the Kaibao glazed sect, although his soul power is only level 26, one level lower than her, his role in the team is far higher than hers. They couldn't sleep last night and had a lot of communication with each other. Ning Rongrong had said that their 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda's increase rate for its partners was fixed. This means that even if Ning Rongrong is level 21, the increase for her partners is still 30%. It's the same even if you reach level 29. The only difference between the two is the strength of their soul power. She is different, she is an agility and attack type soul master. Now that there are 2 attack type soul masters of the same age, her role will be minimal. Looking at Zhu Zuking's suddenly dim and even lost expression, Xiaoming felt a little distressed. For a woman like Zhu Zuking, she has the most sensitive personality and the greatest pursuit of her own strength. Now that I know that I am the weakest, I am naturally a little disappointed and unwilling. If you really want to become stronger, maybe I can help you. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Zhu Zuking's eyes instantly lit up. Are you telling the truth? Zhu Zuking asked, looking at Xiaoming with some surprise. She had been guessing yesterday that Xiaoming must have a special knack for being able to practice to this level at such a young age. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated to this level at this age? Moreover, Xiaoming's martial spirit is very powerful, but he has no reputation at all on the mainland. She speculated that Xiaoming must come from a reclusive family. A place like this might actually have a way to help her become stronger. She is not a greedy person, but now that Xiaoming has offered to help her, why wouldn't she do it? If you really want to become stronger, let's do it the day after tomorrow. Let's start with actual combat. I think you should rarely fight against others since you were a child. Xiaoming had an idea. Yes. Zhu Zuking nodded. Xiaoming was right. She did have few people to practice with her in the Zhu family, and she had very little practical experience, especially with her peers. Seeing that Zhu Zuking agreed, Xiaoming couldn't help but want to praise his own wit. This can not only help Zuking improve his strength, but also cultivate his feelings. Isn't it beautiful to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Regarding Zhu Zuking's strength, wait until you develop a good relationship. He has plenty of ideas. Let's not talk about the soul bone he obtained from Tang Hao. In a few days, he is going to go to Douluo to get some fairy grass and bring it back. Of course, these treasures can only be enjoyed by him and his wife. As for Oscar and the like, sorry, we are not familiar with it. Xiaoming? What are you doing here? At this time, Ning Rongrong also walked out, looked at Xiaoming, and then at Zhu Zuking, with a look of understanding. Don't think blindly. I've just come here, and I'm here to see Xiao Wu. Otherwise, why else would I be here? To see you? You have nothing to see. Xiaoming gave Zhu Zuking a relieved look, and then looked up and down. He looked at Ning Rongrong's body and said with a straight face. You. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Ning Rongrong was immediately furious. What do you mean I have nothing to see? I'm obviously very beautiful, okay? Although that one is not as big as Zuking's, and her legs are not as good looking as Xiao's. But... Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of this and was speechless. He stamped his feet angrily and ran directly to the dormitory. As I ran, I thought to myself. Dai Xiaoming. She was very gentle yesterday, but now she is so fierce. Chapter 72 Kind Xiaoming. Not long after Ning Rongrong returned to the dormitory, Xiao Wu came out. I must have just washed my hair, and there is still some moisture on my hair. Because her hair was not dry, Xiao Wu did not tie it up. Let her head full of black silk cascade down to her buttocks. It's less delicate and more innocent. Sorry, I was taking a shower just now. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue playfully and ran towards Zhao Ming. While running, I fixed some loose hair with hairpins. Hugging Zhao Ming's arm, she was obviously very happy today. What's wrong? Are you so happy? Zhao Ming said, pinching the tender flesh on Xiao Wu's face. Hehe, now that they are all gone, no one will compete with me to fight for you. Xiao Wu said happily, hugging Zhao Ming's arm tightly. Because the hug was so tight, Zhao Ming could feel Xiao Wu's slightly bulging curve. This made Zhao Ming a little surprised. Normally I don't seem to feel anything, but there is still something there. Although not as good as Zuking, it should still be fairly well developed. But, being small also has its advantages. At least Zhao Ming still thinks it's pretty good. Just like life. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, you have to taste everything. This is called experiencing life. If you only eat one flavor, you will always feel tired. Sometimes, changing the flavor will give you a different feeling. How is it? Is it a little bigger than before? Seeing Zhao Ming's strange look, Xiao Wu said with a smile. It's better than before. But why are you so fast? Looking at Xiao Wu in surprise, he still remembered that not long ago, she was no different from him. At that time, it only looked a little bit, not so obvious. Hehe, I needed it myself. I read in the book that it will get bigger if you rub it. Xiao Wu said excitedly after hearing Zhao Ming say that it got bigger. But I've been rubbing it for a long time, and it's only become this big. After listening to Xiao Wu's words, Zhao Ming had a dark look on his face. What kind of mess is this? Who taught my Xiaohe bad things? Xiao Wu, who taught you all this? I read it in a book. I did what it said. It also said to eat papaya. Seeing that Zhao Ming didn't seem as happy as he thought, and seemed to blame her a little, Xiao Wu said with a sad face. Looking at Xiao Wu's pitiful look, Zhao Ming couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Maybe it was really because he neglected her that made her think wildly. That's why I want to make changes like this. You don't have to do this next time. In fact, I like you very much now. People only think that Sister Yan Lingji and you are like that. It's obvious that I got to know you first, and I haven't even met you yet. Xiao Wu said softly, lowering his head and pouting. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I just thought that you were still young and I was afraid of hurting you. Zhao Ming hugged Xiao Wu tightly, feeling a little distressed. Fortunately, I opened up the problem today, otherwise, it would be even more difficult to deal with it in the future. Then can you kill me? Putting her hands around Zhao Ming's neck, Xiao Wu stood on tiptoes and looked at Zhao Ming with eyes like a pool of spring water. Okay. Zhao Ming breathed out lightly. Xiao Wu's face turned slightly red and she snuggled into Zhao Ming's arms. Xiao Wu stopped talking. Shyness, expectation, happiness, all kinds of emotions spread in my heart. Let's go eat now. I'm almost starving. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded and broke away from Zhao Ming's arms. The two of them had just arrived and didn't know anything about Shrek Academy. There was no one in the college again, and Zhao Ming walked slowly. Not long after, a loud noise was heard. Ma Heng-jun, we have broken up, please don't bother me anymore. No, I don't allow it. I don't care, we really can't do it. You are a soul master with good physical fitness, but I am just an ordinary person. Hearing this voice, Zhao Ming understood what was going on. Turning a corner of the room, the two of them appeared in front of Zhao Ming. The girl, about 14 or 5 years old, has a delicate appearance, full of youthful air, and is dressed in simple peasant clothes. The boy is short and chubby, with a light mustache on his lips. This should be Ma Heng-jun and Qiwa. However, Zhao Ming couldn't help but frown when he saw Ma Heng-jun. Ma Hongjun is the ancestor of Ma Xiaotao, the famous sexy beauty in Douluo. How did he get into this mess? Could it be that genes are very powerful? No, it's the woman's genes that are very strong. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun, who is a drag, will never be able to be brought along. Ma Hongjun seems to be by Chen Xiang. It seems that this white agarwood is also very beautiful. Take back your thoughts. At this time, Qiwa and Ma Hongjun were entangled, and Qiwa looked at Ma Hongjun with fear in her eyes. This shows how much shadow Ma Hongjun brought to her. Xiao Wu was about to take action when Xiaoming quickly stopped her. Let's take a look first before talking. Qiwa, I am sincere to you. You can't break up with me just like this. Ma Hongjun held Qiwa's hand hard, otherwise she would leave. I know, but we are really not suitable. You also know, my body. Stop talking, it's impossible for us in this life. Qiwa looked determined. Listening to Qiwa's words, Ma Hongjun was about to say something when Xiaoming stood up. You too, can you listen to what I said? Xiaoming pulled Xiao Wu forward and said softly. Ma Hongjun glanced at Xiao Wu and was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. But the next moment, his eyes moved to Xiaoming, especially when he looked at Xiaoming coldly. He quickly lowered his head involuntarily. That is a kind of fear that comes from deep inside. Under that gaze, any bad thoughts towards Xiao Wu disappeared. You, who are you? Ma Hongjun's expression changed. He didn't understand why the man in front of him was suppressing him so forcefully. It doesn't matter what my name is. What's important is that I can help you get rid of the evil fire in your body. System, are you sure this is true? Please don't lie to me. The reason why Xiaoming suddenly wanted to deal with the evil fire for Ma Hongjun was entirely because of what the system said. Nonsense. Why did I lie to you? Ma Hongjun doesn't know how to use it, so he ended up like this. As long as the host can get this kind of thing, I guarantee that it will never be like becoming Ma Hongjun, and it will be real, raise it to reality. Is that so? Hearing the system's words, Xiaoming felt surprised and excited. He didn't expect that the thing that caused the evil fire on Ma Hongjun could have such a powerful effect. This is not a disaster, it is clearly the most powerful tonic in the world. Thinking about it carefully, Ma Hongjun has grown much more mature than his peers because of the evil fire in his body since he was a child. This shows that the thing is not an ordinary thing. Moreover, the immortal fire on Xiaoming's body is not the mutated phoenix fire like Ma Hongjun. Even if Xiaoming absorbs those things, he will not become like Ma Hongjun. Can you help me solve my evil fire problem? Ma Hongjun asked in surprise. Of course. If I guessed correctly, your martial spirit should be the fire phoenix. And it must have been mutated, right? Xiaoming smiled slightly. That's right. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Ma Hongjun's eyes flashed with surprise. Not everyone knows about the problem with his martial spirit. Although your martial spirit rarely becomes stronger when it mutates. But after all, it is a martial spirit mutation, and there is still a difference between it and the real fire phoenix martial spirit. The difference is that your martial spirit has impurities. This kind of impurities will make you horny all the time. It's fine for a short time, but if it lasts for a long time, your body will be burned dry by this fire. Especially your kidneys, heart, and other important parts. If it's not dealt with as soon as possible, I'm afraid you won't live to be 20 years old. Xiaoming said something. The real thing, while exaggerating the side effects of this evil fire. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Ma Hongjun's expression changed. What Xiaoming said was basically the same as what his teacher Flanders said. But what Xiaoming said seemed to be more serious. Will I not live to be 20? The teacher deliberately hid it from me in order to prevent me from being sad? But, even if what you said is true, then what ability do you have to help me? I followed the teacher when I was 6 years old, and he tried many methods but couldn't solve the problem of evil fire for me. You, Ma Hongzhen, he continued talking nonchalantly, but the next moment his eyes changed, and he looked at Xiaoming with burning eyes. In Xiaoming's hands, a black flame kept churning. Around the flame, the temperature was extremely high, and the surrounding air rippled. Fire, this must be the legendary ultimate fire. Only the ultimate fire can have such a terrifying temperature. Only the ultimate fire can make him feel the suppression of attributes. Are you the ultimate fire? Ma Hongzhen's eyes completely changed at this time. Now he believed that the other party could help him get rid of the impurities in his martial soul. Because over the years, Flanders had used him to search for various famous doctors, and through various methods, he finally came to a conclusion. That means he can only be saved through ultimate ice or ultimate fire. Suppressing the evil fire in his body through the ultimate ice may stimulate the purest evolution of his martial soul. At that time, not only can the magazine in his body be eliminated, but the martial soul can also truly evolve into a pure fire phoenix. But this is also risky. After all, ice and fire are incompatible. The best way is for a soul master with extreme fire to use high temperature to purify his martial soul. This method is also the best, but throughout the history of the continent, few soul masters with ultimate fire have been found. It was precisely this that made Ma Hongzhen give up the idea. But now, a soul master with ultimate fire stood in front of him alive. And he also offered to help him solve the problem of evil fire in Wuhan. Ultimate fire? That's right. Xiaoming smiled slightly. His immortal fire could be considered the ultimate fire. But it is definitely the best of the best. Ultimate fire is a concept. When the temperature of the flame reaches a certain level, it can be called the ultimate fire. Naturally, there are strengths and weaknesses here. It's like the ultimate ice. The Ice Emperor's ultimate ice is still inferior to the Snow Emperor. Miss Qiwa, I think the reason you just argued was because of a stubborn illness in his body. If I cure him, how about you not break up with him? With a slight smile, Xiaoming turned his head and looked at green flowers. If you can cure him, I will continue to be with him. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Qiwa's face turned red and she continued to say happily. There is a gulf-like gap between soul masters and ordinary people. If it wasn't because she really couldn't bear it, how could she take the initiative to break up with her boyfriend, a soul master? You know, if your lover is a soul master, it is definitely a high honor for ordinary women like them. And Ma Hongzhen looked at Xiaoming with a hint of gratitude. Being able to help a stranger, even with a little effort, is extremely difficult. What's more, it's such a big deal as Wuhan. In Ma Hongzhen's opinion, Xiaoming must be a just and kind person. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoming tenderly. In Xiao Wu's heart, Xiaoming's kind and honest nature has not changed. Even after all these years, he is still as kind as ever. The chapter just now, ahem, was blocked, and it may take 2 days to unblock it, so I revised it, patched it up and posted it again. Chapter 73 Ma Hongzhen and Qiwa's Love. Outside Shrek Campus, Xiaoming found a quiet location and took action. Watching Xiaoming release his martial spirit, Ma Hongzhen felt a strong suppression from the martial spirit. Under that kind of suppression, the speed of his soul power actually slowed down a bit. His martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix, which is definitely a powerful martial spirit. Although the evil fire phoenix is different from the fire phoenix, the combat effectiveness of the martial spirit is not much lower. But even with such a martial spirit, Ma Hongzhen still felt the great suppression. Is there any bird in this world that is more powerful than the phoenix? Ma Hongzhen was a little unbelievable. But in his heart, he was even more convinced that Xiaoming could cure himself. The difference between Ma Hongzhen's evil fire phoenix and the ordinary fire phoenix is that his martial soul has impurities. For Xiaoming, he only needs to force out the impurities. At Xiaoming's request, Ma Hengzhen also released his martial spirit. Xiaoming kept the immortal fire baking on his body. Only when it really worked on Ma Hengzhen could he realize the horror of Xiaoming's martial spirit. Not to mention anything else, this fire spirit alone is probably one of the most powerful spirits in the world. If you want a complete cure, you have to endure hardships. Xiaoming looked at Ma Hengzhen, whose face was already a bit ferocious, and said calmly. At this time, Ma Hengzhen's body had turned red, and traces of sweat were evaporating from his body. But as soon as sweat leaves the body, it evaporates quickly and disappears into the air. Not long after, black impurities appeared on Ma Hengzhen's body. After these impurities appear, they are quickly burned away. However, they did not really disappear, and the essence was slowly absorbed into Xiaoming's body. As those essences entered his body, Xiaoming only felt his spirit shaken. An unprecedented spirit made Xiaoming a little excited. Moreover, these impurities stripped from Ma Hengzhen's body entered Xiaoming's physical strength without any bad signs at all. Time passed very slowly. As Xiaoming's immortal fire burned, it was visible to the naked eye that the flames of Ma Hengzhen's evil fire phoenix were becoming purer. And Xiaoming's face was also flushed, which was a sign of excessive yang energy. After a while, a shrewd middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed crystal glasses came around them. Xiaoming knew that this was Flanders. Flanders was looking at him in shock at this time. Turns out to be twin martial spirits. Flanders couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. He heard Zhao Wuji talk about how powerful this new student was yesterday. Through his puppet martial soul, he can have combat power comparable to that of the Soul Emperor, or even stronger. Yesterday, he couldn't help but wanted to come and see this evil student, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Because he knows that geniuses are arrogant. If he knew that he had received such attention in the academy, it would be difficult to manage him in the future. But even so, this morning, he made an exception and came to the playground early. He was so eager to see this student whose talent was close to that of a demon. But he learned from Xiaowu that he was removing impurities from the evil fire for Ma Hengzhen. At that time, he still didn't believe it, so he rushed over in a hurry, fearing that he would hurt his precious apprentice. Although this is a family of students with nearly demonic talents, Ma Hengzhen is his own child since he was 6 years old. Flanders rushed over in a hurry, but this scene made Flanders even more horrified. He didn't expect that Xiaoming could really remove the impurities from the evil fire for Ma Hengzhen. He also didn't expect that this student with a talent close to that of a demon would actually have another martial spirit. Although he didn't know what this martial spirit was, he also knew that it was a top-notch fire attribute martial spirit. And he could faintly feel that the martial spirit seemed to be suppressing him in some way. You know, he is the soul saint. The difference in soul power between them was so big that he could feel the suppression of the martial soul. Then how powerful Xiaoming's beast spirit must be. As the last trace of impurity was refined by Xiaoming, Ma Hengzhen's martial spirit had completely evolved into a fire phoenix. A flash of light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes at this time. No one noticed that in Ma Hengzhen's martial spirit and in the eyes of the fire phoenix, a faint black flame burned quietly, then quickly disappeared, turning into the light in his eyes. A touch of black silk. This change is extremely subtle. No one saw it. There is no free lunch in the world. Everything you get comes at a price. For Xiaoming, since he has perfectly solved the evil fire problem and made Ma Hengzhen a real fire phoenix, he naturally cannot cultivate an enemy for himself. Xiaoming naturally had deep meaning in planting a ray of immortal fire in Ma Hengzhen's martial spirit. As long as Ma Hengzhen wants to confront him in the future, especially if he wants to compete with him for Bai Chen Xiang, Xiaoming will be able to get rid of him effortlessly. The immortal fire is not the evil impurity, it will be even more harmful. Of course, Xiaoming is also a kind person. As long as Ma Hengzhen is honest, he will naturally not target him without reason. After all, they are both fire-attributed bird martial spirits. The nirvana and rebirth of the phoenix and the immortality of the phoenix can be considered to have some similarities. Now that the evil fire problem has been solved for him, he can live a normal life like a normal person. Qiwa, what an elegant and vivid name. At first glance, she sounds like a good and honest girl. When Ma Hongzhen was just purifying the phoenix flame, Qiwa was watching from the sidelines, and the worried expression on her face was real. Xiaoming knew that this was a good girl. Xiaoming thought he had done enough to solve the evil fire for him and save a relationship for him. Therefore, Xiaoming can feel at ease when the time comes to pursue Bai Chen Xiang. Thank you. Feeling the pure flame energy in his hand, Ma Hongzhen said with a sincere smile. No, you should thank Miss Qiwa. It's because of this kind and honest little girl that I thought of coming to help you. And she still stayed here in the face of our high-temperature flames just now. Even I was a little touched. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Ma Hongzhen glanced at Qiwa. At this time, Qiwa's clothes were all soaked with sweat, and her face was pale and a little tired, but she was full of smiles and joy. Seeing Qiwa like this, Ma Hongzhen was moved. In the past, his relationship with Qiwa was largely due to the evil fire in his body. But now seeing Qiwa like this, he was moved and sincerely grateful. It's moving. Even though Qiwa is not so beautiful, she is simple and honest. The waist is not that slender, but he is hard-working and capable. Qiwa, Ma Hongzhen called slowly. Hongzhen. Qiwa took 2 steps forward and looked at Ma Hongzhen infatuatedly. Looking at each other, peaceful and peaceful. Looking at this scene, Xiaoming smiled happily. Thanks to the 888 for asking Jun Hewan, she is a life or not a dream, the professional gangster, Zijia, Accelerator, ZY Fenglin's 100 reminiscences, and KS 588 book coins for the reward. Thanks, can you give me a 100-point reward? Chapter 74 Ning Rongrong's mentality collapsed. Ahem. Looking at this scene, Flanders couldn't help but cough slightly. Teacher? You are here too. Ma Hongzhen noticed Flanders at this moment and said respectfully. You didn't go to class this morning. Can I not come? Flanders said angrily. But there was a flash of relief in Ma Hongzhen's eyes. After all, he had watched Ma Hongzhen grow up, and it was unpleasant for him to see Ma Hongzhen being troubled by evil fire since he was a child. Now that the problem is solved, Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit has turned into a real fire phoenix. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, his future achievements will definitely be considerable, so he is naturally in a good mood. Teacher, I was wrong. I did it for a reason today. Ma Hongzhen said with a sad face, fearing that Flanders would punish him. Okay, okay. I didn't say I wanted to punish you. Flanders said angrily, and then moved his eyes to Xiaoming. Ma Hongzhen took the initiative to introduce to Xiaoming, this is my teacher and the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders, a strong man at the Soul Saint level. Hello, Dean, I am Xiaoming, a new student admitted to the hospital. Xiaoming smiled and said gently. Well, I heard Zhao Wuji talking about you yesterday. I originally thought he was exaggerating, but now it seems that I have underestimated you. You are indeed worthy of the word monster. Flanders said with satisfaction. He is gifted as a monster but does not have an arrogant temper, and his character is neither humble nor overbearing. At this time, Flanders had a very high opinion of Xiaoming. When you entered the academy, we didn't have time to teach you anything, but you solved a big problem for me. I will keep Hongzhen's matter in mind. Just treat it as a favor that I owe. Flanders looked solemn. Said. Since he has no children, he will only accept Ma Hongzhen as his disciple in this life. Although on the surface Flanders treated him no differently than others, and even treated him more harshly. But deep down in my heart, I already regard him as my son. Now that Xiaoming has cured Ma Hongzhen, Flanders is naturally very grateful. Although the favor of a soul master of the soul saint level is not of much use to Xiaoming now, it is better than nothing. I see you have all worked hard today. Xiaoming, please go down and take a rest first. Hung Jun, come with me. After saying that, Flanders left with Ma Hung Jun eagerly. It seemed that he was taking Ma Hung Jun for a test. His martial spirit is gone. Phew, I'm exhausted. Now I can finally take a rest. Ning Rong Rong sat down on the ground without any regard for elegance, breathing heavily. He said while fanning himself with his little hands. Anyway, that guy Flanders won't be guarding. It's okay if I run a few laps less. No one has noticed it now. I'll go to Soto City to play for a while and come back at the right time. Ning Rong Rong muttered in his mouth. His eyes lit up and he walked towards the entrance of the village. What do you mean no one saw me? Am I right here? A faint voice sounded. At this time, Xiaoming was lying on a wicker chair under the big tree at the entrance of the village, chewing an apple and looking at Ning Rong Rong with a smile on his face. Xiaoming, why are you here? Only then did Ning Rong Rong realize that someone was behind him. Xiaoming's position was just blocked by branches, so she didn't see it. Why can't I be here? Xiaoming said with a smile, changing the apple in his hand and continuing to chew it. Well, Xiaoming, let me discuss something with you. Ning Rong Rong rolled her eyes, staring at Xiaoming with her big eyes, and said delicately. What's going on? Looking at Ning Rong Rong's weird look, Xiaoming was a little amused. I have something to go to Soto City later. If anyone asks, how about you just pretend you haven't seen me? Ning Rong Rong said with a delicate voice as her two big eyes flickered. No. Xiaoming shook his head and rejected Ning Rong Rong directly. He knew that Ning Rong Rong and Oscar would be asked to run today on the pretext of exercising. The reason why Flanders made such a request was simply to give Ning Rong Rong a blow. Because Flanders knew very well how coquettish and domineering an eldest lady from a big family like Ning Rong Rong was, he knew that Ning Rong Rong would not be able to complete it. So Flanders wanted to take this opportunity to dampen Ning Rong Rong's temper. So, Xiaoming came to help Ning Rong Rong. But Ning Rong Rong didn't think so. She felt that Xiaoming was here to target her. Damn it, Xiaoming, don't forget it. You haven't even gone to the morning training yet. You are worse than me. Seeing Xiaoming's refusal, Ning Rong Rong suddenly changed her face, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Xiaoming manfully. Ming said. She just felt like she was going to be angry to death. It's Xiaoming again. She was kind and generous and didn't pursue the matter with him when he snatched her necklace last time. Now, he has come to trouble me again. I simply can't bear it. You're right. But even if I didn't go to the morning training, that's not a reason for you to run away without completing the task. He ate the apple in his hand. Zhao Minjihe took out a bunch of grapes, and under the sunlight, traces of water vapor steamed out. Looking at the juicy grapes in Zhao Ming's hand, Ning Rong Rong couldn't help but swallow her saliva, but looking at Zhao Ming's disgusting face, Ning Rong Rong suddenly became angry. He turned his head and stopped looking at Zhao Ming. I remember you only ran 8 laps, and you still have 12 laps to go, right? You, how do you know? You're not counting here all the time, are you? Ning Rong Rong's eyes widened. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll record the laps for you by the way. By the way, you're welcome. Zhao Ming said with a smile, completely ignoring Ning Rong Rong's angry face like a little cat. Thank you. Ning Rong Rong stamped her feet angrily, and Ning Rong Rong went a little crazy. I advise you to run away quickly. If you chat with me a little more, you won't be able to finish running today until tonight. By the way, you can also choose not to run, but I will report the real situation to Flanders. Then prepare to be kicked out of school, Zhao Ming said matter-of-factly. It's so embarrassing to have to pack up and leave on the second day of admission. Just leave, I'm not shy about it. It's just Shrek Academy, I'm leaving now. He shouted towards Xiaoming in a crying voice. At this time, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with mist. While wiping her tears, she ran towards the village gate. When I walked to the village gate, I hesitated for a while, but in the end I didn't run out and continued running along the village. Hurry up and run. I'll count here for you. Seeing that Ning Rongrong didn't run out as he said, Xiaoming smiled and shouted loudly. Hearing Xiaoming's voice behind her, Ning Rongrong felt angry and itched her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Damn it, Xiaoming, don't let me catch you in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Chapter 75 Xiaoming is very gentle. Auxiliary soul masters are different from other combat-type soul masters. Their physical fitness is better than ordinary people. But for Ning Rongrong, who had been pampered in the Kaibao glazed sect since childhood, her health was even worse. And it's not just the body, the tolerance for pain is even worse. However, Ning Rongrong persisted. And the person who supported her persistence was none other than Xiaoming. Whenever she felt like she couldn't run anymore, she would imagine Xiaoming taunting her next to her, and she would immediately feel full of energy again. Especially every time I pass by the village entrance after running a lap and see Xiaoming Zheng enjoying fruit, I feel even more powerful. Whoops! When Ning Rongrong finished the last lap, her face was already red. The sweat completely wet her body. This can be said to be a blessing. However, Xiaoming didn't have any other thoughts and only felt a sense of relief in his heart. Congratulations, you succeeded. Looking at Ning Rongrong who was squatting on the ground tiredly and out of breath, Xiaoming Rose said softly. Thanks to you. Looking up at Xiaoming, Ning Rongrong lowered his head again. Putting her chin on her knees, she was too tired to move. Can you still stand up? Don't keep your legs bent. What's wrong? Looking at Ning Rongrong's grimace, Xiaoming asked. My feet hurt. After hesitating for a while, Ning Rongrong said. Your feet hurt? Xiaoming was stunned. Bingzin, the two-titled Douluo with bones and swords, probably wouldn't have let Ning Rongrong train him so hard when he was in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. So it was normal for Ning Rongrong to feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Then let me show you. After saying that, Xiaoming also sat down and directly grabbed Ning Rongrong's calf with one hand. I don't want it. When Xiaoming grabbed her leg, Ning Rongrong was agitated and quickly tried to take her leg back. Don't move, let me see if the injury is serious. Xiaoming said seriously. Ning Rongrong was unable to move her legs back with a slight exertion on her palms. After struggling repeatedly to no avail, Ning Rongrong also gave up. Looking at Xiaoming's serious face, he felt a little aggrieved. Damn it, Xiaoming, you were so cruel to me just now, why are you so gentle now? Feeling Xiaoming's gentle movements, the resentment in Ning Rongrong's heart was immediately released, and tears filled her two big eyes. Don't cry. I'll be gentle. It won't hurt. He picked up Ning Rongrong's legs and placed them on his abdomen. Xiaoming could clearly feel Ning Rongrong's legs soaked with sweat. But Xiaoming didn't have any other ideas at all. Some are just pity. Roll up the trousers, exposing the white and tender calf skin. Xiaoming untied the straps of Ning Rongrong's shoes on her calves and gently took them off for her. Taking off his shoes, Xiaoming knew why Ning Rongrong's feet hurt. Because Ning Rongrong was wearing a pair of women's height-increasing shoes. The heels at the back of the shoes are well padded. If you run in these shoes, will your toes be worn out? Because I'm a little short. So, I wore this. Seeing Xiaoming looking at her shoes, Ning Rongrong whispered. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, she saw that Ning Rongrong was petite and small. He is shorter than Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing, but the gap is not particularly big. After wearing these shoes, they can almost make up for the height difference between them. What are you looking at me for? I'm not very short, I'm just a little bit short. It's okay. I don't dislike you. Xiaoming said softly and helped Ning Rongrong take off the thin silk socks that looked like they had been soaked in water. You still dare to despise me? I haven't despised you yet. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Ning Rongrong suddenly became angry again. Like a little cat, her calves that were tightened by Xiaoming bounced around. He stood, his little feet touching the ground directly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he let out a hiss. Okay, don't move. Just think I said something wrong just now. Xiaoming glanced at Ning Rongrong helplessly, and Xiaoming held Ning Rongrong's small feet in his arms. At this time, Ning Rongrong's toes were white with sweat, and the skin was broken in many places. I'll carry you back, Xiaoming said after taking a look. After listening to Xiaoming's words, after hesitating for a while, Ning Rongrong still lay on Xiaoming's back. Ning Rongrong is not heavy, her body is soft. He grabbed Ning Rongrong's calves with both hands and started walking towards their dormitory. Before taking 2 steps, Xiaoming stopped. Because Ning Rongrong was wearing a skirt, if Xiaoming grabbed her calf, her skirt would hang down due to gravity. He doesn't care. But when he entered the academy later, he didn't want Ning Rongrong's beautiful scenery to be appreciated by others. Stopped and completely grasped Ning Rongrong's drooping skirt with both hands. After looking carefully and seeing that nothing was missing, Xiaoming continued on his way. Xiaoming's actions were naturally noticed by Ning Rongrong. She was always careless and naturally didn't notice these things, but she was not a fool. When Xiaoming gathered her skirt, she understood why Xiaoming did this. Suddenly, I felt a sense of security in my heart. Although he is very annoying most of the time, he is still very gentle sometimes. Looking at Xiaoming with a serious face and feeling his broad shoulders, Ning Rongrong felt a very warm feeling. It would be nice if it wasn't so vicious. Ning Rongrong was thinking wildly in her heart. Hey, remember to take a shower when you go back later, otherwise, you will catch a cold tomorrow. While walking, Xiaoming suddenly remembered this matter. Hey, are you listening to me? Seeing that Ning Rongrong didn't reply to him, Xiaoming turned around and saw that Ning Rongrong was looking at something in a daze. He slapped Ning Rongrong's butt angrily and woke her up. Ah! Ning Rongrong immediately came back to her senses and shouted after her important parts were attacked. The numbness on her buttocks made her feel ashamed and angry, and she shouted loudly into Xiaoming's ears. Xiaoming, what are you doing? What were you thinking just now? Were you listening to what I just said? Xiaoming Qing said with a slight smile. Ah? What did you say? Ning Rongrong was stunned. I told you to go back to the dormitory and take a shower early. Otherwise, you will catch a cold tomorrow. He said to Ning Rongrong angrily again. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded on Xiaoming's shoulder and said no more. But my heart can't help but feel sweet. When she was in the Kaibao glazed sect, although she was the little princess of the Kaibao glazed sect and everyone respected her, few people cared about her so much. In her memory, only her father and Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian cared about her so much. Chapter 76 The Tragic Oscar. Carrying Ning Rongrong on his back, he quickly arrived at the girls' dormitory. Xiaoming stood at the door of the dormitory and shouted several times, but there was no response from inside. That's weird, where did they go? Xiaoming was stunned. It was getting late now, so logically they wouldn't run around blindly. Since there is no one around, it wouldn't be rude for him to go in. Carrying Ning Rongrong on his back, he walked into the dormitory, and suddenly several faint and completely different fragrances rushed toward Xiaoming's nose. In their dormitory, I took a few casual glances. There's nothing good to see inside. With Xiaoming's experience, what hasn't he seen before? Following Ning Rongrong's instructions, Xiaoming placed her on a pink bed. Hurry up and take a shower. I'll take a drink and leave. After saying that, Xiaoming picked up the cup beside Ning Rongrong's bed and went to the hot water faucet to get water. Ning Rongrong stared at Xiaoming with wide eyes. Before she could say anything, Xiaoming had already started drinking. Is this an indirect kiss? Ning Rongrong was stunned and her face turned red. The big eyes blinked at Xiaoming. Why didn't you move? After drinking the water, Xiaoming was stunned. You don't even want me to help you take a bath, do you? I don't do this kind of drudgery. I can wash it myself. You don't have to worry. You should leave our girls' dormitory as soon as possible, otherwise Xiaowu and Zhuqing will come back. After hearing what Xiaoming said, Ning Rongrong became angry again. Just now she was saying that he was good, but then she turned around and became angry with her. She was so angry. How many people dream of giving me a bath? He actually said it was hard work. It's simply unreasonable. Then I'll leave first. Bye. Xiaoming didn't want to stay in the girls' dormitory for too long, so he said hello, turned around and left. Seeing Xiaoming leave directly, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of loss for no reason. She didn't know why, Xiaoming was so irritating, but she didn't get angry anymore. Every time I see him again, I forgive him inexplicably. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? Xiaoming's evil smile came to mind, and Ning Rongrong quickly rejected the idea. How could she, the majestic eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect, fall in love with Xiaoming, a big bad guy? But the more I thought about it, the more panicked I became. Xiaoming came out of the girls' dormitory. I met someone, and he was an acquaintance. Oscar. Today's Oscar has obviously shaved off the beard on his face, revealing a handsome face. Unlike Dai Muebai's evil face, Oscar's face is much more harmonious, looking like a cynical noble boy. I have to say that Oscar is very talented as a pretty boy. Often the tragic male protagonists in soap operas have faces like his. At this time, Oscar was wearing a white formal suit and holding a pot of broth in his hand, which was very fragrant. Xiaoming thought about it for a moment and knew that Oscar had prepared this for Ning Rongrong. Today Flanders arranged for 2 auxiliary soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, to run around the village. Although Oscar's physical condition is better than that of Ning Rongrong, it is not much better. He probably completed the task not long ago. Running 20 laps is not an easy task for their auxiliary soul masters. Xiaoming could tell that Oscar's face was not particularly good and he was very tired. Under such circumstances, Oscar came over with a pot of hot soup, which definitely had a profound meaning. As the saying goes, showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Xiaoming could clearly guess what Oscar was thinking. Oscar ran at the same time as Ning Rongrong. He could completely deduce Ning Rongrong's condition after running through his own current situation. He knew that Ning Rongrong should be very hungry now that the canteen was closed, so he made a pot of broth. Moreover, Xiaoming, who is mentally strong, can even smell some bitter taste. This should be some medicine. Oscar is still careful. Why did you come out of the girls' dormitory? Oscar's eyes widened and he looked at Xiaoming strangely. At this time, Xiaoming was sweating lightly on his body, especially on his forehead, and his clothes, especially his back, were soaked with sweat. There was still a hint of exhaustion on his face. I'm so tired, I'm almost exhausted. Xiaoming did not answer, but walked directly to Oscar, breathing lightly. Tired. Oscar's face suddenly turned dark when he heard what Xiaoming muttered. He glanced at the girls' dormitory and then at Xiaoming. It was impossible for this scene not to make him think about it. But it was getting late now, and Zhu Zuqing and Xiaowu should also be in the dormitory. There were 3 people in the dormitory, and he felt that the kind of thing he imagined would not happen. After all, others don't know clearly. But someone as cold as Zhu Zuqing would definitely not allow Xiaoming to mess around in their dormitory. Brother, what are you doing standing here? Zhao Ming smiled, walked to Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. I was worried that Rong Rong would be hungry after running, so I made some chicken soup and asked her if she would eat. After hesitating for a while, Oscar said, "Oh, that's it. Rong Rong is in the dormitory now." Zhao Ming said, and then added, "Rong Rong is alone in the dormitory now." "What did you say?" Oscar's expression suddenly changed. "You said Rong Rong is the only one in the dormitory now." "Oh no, no, Rong Rong is the only one in the dormitory," and Zhao Ming just walked out of their dormitory. His face is still very tired, and his body is still sweaty. This series of unrelated things were reorganized one by one, and Oscar came to a conclusion that was difficult for him to accept. That is, the girl he was planning to pick up but has not yet started picking up has been successfully picked up by someone else. Not only was he soaked, he even did the last step. This was like a bolt from the blue that struck Oscar's heart. Shrek Academy finally got 3 junior girls. Xiao Wu didn't say anything. He saw clearly that he should have been in love with Zhao Ming before he came to Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing is an attack-type soul master, and his whole body is cold. Let alone whether he can catch up or not, Zhu Zuqing is not suitable for him either. In the soul master world, most of them are offensive male soul masters paired with auxiliary female soul masters. This is a very good match. It would be very embarrassing if a male soul master of the auxiliary type was paired with a female soul master of the offensive type. When playing games with this kind of combination, you will most likely not be able to take the initiative. People say they won't play games anymore, but there's nothing you can do about her. After all, how can you, an auxiliary soul master, be the opponent of an offensive soul master? To be honest, if someone clamps their legs with soul power, you might not be able to break them open. It would be fine if the woman had a gentle temper, but does Zhu Zuqing look like a person with a good temper? Therefore, Oscar's favorite person now is Ning Rong Rong, who is also an auxiliary soul master. Chapter 77 Rong Rong, it's time to drink chicken soup. As both an auxiliary soul master, Osk would not have such troubles. And she knew that Ning Rong Rong was from the Kai Bao glazed sect. To possess the Kai Bao glazed pagoda martial spirit, one must be a direct descendant of the Kai Bao glazed sect. Her status in the Kai Bao glazed sect is definitely not low. As long as he waited long enough to be with Ning Rong Rong, he would be able to embrace the 7 treasures glazed sect. The Kai Bao glazed sect is the holy land that all auxiliary soul masters yearn for. There are not only soul masters with the Kai Bao glazed pagoda martial spirit, but there are also many soul masters from other top auxiliary martial spirits who have joined the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Here is the world's most comprehensive and authentic knowledge on assisting martial soul cultivation. Although he is in Shrek Academy now, he knows that Kai Bao glazed sect is the best way out for his future. Therefore, Ning Rong Rong is almost the most perfect other half in his mind. And Oscar feels that there may not be a girl in the entire continent who is so suitable for him. But, all this is impossible. Without him, just because he was a step late. He can't blame Zhao Ming for this kind of thing. After all, girls in the world are not labeled who belongs to whom. Everything depends on their own abilities. Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Zhao Ming said lightly, looking at Oscar, who was sometimes bitter, sometimes sad, sometimes full of hope, sometimes a little disappointed. Nothing. Oscar shook his head vigorously. What about the chicken soup in your hand? Zhao Ming said calmly. To Oscar's ears, these words seemed to be Zhao Ming questioning him. After all, Zhao Ming was Ning Rong Rong's real boyfriend, yet he came to show his attentiveness to his girlfriend. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid they would have shouted in his face. Fortunately, Zhao Ming has a good temper, otherwise it would be bad this time. Oscar secretly thought to himself. I don't want any more chicken soup. Oscar said quickly. At this time, the chicken soup became a hot potato in his hands, and he wanted to throw it away quickly. You don't want such fragrant chicken soup? Why? Send it to Rong Rong quickly. Xiaoming frowned. Seeing Xiaoming frowning, Oscar thought Xiaoming was angry. I really don't want it anymore. I'm going to throw it into the trash can now. With that said, Oscar headed towards the trash can outside the dormitory to throw it away. Why are you throwing it away? I really don't understand you. You have a really weird temper. You might as well give it to me if you throw it away. I want it. Xiaoming quickly took Oscar's hand and stopped Oscar from wasting food. Move. Who knows that every meal on the plate is hard work? Xiaoming has always disliked the waste of food. Seeing that Xiaoming wanted it, Oscar immediately handed the pot to Xiaoming. At the same time, he glanced at Xiaoming and saw that he didn't seem to be angry. Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. Rong Rong is probably hungry after running for so long, so I just want to give it to her. Taking the pot handed over by Oscar, he opened the lid and smelled the rich aroma of chicken. Moreover, Xiaoming also saw a few unfamiliar medicinal branches. Xiaoming was not familiar with pharmacology, but he also knew that these were probably some health-preserving medicinal materials. Wait, what did you say? Rong Rong her. Listening to Xiaoming's words, Oscar felt something was wrong. Yes, Rong Rong had to run 20 laps around the village just like him. She was physically weaker than him, so she should come back much slower than him. Could it be that Rong Rong just came back? Moreover, Rong Rong should be very tired after finishing his run, and would not have the energy to do that with Xiaoming. Rong Rong just came back. And I carried him back. I'm almost exhausted. Xiaoming said in time. Listening to Xiaoming's words, Oscar's body trembled. He understood why Xiaoming was sweating so much. It turned out that Rong Rong was carrying it on his back. Suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Brother, you don't think I was doing that kind of thing with Rong Rong just now, do you? Xiaoming was holding the chicken soup, his face changed, and he said slightly angrily. No, how is that possible? Oscar said with a smile. That's good. I thought you thought so. Although I, Xiaoming, am not a gentleman, Rong Rong is a lady, not that kind of girl. Xiaoming said in a serious tone. Don't worry. Don't I still know what kind of person you are, brother? Besides, it's impossible for me to doubt Rong Rong's person. Oscar smiled and patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. That's good, I'll deliver this chicken soup to Rong Rong. Xiaoming walked towards Ning Rong Rong's dormitory with the pot in hand. With a smile, Oscar watched Xiaoming approach the girls' dormitory. Then his face quickly darkened. His face looks as ugly as he wants. He didn't expect that he was wrong. Rong Rong and Xiaoming don't have the kind of relationship they imagined. But yes, even if Xiaoming had the intention to do something bad, how could a woman from a large sect like Ning Rong Rong allow it? But, I'm afraid something will happen in the future. Whenever he thought of the chicken soup he had cooked being delivered to Ning Rong Rong by Xiaoming, he felt like crying. Today he has been running with full soul power and completed the task a quarter faster than usual. The purpose was to make soup for Ning Rong Rong early. It's fine now. The soup I made is gone. The most important thing is he scheming against his enemy? Oscar felt bitter, but he couldn't blame others. The misunderstanding was his own, and he himself gave the chicken soup to Xiaoming. It can be said that Xiaoming did nothing. Forget it, as long as Rong Rong is still single, there is still a chance for everything. After cheering himself up, Oscar walked towards his dormitory. After running 20 laps, he was also very tired. He just wanted to take a nap now. In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rong Rong was not there, so she was probably taking a shower. Xiaoming didn't say anything, put the chicken soup on Ning Rong Rong's table and turned away. Not long after Xiaoming Gang left, Ning Rongrong wiped her wet hair with a handkerchief and saw the chicken soup on her table as soon as she came out. Even though she was tired and hungry, the smell of chicken whetted Ning Rongrong's appetite. As if she thought of something, Ning Rongrong did not move directly, but limped towards the door. Outside the door, Xiaoming Zheng slowly walked away. Looking at Xiaoming's figure, all the resentment towards Xiaoming in Ning Rongrong's heart disappeared. A hint of sweetness rises in my heart. In the past, people from Kaibao glazed sect also gave her things. But those people were eager to let her know how hard they worked and how precious the gift was. But, Xiaoming, he didn't. He didn't even say a word. Thank you for switching to 2G/3G/4G/network 588 by I1888. The author is Dad's 500. Life is worse than death in dreams. I have always become a 100 book coin reward for her story. Thanks to the assassin Aja, the goddess Guyuina for the 100 points, and the eagle cat for the 500 points reward. Chapter 78 Exposing Dai Muebai's ugly behavior. After returning to the dormitory, Xiaoming found out where Xiaowu had gone. It turned out that she was in his dormitory. Although Xiaowu sounds bold, in fact she is still very shy in her heart. After all, she has never experienced such things. Xiaowu lay stiffly on the bed with her eyes closed, looking like she was letting everyone do whatever she wanted. Tisk, tisk, wife Xiaowu, you came really early. Xiaoming smiled evilly. Seeing Xiaowu's appearance, Xiaoming couldn't help it anymore and locked the door directly. Hearing Xiaoming's voice, Xiaowu's face suddenly turned redder. Cover your face with the quilt. But the heavy breathing still showed her nervousness. Xiaoming flew to the bed like a hungry wolf. The next second, Xiaowu screamed, but she was quickly kissed by Xiaoming. Hey! Hey! The rhythmic sound resounded throughout the room. After a long sleep, she woke up naturally. When she opened her eyes, Xiaowu had already woken up. She was looking at Xiaoming lovingly with her charming eyes. When Xiaowu saw Xiaoming waking up, a trace of rosy color flashed across her pretty face. Why did you wake up just now? It's almost noon. Xiaoming smiled and hugged Xiaowu with both hands. Feeling the petite body in his arms, Xiaoming said softly, with you here, I will be happy to sleep with you for the rest of my life. Nasty. Listening to Xiaoming's sweet words, Xiaowu rolled her eyes at Xiaoming angrily. However, Xiaowu's eye roll didn't have any deterrent effect. Instead, it had a different kind of charm. Okay, we should get up. Otherwise, it will be too late to gather later. Xiaowu said, sitting up and exposing her perfect white body. Although this is not the first time I have seen it, no man will get tired of it. His body reacted, and Xiaoming forced it down again. After all, this was Xiaowu's first time. She was tortured by Xiaoming for most of the night last night, so it was definitely not suitable for her to score twice. After washing up, Xiaoming and Xiaowu walked directly towards the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, Xiaoming lost interest after seeing a recipe. Flanders is very picky, and it is wishful thinking to expect him to be able to make some nutritious meals. Xiaoming directly discussed with the aunt in the cafeteria and asked her to kill the chickens and ducks at home to replenish Xiaowu's health. Xiaoming also explained to them that they could bring some farm products to specially supply them in the future. These cafeteria ladies came here to work from nearby farmers, so they were naturally very happy to meet Xiaoming, the sponsor. For Xiaoming, it is quite good to change his taste by eating some farmhouse food occasionally. After making an agreement with the cafeteria aunt, Xiaoming looked around. Except for Ma Hongjun, everyone was there, including Dai Muebai, who was already bald. The injury Xiaoming caused to Dai Muebai was not serious, and he is probably almost healed now. But Dai Muebai's hair and eyebrows probably won't get better that easily. It's like skin that has been burned does not grow hair. Dai Muebai's skin has become dead in those areas. But it's not bad at all. But it will take a long time, and it will probably be better in a year or two with gradual cultivation. But within 1 or 2 years, he will not recover. He glanced at Zhu Zuqing. She was chewing the steamed bun slowly with her head lowered, very quickly but gracefully. Zhao Ming smiled and walked towards Dai Muebai's position. He knew that his chance had come. He wanted to reveal Dai Muebai's ugly image in front of Zhu Zuqing. Muebai, long time no see. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Zhao Ming took the initiative to say hello. At this time, Dai Muebai stared at Zhao Ming with a trace of gloom and fear in his eyes. He and Ma Hongjun were in the same dormitory, so he naturally knew the list of students coming this year. Combined with Ma Hongjun's description, he knew that the person who hurt him also came to Shrek Academy. For Zhao Ming, Dai Muebai naturally had a lot of resentment in his heart. Although he was the one who provoked Zhao Ming first last time, no one would blame himself for the fault, and he did the same. Long time no see. Putting back the resentment in his heart, Dai Muebai said softly. The two hands clenched together hard. Zhao Ming used a little force, and Dai Muebai used all his strength. But Dai Muebai's face was still pale. After his soul power was greatly improved, Dai Muebai could no longer pose any threat to Zhao Ming. Do you know each other? At this time, Zhu Zuqing, who had been eating with his head down, raised his head and asked slightly surprised. Zhu Zuqing was a little confused at this time. Although on the surface it seemed that she didn't care about anything, she had already noticed that Dai Muebai's face had not looked good since Zhao Ming came in. The expression seemed to be anger, resentment, and fear. She was a little confused as to why Dai Muebai showed such an expression to Zhao Ming. But soon, Zhao Ming revealed the truth. The injuries on Dai Muebai's body were all caused by me. Zhao Ming rolled his eyes and directly admitted the mistake. As the saying goes, retreat is the way to advance. All he needs to do is to introduce the topic and bring out the topic. What? Everyone present widened their eyes. Zhao Ming beat Dai Muebai? This is too tough. But after thinking about it, Zhao Ming could indeed defeat Dai Muebai with his strength. But why did Zhao Ming fight against Dai Muebai? Is there a story? Everyone immediately became interested. Especially Zhu Zuqing, she went to see Dai Muebai last night. I saw Dai Muebai lying on the bed with burnt skin, his hair and brows all burned away. She was also surprised and even a little overwhelmed. Seeing Dai Muebai's miserable state, all the resentment she had accumulated over the years did not explode against him. After all, she came to him to solve problems, not create them. And after listening to Dai Muebai's explanation, she also felt that Dai Muebai was quite innocent. After all, he was hurt like this by others for no reason. Humph, Zhao Ming, what did you tell him? He was obviously the one who started it. Xiao Wu was unhappy, hugging Zhao Ming's arm and staring at Dai Muebai angrily. Forget what happened last time. We will still be classmates from now on. Dai Muebai said quickly when he heard that Xiao Wu seemed to want to tell the whole story. Yesterday, when Zhu Zuqing came to see him, he took advantage of his injury to play the emotional card. Moreover, he also distorted things. If Xiao Wu revealed what happened now, Dai Muebai couldn't imagine what Zhu Zuqing would think of him. But Zhu Zuqing, who was attentive, had already discovered the clues. His face turned pale and he asked Xiao Wu, what on earth is going on? Zuqing, nothing happened. These things have passed and I don't want to pursue them anymore, so just forget it. Dai Muebai said quickly. But how could Zhu Zuqing listen to him? He pulled Xiao Wu aside and asked why. Listening to Xiao Wu's description, Zhu Zuqing's face became darker and darker. His body was trembling slightly because he was so angry. He was obviously extremely angry. Take the two twins to check out a room. The injuries on his body were caused by being beaten by Zhao Ming when he went to strike up a conversation. Finally, he deceived her. Taking a deep look at Dai Muebai, Zhu Zuking's face was full of disgust. He turned around and walked directly outside without saying a word. Even people like Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Mubai with disdain. Chapter 79 The Eve of the Storm. Oh no, no, no. Looking at Zhu Zuking's disappointed and disgusted eyes, Dai Mubai's face changed. Seeing Zhu Zuking leave, he immediately looked at Zhao Ming angrily. He is not a fool, so he naturally knows that Zhao Ming just mentioned that matter intentionally. Zhao Ming looked at Dai Mubai's expression as if he had eaten shit and felt comfortable all over. The corners of his mouth turned up, giving Dai Mubai a disdainful expression. He knew that he was one step closer to conquering Zuking. Zuking, listen to my explanation. Explanation? Haha, you just need to tell me whether what Xiaowu said is true. Looking at Dai Mubai coldly, Zhu Zuking said coldly. Seeing Zhu Zuking like this, Dai Mubai's face turned pale and he stayed where he was, not knowing what to say. Could it be that what Xiaowu said is right? Doesn't that mean admitting to Zhu Zuking that he is a scumbag? If Xiaowu is wrong, then Zhu Zuking will know if it is true if he goes to the Rose Hotel to verify it. There is no way he can hide it. Zuking, please forgive me this time, okay? I will never be like this again. Dai Mubai begged. He knew that he could no longer mention this matter at this time. The more he tried to quibble, the worse his impression in Zuking's mind would be. Then you admitted it. Zhu Zuking said with a sad smile. Dai Mubai remained silent. Then we have nothing to say. Zuking, I was really wrong. He quickly grabbed Zhu Zuking's hand. Zuking, just for the sake of our engagement. Engagement contract. It's the engagement again. Zhu Zuking closed her eyes, feeling extremely uncomfortable. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. For people like them who come from big families, they are not qualified to choose their significant other. This is especially true for the Dai and Zhu families. The Xingluo Empire is not like the Tiandu Empire. There are many large sects in the empire. The Star Luo Empire is much weaker than the Tiandu Empire in terms of soul masters. The only advantage is that the country's politics are stable and its military is strong. But if you want to maintain this advantage, you can only through marriage. Behind her marriage to Dai Mubai was the will of the country, and no one could object to it. It won't happen next time. Zhu Zuking exhaled heavily, feeling that he was a little exhausted mentally and physically. In the end she decided to forgive him. Dai and Zhu's family have been married for generations, and she can't stop it. As long as Dai Mubai doesn't go too far, she can only turn a blind eye in the future. Seeing that Zhu Zuking was willing to forgive him, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Zuking, don't worry, I will never look for another woman again. Dai Mubai promised. After glancing at Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuking walked directly towards the dormitory without saying anything. As a woman from a big family, even her father had many wives and concubines. She didn't object to her significant other having 3 wives and 4 concubines. What she hated was that her significant other was living like a woman, and even going to find some unscrupulous women. This was the most important reason that made her sick. Have breakfast. The assembly bell rang. Zhao Ming and others came to the playground. On the playground, Flanders and several teachers from the college were there. But their eyes were all focused on Zhao Ming, the peerless genius. Actually, they had already been to yesterday's morning training. At that time, Zhao Ming was helping to refine Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit, so they didn't go. It was precisely because of this that they decided to make another trip today to see Zhao Ming, this peerless genius. Last night, they didn't sleep at all. They have been studying Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit that was refined by Zhao Ming. It can be said that Flanders has searched all kinds of information about Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit before. Naturally, he has transcribed the information about the Fire Phoenix martial spirit. After reading through it, compare it with Ma Hongzhen's Fire Phoenix spirit, They came to a conclusion that they all found unbelievable, that is, Ma Hongzhen's fire phoenix spirit was much more powerful than the average fire phoenix. The most obvious thing is that the temperature is much higher, almost reaching the level of ultimate fire. Although the fire phoenix it is considered a top martial spirit, but it is still far from the ultimate martial spirit. Just like Shui Bing or Sai's phoenix spirit. But now it is close to the level of ultimate fire. This can only show that the flames of Xiaoming's second martial spirit are extremely high, and it is definitely not just an ordinary ultimate martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bring such a big improvement to Ma Hongzhen, and it would be impossible to eliminate the impurities in Ma Hongzhen's evil fire in just a few hours. Brother Zhao. Ma Hongzhen hurriedly greeted Xiaoming and walked up to Xiaoming with a beaming expression. Brother Zhao, you will be my boss from now on. Whatever you want me to do, I won't do it even if I have to go up a mountain of swords or a sea of fire. Frown. It's okay. It's just a little effort. Xiaoming said with a slight smile. I said, Fatty, what's wrong with you today? This doesn't look like you. Oscar said with a smile. Humph, what do you know? Brother Zhao made my martial soul evolve. Although I am still a great soul master, my combat power is already comparable to that of an ordinary soul master. It can be said that if I meet my former self now, I will definitely you can win easily. Ma Hongzhen patted his chest and said proudly. What? Is your martial spirit real? He looked at Ma Hongzhen with wide eyes. He knew what Xiaoming did with Ma Hongzhen yesterday, but from the bottom of his heart, he didn't think Xiaoming could control Ma Hongzhen's evil fire. After all, Flanders and Ma Hongzhen found countless strong men, but they were unable to do anything against him. Even if Xiaoming is strong, he can't be more powerful than those powerful people who have been famous in the Soul Master world for a long time. But listen to Ma Hongzhen's tone. Yes, from now on I will be a real fire phoenix. Ma Hongzhen said proudly, releasing his martial spirit. A loud phoenix cry sounded, and behind Ma Hongzhen, a gorgeous phoenix covered with countless gorgeous feathers appeared behind him, with red flames burning. Except for Xiaoming, everyone present had their pupils shrinking. Among them, Daimyo Bai and Oscar were even more shocked. They have known Ma Hongzhen for more than a day or two, and they naturally know Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit very well. After all, Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit was the mutation of a pheasant. In addition to the impure flames, the evil fire phoenix obtained by mutation is also very different from the phoenix in appearance. But now, that is the real phoenix. The phoenix is immortal and reborn from the ashes. Looking at such a handsome phoenix spirit, even they couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Xiaoming was a little surprised when he saw the martial spirit behind Ma Hongzhen. You must know that Ma Hongzhen had not changed like this yesterday. But it's probably because Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit had another change last night. System, what's going on? Xiaoming couldn't help but ask. Wow, host, you finally remembered my tool system. You have been very comfortable with girls these days, and you have almost forgotten about this system. The system's voice sounded, but it sounded a bit resentful. Why? Brother system, you are not in love with me. I am not gay. If you are in estrus, I will find you a female system when I have the chance. Xiaoming felt a little cold. Said. Pfft, host, you really know how to speak human language. The system's voice sounded. It's just a joke, don't mind it. Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit has undergone such a big change because of the immortal fire left in his body by the host. After all, the host's immortal fire is so powerful, especially its immortal attributes, that it inspires the phoenix's hidden abilities. The phoenix is immortal, you fire rebirth. However, although Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit has evolved, the immortal fire left in Ma Hongzhen's body has slowly been integrated into Ma Hongzhen's martial spirit. As long as the host wants to deal with Ma Hongzhen, it can be defeated at any time. lose his martial spirit. Starting from the next chapter, we will officially pick up zooking and torture daimyo. Chapter 80 Neural and Foot Sutra. After hearing what the system said, Zhao Ming's mind moved. Suddenly, he felt the immortal fire left in Ma Hongzhen's body. Sure enough, that wisp of immortal fire merged with Ma Hongzhen's martial soul, and it was precisely in this way that Ma Hongzhen's martial soul was stimulated to undergo such a big change. In the cycle of cause and effect in this world, if you gain something, you must lose something else. Ma Hongzhen got rid of the evil fire and got the pure fire phoenix spirit that he dreamed of. But the immortal fire hidden in his body will be like a time bomb that will explode before he knows when. Wouldn't it be nice to wait for him to take the final step of becoming a god and give him a fatal blow? But thinking about it, Ma Hongzhen should be aware of current affairs and follow him, so Zhao Ming would not target him and might even support him. But it depends on how he chooses. After coming back to his senses and seeing Ma Hongzhen's grateful eyes, Zhao Ming smiled and didn't care. But in the eyes of others, Zhao Ming's behavior shows that he is indifferent to fame and fortune. In Zhu Zuking's eyes, seeing that Ma Hongzhen had improved so much, she became more and more certain that Zhao Ming could help her improve her strength. After witnessing Dai Muobai's incompetence, she no longer placed hope on Dai Muobai. She felt that Dai Muobai was an unreliable person. If she wanted to win the future duel with Davis and Zhu Ziyun, she must improve her strength as soon as possible. Although Davis and the others had to practice earlier than her, it was even more difficult to defeat them. But how do you know if you don't work hard? Looking at Zhao Ming, Zhu Zuking's eyes gradually became firm. In Shrek's first class, Flanders did not send Zhao Ming and the others to the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena as in the original work, but some theoretical courses. However, these theoretical courses it's not like Notting College. Those are all the cultivation experiences of Flanders and the others. Considering that talented students like Zhao Ming have joined Shrek Academy, especially the two young soul masters Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu, Flanders feels a little troubled. After all, it is stressful for them to teach such a genius. After all, even if such a genius becomes an apprentice to a titled Douluo, I am afraid those strong men will be happy. Therefore, Flanders decided to explain to them some practical knowledge about cultivation in the past few days to calm things down. After all, he has cultivated to the soul saint level, and he is very clear about the problems they will encounter when practicing at this stage. Since the lectures were all practical, everyone listened attentively. The Advanced Soul Master Academy is different from the Junior Soul Master Academy. The teacher did not talk much and most of the time was left to the students to arrange their own time. This is like the difference between college and junior high school. So after Flanders talked for a few hours, he let them practice on their own. Night falls. Zhu Zuking's figure appeared outside Zhao Ming's dormitory. Still wearing tight black leather pants, which perfectly outlines her slightly voluptuous figure. Looking at such beautiful Zhu Zuking, Zhao Ming felt hot in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He was not in a hurry, because he knew that such a beautiful woman would soon be his. Of course, before that, he needed to make Zhu Zuking completely give up on Dai Muobai. What he needs is a Zhu Zuking who has no emotional involvement with Dai Muobai, a complete Zhu Zuking. Zuking, why are you here? Zhao Ming smiled elegantly, his eyes were clear, without any distracting thoughts. Looking at Zhao Ming's clean eyes, Zhu Zuking also breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that Zhao Ming helped Ma Hongzhen get rid of the evil fire, and then his martial soul evolved and his strength increased greatly. She couldn't sit still. She needs strength. Only with strength in her own hands can she rest assured and have a chance to fight Zhu Ziyun and the others. However, she also knew how lethal her beauty was to men, and she was worried that Zhao Ming would have other ideas. But now it seems that she is overthinking. She has met all kinds of people over the years, and she clearly knows how hateful the eyes of those people are when they look at her. Even after entering Shrek and Ma Hongzhen, people like Oscar and Dai Mubai still looked at her with looks that disgusted her. Only Zhao Ming. His eyes are always clear. In that look, she saw respect and understanding, and all the thoughts of differences between men and women disappeared. As the saying goes, the master is the teacher. Although Zhao Ming and she are the same age now, Zhao Ming is now considered an elder in the cultivation path. So their normal communication is not inappropriate. Didn't you ask me to come here? You promised to help me improve my strength. Do you want to regret it? After knowing what kind of person Zhao Ming was, Zhu Zuqing did not continue to keep a cold face and smiled slightly. This smile stunned Zhao Ming. After watching for a while, he saw that Zhu Zuqing's face had turned cold again, and he quickly said in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, Zuqing, I was rude just now. You smiled so beautifully just now." "It's okay." Seeing Zhao Ming apologize, Zhu Zuqing felt warm in his heart. It was just a small thing, but she could feel Zhao Ming's integrity as a gentleman engraved in her bones. Thinking of Dai Muabai's image in his mind, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but compare it. All I can say is that there is no comparison. Because the gap is really too big. Regardless of appearance, personality, or actions, compared with Zhao Minji, Dai Muabai is simply useless. But what can be done about this? Zuqing, let's get started. You can attack me with all your strength, and you don't have to worry about me getting hurt. Only in extreme battles can you find what you need. Zhao Ming said slightly. Okay. Zhu Zuqing nodded, stepped back, and distanced the two of them. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden mission. Help Zhu Zuqing find the direction of his cultivation. Mission reward, Divine Foot Sutra. Has the task been triggered again? Zhao Ming looked at Zhu Zuqing with some surprise. What a sweetheart of mine, it actually triggered 2 tasks. Thinking about it carefully, Zhao Ming has been in Shrek Academy for less than a week. Counting the sign-in task, 3 tasks have been triggered. But this, the Divine Foot Meridian? Why does it sound so familiar? Zhao Ming calmed down, and the information about the Divine Foot Sutra was immediately transmitted into Zhao Ming's mind. The Divine Foot Sutra. It comes from the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragons. Its full name is the Divine Foot Sutra of the Magadha Kingdom. It is a very miraculous yoga technique in India and is passed down from the Magadha Kingdom. The Divine Foot Sutra can greatly improve the practitioner's ability. In addition to the speed of cultivation, it also has the effects of detoxifying, nourishing the skin, and strengthening the body. Yu Tanzi once used this method to resolve the cold poison of ice silkworms, and the effect was excellent. He couldn't use this technique, but it was just right for Xiaowu and the others to use. Increase the speed of cultivation. Moreover, the demonstration picture drawn on this secret book is a little too tempting. By the way, Yaya and the others just woke up and used the foot meridian to exercise. Originally, she thought he wanted to take advantage of her when he told Yaya about yoga. But he, Zhao Ming, is not that kind of person. It just so happened that the acupuncture points on the foot meridian were quite mysterious. Yaya and the others would definitely not be able to understand them, so he had to teach them step by step. Chapter 81 Dai Muabai vomited blood. How does this Divine Foot Sutra compare to Tang San's Tang sect stunts? It's not bad, right? That's natural. Products produced by the system must be high quality. The Shenzhou Sutra is the most powerful skill in the Tianlong Babu. And it has been strengthened by this system. How can it be possible that Tang San's street fighting thing can quite comparable? The most important thing is that the Divine Foot Meridian is a martial arts technique that involves a variety of acupuncture points during practice. The host will have the opportunity to teach it step by step. Bah, I didn't expect you to have such a system. Zhao Ming said seriously. Although he said this, he felt happy in his heart. It was really easy to have such a system that understood him. After saying that, Zhao Ming came to his senses and saw Zhu Zuqing running towards him with sharp cat claws. As an agility attack soul master, Zhu Zuqing's speed is definitely extremely strong for a soul master of her level. But this speed is really not enough for Zhao Ming. To deal with Zuqing, he didn't even need to release his martial spirit. Using his strong mental power, Zhao Ming dodged Zhu Zuqing's attack. At the same time, he grabbed Zhu Zuqing's arm with force, and Zhu Zuqing was immediately restrained by him. Squeezing Zhu Zuqing's slender arm, the warm leather touch gave Zhao Ming a strange feeling. Even though he was wearing a heavy leather coat, Zhu Zuqing's arms were still so slender. Zhao Ming also experienced it the last time he fought against Zhao Wuji. But Xiao Wu was still there at the time, and Ning Rongrong was also distracted by him, so he could only get a rough feeling at that time. It's like swallowing dates while eating, you can't taste anything at all. However, now that there were only him and Zhu Zuqing, the feeling was naturally different. Use all your strength, I told you not to hold back. Zhao Ming said calmly without changing his expression. However, Zhu Zuqing was stunned by Zhao Ming's words. She knew that Zhao Ming was very powerful, but she didn't know that Zhao Ming would be so powerful. He could grab her arm so easily without using his martial spirit. You know, although he didn't use all his strength just now, he still used 8 points of his strength. But even so, it still couldn't cause any trouble to Zhao Ming. After all, Zhu Zuqing was just an agility attack soul master with only level 27 soul power. It was impossible to hurt Zhao Ming. More importantly, Zhu Zuqing's speed could not play much of a role due to Zhao Ming's strong mental power. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Zhu Zuqing nodded heavily. With the experience of fighting Zhao Ming for the first time, Zhu Zuqing let go of his hand and attacked Zhao Ming with all his strength. And Zhao Ming was always able to dodge her attacks again and again. The two people were coming and going, which was visible to the naked eye. From being difficult to meet Zhao Ming to slowly being able to cause some trouble to Zhao Ming, Zhu Zuqing can see the improvement in his strength with the naked eye. How can you improve so quickly in just one day of actual combat? There is naturally Zhao Ming's operation in this. After all, he was afraid of damaging Zhu Zuqing's confidence. Zuqing, do you know what your problem is? Zhao Ming said calmly after repelling Zhu Zuqing again. All attacks in the world can only be broken if they are fast, and only if they are strong. Zuqing, your speed is very fast, but this is compared to other soul masters of the same level, but it is still not enough for us. And your attacks are not sharp enough. I strongly recommend that you strengthen your palm strength, such as practicing iron sand. What are you practicing for? Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Zhao Ming, who was originally quick-tongued, was going to talk about iron palm. But after looking at Zhu Zuqing's slender fingers, I forgot about it. Such beautiful fingers can't suffer like that. Nothing. What I mean is that as an agility attack soul master, what you need is ghostly and unpredictable speed, powerful explosive power, and keen insight. I think a good enough agility attack type soul master needs to have the insight of a control type soul master. As the most agile soul master in combat, the agility attack type soul master needs to always pay attention to the changes in the battle and explode at the most appropriate moment. Secondly, it requires extremely strong explosive power. This kind of explosive power requires you to deal extremely strong damage in a short period of time. Zhao Ming felt that an agility-based attack soul master like Zhu Zuqing should be like the assassin characters in those MOBA games in his previous life. Deal tons of damage quickly and get out of there, then find the right time to come back in again. As the most agile character in team battles, the agility attack soul master is responsible for 2 tasks, roaming and attacking. If Zhu Zuqing can really achieve what Zhao Ming said, it will definitely be a nightmare. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up and he had a clear understanding in his heart. Ding! Mission accomplished. Ding! The divine food has been distributed. After listening to Zhao Ming's explanation, Zhu Zuqing quickly adjusted his condition and stared at Xiaoming with bright eyes. Once again, Zhu Zuqing rushed towards Xiaoming. This time she used her offensive soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Xiaoming could feel that Zhu Zuqing was obviously different this time. The ghostly claws clawed at Xiaoming's body, and Xiaoming was grabbing Zhu Zuqing's hand. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's attack changed and he grabbed at the back that he hadn't noticed. Xiaoming was slightly startled, and his body remained motionless. The palm of his left hand hit Zhu Zuqing's cat paw, and his right hand slapped Zhu Zuqing's waist directly. After all, the gap in strength between the two is still too big. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing felt the force and quickly leaned forward. This was an ordinary move, but after a long and fierce battle, Zhu Zuqing's body was already a little weak and he did not adjust his body to stop as before, but fell forward directly. Shrek's playground is not like the one at Notting College. The ground is full of potholes, and if you fall, you will definitely fall badly. Be careful! Xiaoming shouted softly. He started to grab Zhu Zuqing, but rolled his eyes and quickly hugged Zhu Zuqing's waist. Fall down quickly. Zhu Zuqing's waist is extremely slender. As an agility and attack type soul master, his flexibility is quite strong. The two fell forward, Xiaoming fell to the ground first, and Zhu Zuqing was directly pressing on Xiaoming. What Xiaoming did not expect was that Zhu Zuqing's lips were touching his mouth. Suddenly, Xiaoming couldn't help but widen his eyes. And Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes widened and her mind went blank. Xiaoming swears to God, this is definitely not a secret operation by him. He originally wanted to have a romantic and intimate encounter with Zhu Zuqing, just like in an idol drama. I definitely never thought about doing this. He is not the kind of person who likes to make a profit. As a result of this misfortune, it can be expected that Zhu Zuqing will most likely look for him again starting from tomorrow. No matter how hard you try to improve your strength, it's impossible. I am pregnant again with the warm and fragrant nephrite, and Xiaoming is not a saint, so how can I remain pregnant without any chaos? An unspeakable heat came over his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Both hands caressed Zhu Zuqing's soft waist. The two looked at each other with big eyes. Just watch quietly. Zhu Zuqing's mind went blank. Well, Xiaoming, this is the end of the matter anyway, why not enjoy it more? This scene between the two people. Very tempting. What a coincidence that this scene happened to be seen by Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai thought about going to Zhu Zuqing to see if she was still angry, but when he went to the girls' dormitory, he didn't find Zhu Zuqing at all. But Shrek Academy is only such a big place. Dai Mubai walked around for a while, and then saw such a scene in the playground that made him angry and wanted to vomit blood. Zhu Zuqing. That's his fiancée. Although she was said to be his fiancée, in fact, because Zhu Zuqing had a very bad attitude towards him, the two of them had never even held hands. Let alone a kiss. But now, things that I haven't done have been done by others. And it's still Xiaoming. Watching Zhu Zuqing and Xiaoming press together so intimately, kissing mouth to mouth. Dai Mubai suddenly became furious and shouted loudly, Xiaoming, Zuqing, what are you doing? This roar woke up Xiaoming and Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing woke up instantly, looked at Xiaoming with a somewhat embarrassed look, and got up instantly. Wu, the editor just called me. Tell me it will be on the shelves tomorrow. The time is around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Because I only passed 2 rounds of recommendations and failed the 3rd round, all the recommendations that should be given were given, so I was allowed to put it on the shelf directly. To be honest, my mentality is a little bit crazy. After all, it took a lot of effort to get into the top 10 of the free list, and I had to leave before my butt was even warmed up. I feel a little uncomfortable, woo-woo, please comfort me. Originally, I was planning to write 200,000 words and collect 50,000 words before putting it on the shelves. But there is no way. This book is in bad shape. It's on the shelves. Other books have rules for adding updates, so let's add one too. Starting tomorrow. The total daily reward is 5,000 book coins, only counting the first QQ reading platform, plus one chapter, limited to 2 chapters per day. Tomorrow, the first order will be 200 plus 1 more, 302 more, and so on. After it is put on the shelves tomorrow, many people will definitely leave, and I understand, quietly beeping, I don't have the money to read the original version myself. However, the author is a real person. If his grades are too bad, he will definitely not be able to continue writing. My bottom line is an equal number of 500. Anything lower than this will definitely make me unable to write. We should all be more realistic, right? So, if you have some spare money, you can support a wave. If you don't have spare money, I understand. I won't publish a single chapter on this matter, that's all. Chapter 82 Beat Up Daimyobai. After seeing the person clearly, Zhu Zuking's expression suddenly changed slightly. Before he could explain, he heard Daimyobai's roar. Zhu Zuking! You still have the nerve to get angry with me this morning? What do you think you are like now? Daimyobai blushed and roared at Zhu Zuking. Whenever he thinks of the intimate posture between Zhu Zuking and Xiaoming just now, he can't help but get angry. That's his fiancée. She will be his wife in the future. However, she didn't even want to touch her hands. But willing to be so close to others. Zhu Zuking was stunned when he heard Daimyobai's words, and his face turned pale. Did Daimyobai think she was that kind of woman? Daimyobai, what are you thinking about? Zuking and I have nothing to do with each other. Things are not at all what you imagined. Don't think blindly. Xiaoming didn't expect that things would develop like this, but now that it happened, Xiaoming didn't want it to stop like this. Immediately started to hit the target. It's okay if Xiaoming doesn't speak. Maybe this matter will just go away. After all, if Xiaoming didn't speak, this matter would be a matter between two people. Daimyobai might calm down and listen carefully to Zhu Zuking's explanation. But things changed when Xiaoming opened his mouth. The feud between Daimyobai and Xiaoming started at the Rose Hotel. At the Rose Hotel, although it was Daimyobai who was the first to provoke. But he was the one who got hurt in the end. Not only was Daimyobai injured after being beaten by Xiaoming, the girl he was dating also ran away, and even the manager of the Rose Hotel dared to touch him. For all of this, Daimyobai naturally placed the blame on Xiaoming. If he had bumped into Oscar or even Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuking today, Daimyobai would have believed it was an accident. But for Xiaoming, he didn't believe it. As a man, he knew very well what kind of person Xiaoming was. To say that Xiaoming had no regard for his beautiful fiancée, he knew very well what kind of person Xiaoming was. He would never believe the idea. Even if Zhu Zuking didn't have that idea, Xiaoming must have. Seeing that Daimyobai seemed to be furious, Xiaoming smiled and gave him a disdainful look. Suddenly, Daimyobai read a lot from Xiaoming's eyes. Daimyobai was completely angered. The white tiger spirit was released, and Daimyobai rushed towards Xiaoming. Xiaoming, I'm going to kill you. Dazzled by anger, Daimyobai no longer cared about whether he was Xiaoming's opponent or not. He only wanted to kill Xiaoming. Daimyobai, what are you doing? Zhu Zuking's expression suddenly changed when he saw that Daimyobai was about to attack Xiaoming. In this short period of time, her physical strength has almost recovered. Quickly releasing her martial spirit to stop Daimyobai, she knew that what happened just now was not intentional by Xiaoming. What happened just now was an accident, and Xiaoming just wanted to help her to prevent her from falling. In the end, it was a coincidence that it turned into that situation. All this can only be said to be a coincidence. Zuking, what are you doing? Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Daimyobai said with red eyes. Myobai, please stop first. We have something to talk about. This matter is definitely not what you imagined. Moreover, Zhao Ming is very strong, and you are no match for him. Zhu Zuqing stood in front of Dai Mubai, tried to speak in a calm tone. But Zhu Zuqing's words stimulated Dai Mubai's self-esteem even more. Without it, just because you are no match for Zhao Ming. This sentence was originally said by Zhu Zuqing out of concern for Dai Mubai, but now it is so harsh in Dai Mubai's ears. In a furious state, Dai Mubai had no patience to think about what Zhu Zuqing meant. 163. He just felt that Zhu Zuqing was really ridiculing him, and he suddenly became angry. Okay. Sure enough, they are a pair of bad guys and a man, and they are still protecting him at this time. In this case, I will get rid of you first. Dai Mubai, who was extremely angry, directly released his soul skill, and his tiger claws struggled to shoot Zhu Zuqing. Because he was too angry, Dai Mubai didn't hold back at all. Dai Mubai's strength is level 37 soul power, while Zhu Zuqing's level 27 soul power is a huge difference of 10 levels. In addition, Zhu Zuqing is too close to Dai Mubai now and has no time to take advantage of the agility and attack system Soul Master. Therefore, if this palm is really struck, Zhu Zuqing will definitely be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was already so crazy. Zhao Ming was shocked and angry. He quickly released his martial spirit and headed in the direction of Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, on the other hand, had a pale face. She didn't expect that Dai Mubai would actually attack her, and judging from the severity of the attack, he didn't even think of leaving his hand to her. Dai Mubai, are you crazy? Zhao Ming yelled as he carried Zhu Zuqing away from Dai Mubai's attack range. Get your dirty hands off me! Dai Mubai was furious. Seeing Zhao Ming hug Zhu Zuqing again, Dai Mubai's eyes turned redder. He waved his sharp tiger claws and grabbed Zhao Ming. You are looking for death. Zhao Ming originally wanted to get rid of the scourge Dai Mubai. If he hadn't been thinking about getting Zuqing to give up on him, he wouldn't have let him go so easily for the first time at the Rose Hotel. Now that Dai Mubai dared to bully Zhu Qing like this, Zhao Ming was also angry. The second martial spirit is unleashed. All the soul power in his body rushed towards his palm. I'm afraid the momentum directly suppressed the pressure brought by Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit. With cold eyes, Zhao Ming pinched Dai Mubai's tiger claw in his hand and exerted force, causing Dai Mubai's thick body to fall directly to the ground. When Zhao Ming was only at level 30 at the Rose Hotel, he could steadily beat him. Now that Zhao Ming has been promoted to 5 levels, Dai Mubai's strength is no longer his opponent. Bang! Dai Mubai's body fell to the ground, a loud noise suddenly erupted, and the ground was instantly smashed into a deep pit. The gap is too big. Zhao Ming didn't even use his soul skills. After placing Zhu Zuqing in a safe place, Zhao Ming looked at Dai Mubai who had climbed up, with a cold look in his eyes. Clenching his fists, Zhao Ming rushed towards Dai Mubai again. A punch hit him hard on the jaw. Poof! Dai Mubai spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew away again. However, before Zhao Ming could fall to the ground, he followed up and punched him again. In this way, Dai Mubai became a sandbag, being beaten back and forth by Zhao Ming in the air. However, Zhao Ming still had some sense of control and would not kill Dai Mubai like this. Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Zhu Zuqing ran over and pulled Zhao Ming to prevent Zhao Ming from attacking Dai Mubai again. Looking at Dai Mubai, who was lying on the ground as if his body was covered with wounds, he felt a little disheartened. She has given up on Dai Mubai. But at least he is still her fiancé and the prince of the Douluo Empire. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, whose eyes were slightly red and swollen, Zhao Ming felt very distressed. He knew that it was Dai Mubai in front of her who made her sad. Thinking of this, he got angry and kicked Dai Mubai again. Listening to Dai Mubai's whimpers, his anger dissipated a lot. Chapter 83 Zhu Zuqing's Knot. Don't worry, I'm careful about the severity. It looks like his injuries are serious, but in fact they are just skin injuries. He gently helped Zhu Zhu clean up the long hair on his forehead. Looking at Zhu Zuking's pale face, Xiaoming felt a little heartbroken. A strong girl like Zhu Zuking must have been wronged so much that she shed tears. What he had just seen clearly was that Dai Mubai did not spare any effort. Taking action against Zhu Zuking is simply a scumbag, a beast inferior to a pig or a dog. Although there was certainly a provocation from him just now. But this would not be the reason for him to take action against his fiancée. Xiaoming believed that if something like this happened to him, he would never attack his woman first. At least beat Lao Wang away first, and then figure out the cause and solve the internal problems. Is there anything that we can't talk about properly? For a scumbag like Dai Mubai who bullies women, Xiaoming would never give up Zuking to him. Looking at Dai Mubai in despair, tears flashed in Zhu Zuking's eyes. Tears flowed down Zhu Zuking's cheeks. Xiaoming could see that she was so weak, desperate, and in pain. Seeing Zhu Zuking's weak appearance, Xiaoming no longer had any other bad thoughts. Xiaoming didn't say anything. He walked up to Zhu Zuking without hesitation and hugged her into his arms. Zhu Zuking's body trembled, and he immediately tried hard to break away from Xiaoming's arms. But for this reason, how could Xiaoming be willing? Hug Zhu Zuking tighter. Zhu Zuking was not as strong as Xiaoming. After struggling for a while, he couldn't get away, so he gave up. No, Dai Mubai's voice came out, but it was quickly blocked by Xiaoming's feet, and he could only make a very unclear whine. Let's go for a walk. If you have anything to say, you can tell me. Xiaoming doesn't want to stay in this place anymore. Zhu Zuking was stunned for a moment, nodded in despair, lowered his head and walked outside with Xiaoming. As he walked, his eyes turned red again and tears flowed down his face. She can't stand it anymore. She really can't stand it anymore. Why did she try so hard to escape from her family? Don't you just hope that he can escape and stand up like a man to face her? Doesn't this show that you value him? Is it necessary to deny everything about her just because of an accident? Is it necessary to deal with her so harshly just because of an accident? Has she ever taken care of him when he has been going to places like that all these years? Even when he ran away alone and came to Shrek to seek refuge without her, she never complained. After coming to Shrek Academy, she didn't even vent her complaints. Even though Xiaowu learned about his evil deeds, she still forgave him. She has done so much, but Dai Mubai has never changed his ways. That's all, he doubted her just because of an accident, and he still wanted to take action against her. He is so narrow-minded. His weakness and incompetence. His debauchery. Everything made Zhu Zuking miserable. Full text. Unconsciously, they had gone far. Zhu Zuking sat down on a stone, hugged his legs with his hands and cried silently. The drizzle of rain also fell at this time, falling on her head and flowing down her cheeks. Looking at Zhu Zuking in such pain and vulnerability, Xiaoming also felt a little uncomfortable. The stronger a girl is, the more fragile she is inside. Which girl doesn't want to hide happily behind her lover? It was fate and Dai Mubai's incompetence that made Zhu Zuking so strong. Afraid that Zhu Zuking would catch a cold, Xiaoming took off his coat, gently put it on Zhu Zuking's body, and then held her in his arms. Zhu Zuking's delicate body trembled slightly, but she did not push Xiaoming away. She leaned her little face against Xiaoming's generous chest and sobbed softly. The wind keeps blowing and the rain keeps falling. Zhu Zuking cried silently for more than an hour and finally stopped. But the trembling body still showed the unrest in her heart. You and Dai Mubai. Seeing that Zhu Zuking seemed to be in a better mood, Xiaoming asked, pretending not to know. He is my fiancé. Zhu Zuking smiled sadly. Fiancé? Sorry, I didn't know that was the case. It's okay, you didn't do anything wrong today. Everything is his problem. Shaking his head, Zhu Zuqing put a hand on his forehead, obviously feeling a little exhausted. I can see that you don't love him. So why are you still with him? Don't you want to resist? My engagement with Dai Mubai was destined from the moment I was born. No one can change it. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Zuqing shook his head and said to Zhao Ming. Then you haven't thought about resisting the power of the family? What if you can? Zhao Ming thought for a while and said. Maybe he still doesn't have enough strength now, but given a few more years, he believes that he is enough to compete with the Star Luo Empire. Listening to Zhao Ming's words, Zhu Zuqing said nothing. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Zhao Ming's eyes with slightly red and swollen eyes. Zhao Ming, do you like me? Maybe. Zhao Ming was startled and quickly gave an ambiguous answer. He didn't want Zhu Zuqing to know that he had ambitions for her so early. Then you'd better not fall in love with me. It's impossible for us. Zhu Zuqing looked at Zhao Ming and shook his head. How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Zhao Ming couldn't help but hold up Zhu Zuqing's pretty face and looked into her eyes seriously and firmly. A flash of panic flashed in Zhu Zuqing's eyes, and he quickly opened Zhao Ming's hand. I don't want to bet, and I can't afford it. No matter what Dai Mubai does wrong, he will always be my fiancé, and this will never change. Moreover, although you are very strong, I don't like you. You stop talking nonsense. He knew that he could no longer stimulate Zhu Zuqing now. In Zhu Zuqing's current mental state, being too proactive would only make him. Zhu Zuqing felt unhappy. Sometimes retreat is the right strategy. Okay, I won't do it anymore. Before, I just didn't know the relationship between you and Dai Mubai, so I had some bad feelings towards you. Zhao Mingdao, looking at Zhu Zuqing, his eyes became clear again. Hearing what Zhao Ming said, Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, but she always felt like she had lost something, which made her a little uncomfortable. It seems like the rain is getting heavier, let's go back first. Zhao Ming said as he saw that the rain seemed to be getting heavier. I don't want to go back now. You go back first. Zhu Zuqing shook his head. Then I'll accompany you. How could Zhao Ming be willing to go back in this situation? Chapter 84 Dai Mubai's misunderstanding. Didn't sleep all night. Zhao Ming found a big tree that could provide shelter from the wind and rain, and spent the night with Zhu Zuqing. Perhaps because he had someone to talk to, Zhu Zuqing gradually opened up his chat box to Zhao Ming. Zhu Zuqing said a lot. With this kind of talk, although there was no substantial change between the two of them, they took a step forward emotionally. It was not just the two of them who also stayed up all night, but also Dai Mubai. After seeing Zhu Zuqing's frustrated expression yesterday, he regretted it. He knows what kind of character Zhu Zuqing is, and he will never give in to others as easily as other women. The situation yesterday was probably an accident, as she said. At that time, he was just too angry. After all, no one could stand it when his fiancée was treated like this by his enemies. What's more, he has a bad temper. After thinking about it clearly, Dai Mubai stayed outside the door of the girls' dormitory and waited. Despite the heavy rain, he still did not leave. He is waiting for Zhu Zuqing. He wanted to apologize to Zhu Zuqing and also wanted to know the truth of the matter. But time passed little by little, and Dai Mubai's patience was completely worn away. The sky is getting brighter. Lifting his slightly swollen face and looking towards the girls' dormitory, Dai Mubai's eyes gradually turned cold. Ha 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 ha, Zhu Zuqing, a man and a woman alone have not returned home all night, you, ha 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 ha. Looking up to the sky and laughing a few times, Dai Mubai stood up suddenly and clenched his fists. Looking around again, there was still no sign of Zhu Zuqing. Dai Mubai finally became so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Zhu Zuqing, you actually betrayed me. An angry voice roared in Dai Mubai's heart. His fiancée was with Zhao Ming, alone, and did not return home all night. What does that mean? He could clearly see who Zhao Ming was. He was the one who checked into a room at the Rose Hotel with 3 stunning women. Zhu Zuoqing spent the night with such a person, and he knew what would happen without even thinking about it. He knew that with Zhao Ming's methods, Zhu Zuoqing might have his fiancée, his innocent fiancée, may have become Zhao Ming's woman tonight, and may even be pregnant with Zhao Ming's child in the future. Thinking of this, Daimyo Bai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. Being green. This voice has been hovering in his heart like a demon. Stumbling, Daimyo Bai walked towards his dormitory. The blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth slowly dripped onto the ground. Just as Daimyo Bai left, Zhao Ming and Zhu Zuoqing came back. "How are you?" "Feeling better now," Zhao Ming said, looking at Zhu Zuoqing with a smile. "Well, I'm much better now." Zhu Zuoqing nodded. "Well, then you go back to the dormitory first. Take a hot bath and then have a good sleep. I will ask Rong to bring you breakfast." Zhao Ming waved to Zhu Zuoqing and walked back. "Zhao Ming." Zhu Zuoqing's beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Ming's leaving figure, and she felt a sense of loss in her heart. Unknowingly, there was already a figure in her world, a figure that she would never forget. When she was sad and crying, it was his shoulders, his chest, and his relief. And Daimyo Bai, her fiancé, would only make her sad. "What's wrong?" Zhao Ming turned around with a smile. "Thank you." Looking at Zhao Ming's smile, he couldn't speak any more. "In the end, I only said these 3 words. Be good, don't think too much. Just go back and take a nap." Back to the dormitory. Zhao Ming was sitting on the bed, recalling the scene with Zhu Zuoqing last night, still in a bad mood. After all, seeing how sad Zhu Zuoqing is, even if his relationship with her has taken a further step, he still feels heavy. But he knew this was what Zhu Zuoqing had to experience. Only after experiencing pain and despair can she leave Daimyo Bai completely. Only then can she truly belong to him. Now, Zhu Zuoqing already has a good impression of him. Although there is no substantial progress yet. But it was only a matter of time before Zhu Zuoqing caught up with him, so he was not worried. A woman like Zhu Zuoqing, once she really catches her, will give her most passionate sincerity. And Ning Rongrong is almost his. Oscar is just a bitch, how could he be liked by Ning Rongrong? And later on he will have a way to turn the 7 treasures glazed pagoda into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Will Ning Rongrong be captured by him then? Let Ning Rongrong change from 7 treasures to 9 treasures, and then add his terrifying talent. Even Ning Fengzi probably wouldn't say much. At most, she was just a little unhappy with his carefree behavior. When Ning Rongrong changes from 7 treasures to 9 treasures, her status in the 7 treasures glazed sect will bite. Safe to say that the next leader of the Kai Bao glazed sect must be Ning Rongrong. At that time, through the Kai Bao glazed sect, he can also get to know Jian Rongxiu. After all, Shui Qinghe, who was transformed by Jian Rongxiu, is still Ning Fengzi's disciple. Zhu Zuoqing and the others are so beautiful, Jian Rongxiu is known as the most beautiful woman in Douluo continent. One smile can captivate a city, and another smile can captivate a country. Such a person must belong to him. No one but him can be worthy of such a beautiful beauty. Of course, Zhao Ming is not greedy for Jian Rongxiu's body. He is mainly for the liberation of mankind across the continent. Jian Rongxiu is now pretending to be the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. If Zhao Ming doesn't bother him, it is possible for Jian Rongxiu to successfully ascend the throne in a few years. Through Jian Rongxiu, one can quickly master the Tiandu Empire. This is such a simple yet great thing. Of course, there is also the Haoshan sect. But that sky-roaring Douluo is really nothing. He had allowed Ayan to encourage him for so long, but Tang Xiao didn't even fart. Wu Hundian had already killed his younger brother, why didn't he even react at all? Holy shit, host, it's obviously you who did this. Listening to Zhao Ming's shameless voice, the system obviously couldn't stand it anymore. Bah, the joke is not nonsense. It was obviously Yin who did it, how can you blame me? How could Zhao Ming let the system randomly label him as dirty and quickly deny it? But this Tang Xiao can't do it, he's too cowardly. I originally thought he would have a fight with Wu Hundian. I've put my precious Yin on it for nothing. If I don't do something real, I'll get into trouble. Send the poison to Yin. Let him go down early. Zhao Ming hates the iron. How can the battle between sects be child's play? Do you think we can just fight if we ask for it? The system said angrily. That's true. Chapter 85 Collect them all. After breakfast, the assembly bell rang. The three daughters of Zhu Zuqing came together. Ning Rongrong was wearing a light yellow dress and walking on the far left. Zhu Zuqing was wearing a black dress and walking in the middle. Xiao Wu is wearing a pink skirt, on the far right. The three women are all extremely beautiful and have their own unique flavors. They walk side by side, let alone Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who have never seen beauties before. Even Zhao Ming, who was used to seeing pretty girls, was still stunned and couldn't help but take another look. Xiao Wu's legs are the thinnest and longest, and her hair is also the longest and most beautiful. It's still hard to tell with the long scorpion tail braid. But Zhao Ming knew it very well after having been combing her hair for many years. Xiao Wu with her braids and Xiao Wu with her long hair hanging down are completely two different people. Of course, others can't experience that kind of tenderness. Zhu Zuqing's figure is first-rate. A perfect figure with a cold and young face. He has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. One can't help but feel the urge to conquer. And Ning Rongrong came from a large sect. Compared to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, they are more delicate. Coupled with her petite figure, she has an infinitely delicate and energetic flavor. Seeing Zhao Ming's eyes looking in their direction, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but puff up her chest. The corners of his mouth turned up, feeling a little smug in his heart. And Zhu Zuqing immediately lowered his head. She came back this morning, took a hot bath, and lay on the bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. In his mind, Daimyo Bai was slowly reviewing the things he had done over the years. She still remembered how much she looked forward to hearing that she had a fiancé when she was a child. At that time, she naively believed that if she had a fiancé, she would be able to protect herself and stop others from bullying her. But she was wrong. Her fiancé never thought of helping her. It was not until later that she slowly grew up, became more beautiful, and her figure improved, that he began to treat himself with respect. Although she knew that he cared so much about her only because of her beauty. But she didn't care. As long as she has these little concerns, it's enough for her. Later, he promised to elope with him. Take her to escape from the Star Luo Empire and go to the Tiandu Empire. No one there would force them to practice, and there would be no bullying from their brothers and sisters. She believed it at that time, but later, he left alone and left her only a letter. He left, he went to Soto City, and he lived and drank in Soto City. But she came to him anyway. She hopes that he can carry on their mission with him like a man. Is this wrong? She doesn't ask for his protection. Is it wrong for her to think about improving her strength as much as possible? Just because of a little accident, is his eyes so intolerable to sand? On the other hand, she thought of Zhao Ming again. That person who is strong, gentle, and considerate. Staying with Zhao Ming last night, for some reason, her heart was already in turmoil. This made her feel very flustered and confused. Hehe, are you still looking? If you look again, your eyeballs will fall out. Naughty, he walked quietly to Zhao Ming and squeezed Zhao Ming's waist hard, and pain suddenly hit him. Online ebook. Tilting his head, Xiao Wu was smiling at him. Aren't I looking at our baby Xiao Wu? She looks so beautiful today. I'm almost fascinated by it. Zhao Ming smiled and immediately looked away. Really? Xiao Wu frowned and looked at Zhao Ming suspiciously. Of course. Our Xiao Wu is so good looking. How could I look at others? Zhao Ming said with a smile. Then why did you see Sister Zuking so lost in thought just now? And Sister Zuking didn't come back yesterday. She must be with you. Xiao Wu stood on tiptoe, leaned into Zhao Ming's ear, and whispered. Ahem. After listening to Xiao Wu's words, the muscles on Zhao Ming's face twitched. Humph. I knew it. Looking at Zhao Ming's expression, Xiao Wu pouted. Ahem, I'll explain it to you later. Who wants you to explain to me? If you ask me, just accept Sister Zuking. Then I will have a good sister. It's best to accept wrong too. Xiao Wujiao said with a smile. Pfft. Zhao Ming couldn't help but want to spit out a mouthful of old blood. He never expected that such shocking words would come from the mouth of such a beautiful little girl like him. The daughter-in-law of another family is trying to beat her mistress. As for his wife, are you encouraging yourself to accept more? It's hard to find such a good wife even with a lantern, right? Seeing Xiao Wu being so sensible, he was immediately moved. If it weren't for the playground, he would definitely hold Xiao Wu in his arms and pamper her. Looking at Zhao Ming's gentle and grateful eyes, Xiao Wu smiled. Having been with Zhao Ming for 6 years, she knows his character very well. Zhao Ming is a hungry ghost in lust. Even if he wasn't so generous, she wouldn't be able to control him. And Zhao Ming is so good, Zhu Zuking and the others will definitely fall under Zhao Ming's gentle offensive. She had observed very clearly these days that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking looked at Zhao Ming very differently. So she knew that sooner or later they would be her sisters. Nothing will be gained by resisting, but it will make Zhao Ming unhappy and create a rift in their relationship. In this case, it would be better to fulfill it. If she were more generous, Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong would be grateful to her and feel guilty about her at the same time. Now that she and Ning Rongrong live in the same dormitory, they will definitely become good sisters in the future. By then, she will definitely be the eldest sister among these good sisters. When the time comes, if you want to fight for a status, it will be much easier with their help. Otherwise, with her own strength, even if she knew Zhao Ming for the first time, she probably wouldn't be able to please him. After all, her opponents are too powerful. Baiji, Lingji, and the fox Tishanyaya who just came out are all stronger than her. Although she is confident that her future appearance will not be inferior to theirs, she is still too young after all. And who can say for sure what will happen in the future? With the help of several sisters, she could secure her position in Zhao Ming's heart. Moreover, if she were more generous, Zhao Ming would feel guilty towards her and feel guilty for her. These can allow her to occupy more positions in Zhao Ming's heart. Chapter 86 Become an Emperor in 100 Battles, please vote for me. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. With Zhao Ming's character, there must be more than one person in his heart, not just 2, 3, or 3 people, that's many people. In order to compete for Zhao Ming's favor, there will inevitably be competition for favor. This is inevitable. Of course, Zhao Ming naturally doesn't know these things. After all, Zhao Ming is not a woman. Although he knows a lot of things, those are basically the experiences he gained from watching dramas in his previous life. Not long after Zhao Ming and the others lined up, Flanders arrived. Scanning the crowd with sharp eyes, he naturally discovered that there was one person missing, Dai Mubai. He was very familiar with Dai Mubai and rarely missed work. However, his thoughts did not linger on Dai Mubai for long before returning to Zhao Ming and the others. Yesterday I explained some things about cultivation to you, and I believe you also benefited a lot. And I know that you students are all in good condition, and you should have a lot of knowledge about cultivation. Moreover, regular cultivation is not what we at Shrek Academy style. Because we want to cultivate real monsters, not geniuses who live in ivory towers. What is a monster? It should have the strongest talent and the strongest combat power. In terms of talent, you have it. In terms of strength, you are considered to be the top group among your peers. The only thing you lack is actual combat experience and the mentality during battle. This is what I want to teach you. Listening to what Flanders said, how could Zhao Ming not know what he wanted to do? It must be sending them to the Soto City Grand Soul Fighting Arena for a soul fight. Although I have no interest in fighting souls, it's not bad to go to Soto City. After all, Bridget and the others are all in Soto City. After being away for so many days, he couldn't help but miss them. Especially the arrogant Yaya. How could he have a good communication with Yaya just after she woke up that day? She left, and now he just went to Soto City to get familiar with her. With Yaya's arrogant character, if she keeps ignoring her. Although he didn't say anything with his mouth, he definitely felt uncomfortable in his heart. And in the past few days, she can also check the progress of Tianyi Pavilion, the homework she left for Bridget and the others. Tianyi Pavilion. Yes, this is the name Zhao Ming plans to name his clothing store. Heavenly clothes, clothes given by God, have an inexplicable charm to them. The key is that it sounds very expensive, which is in line with Zhao Ming's ideas. Zhao Ming decided that his flagship product would be bikinis. This is a product that has been tested by countless male compatriots on the earth, countless designers. Of course, Douluo continent also has local underwear, but can it be tempting to have a bikini? Zhao Ming believes that such a product has enough allure to seduce the women of Douluo continent to buy it. OK Composition Network. With the vision of his previous life, Zhao Ming believes that women's money is the best way to make money. The key is that while making money, he can also feast his eyes on it. After Flanders finished speaking, he took Zhao Ming and the others out of Shrek Academy. It took about 2 or 3 hours before they arrived at Soto City. It was just noon at this time. Although it is a hot time, Soto City is still very lively. Various street vendors are flowing on the streets, and the number of shops is dazzling. The group of people looked around with different expressions. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are naturally interested in these lively places and are very curious about their surroundings. But Zhu Zuqing lowered his head and remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Flanders led them to the bottom of a huge building. That building is nearly 100 meters high and extremely huge. There was a faint light shining from the huge building. Where the light shines, 6 large characters are faintly written, Soto Great Soul Fighting Field. Teacher? Are we practicing here? Ma Hongjun's face changed slightly and he looked at Flanders with wide eyes. He has been to this place often and is naturally very familiar with it. That's right. This is where you will train from now on. Flanders said, a building like this can only be owned by cities at the main city level. Its size can be said to be a symbol of the strength of a city or even a country. Such a building is called the Great Soul Fighting Field. And it will be named after the city it is located in. Therefore, the one in front of you is called Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. The so-called soul fighting is to fight with your opponent and win as much as possible. The task I give you is to get the Silver Fighting Spirit Badge before graduation. Zhao Ming's task is to get the Purple and Gold Fighting Spirit Badge. Purple and Gold Fighting Spirit Badge. Ma Hongjun and Oscar's expressions changed at the same time. Being familiar with the rules of the Great Spirit Arena, they naturally knew what this meant. Does Flender think Zhao Ming is already so strong? Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. But they knew that Flender would not arrange such a task for Zhao Ming without any reason. Flender's arrangement must mean that Zhao Ming has such strength. Or not far from that level of strength. I said, you guys are staring at each other, what's going on? Ning Rongrong asked with a puzzled look on his face. She knew about the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and Ning Fengzi also told her about some situations in the Great Soul Fighting Arena. But she didn't know much about some of the rules of the Great Soul Fighting Arena and the Soul Fighting Badges. After all, as the little princess of the Kaibao glazed sect, they would not send Ning Rongrong to that kind of place. So it makes sense that Ning Rongrong doesn't know. Ma Hongjun is obviously the most familiar here. He opened his mouth and explained. The badges of the Grand Soul Arena include iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. There are 8 levels in total. There are 3 ways to play games in the Great Soul Fighting field. One of them is a game of discussion, which is what we are going to do. It is done in groups according to levels. Or in other words, it is divided into groups according to the number of soul rings. From Iron Fighting Soul it takes 100 points to upgrade to the Bronze Fighting Soul. You will get 1 point for each battle won. However, if you lose a battle, 1 point will be deducted accordingly. The points will be increased by 10 for each consecutive victory, and the points will be increased by 100 for each consecutive victory. Disqualification from the Bronze Fighting Soul. 1000 points are required to upgrade the Bronze Fighting Soul. 10 points will be lost for each battle won by the Bronze Fighting Soul. The proportion of points gained from consecutive wins is the same as that of Iron Fighting Soul. Ding! The hidden mission is released. Become an emperor in 100 battles, and get the highest honor in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, the Diamond Soul Fighting Medal. Mission reward, raffle ticket for top-notch equipment. Chapter 87 Brother takes you to the Diamond. The best equipment? Xiaoming's eyes turned red when he heard this voice. Brother system, what level is this top-notch equipment? Produced by the system must be high quality. The best equipment is the most powerful equipment from all worlds. For example, the ringless suit of hatred earth in G-bead transformation, the ancient ruler of strange fire in breaking the sky, and the 8 ancestor glazed glass in martial universe bow. Of course, what can be extracted depends on the luck of the host. Is it so slippery? Top quality equipment from various worlds? It's exciting just thinking about it. Xiaoming suddenly became more pleased with the Soto City Spirit Fighting Arena. According to the rules of the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena, all the soul masters he met were at the same stage, that is, they were all soul masters. He really didn't care much about battles of the same level. From the Iron Badge to the Diamond Badge, he just needs to maintain his winning streak. This is impossible for Ma Hongjun and the others. But it is definitely not a problem for Xiaoming. Even if he is put into the Soul Sect group or even the Soul King group, he is not afraid at all. Of course, this kind of simplicity is only for people like Xiaoming who are ordinary cheaters. In fact, the Diamond Fighting Spirit Badge has not appeared in Douluo continent for many years. To get this honor, what you need to do is not just to be invincible at the same level, but to be far superior to people at the same level. The Great Soul Fighting Arena is a dangerous place. Although Xiaoming and the others are participating in a spirit fight, there will be no risk of death. But the probability of disability is still very high. Once you become disabled, it means that it is basically difficult for you to go further. Xiaoming estimated that the soul masters he would face with gem level badges should already be at level 39 and possess soul masters. The ultimate combat power, and even higher may be enough to match the combat power of the 40 level soul sect. If a normal soul master wants to get a diamond badge, he must start playing at least level 37. I thought that it might take a long time to match opponents the further you go, and it would take at least half a year to get the diamond badge. If you start participating in the game from level 38 to 9, you may break through to level 40 on the way. However, if someone at level 37 wants to defeat someone at level 39, and there is such a powerful soul master, it is indeed very difficult. But for Xiaoming, it was too simple. Brother Ming, what's your expression? Seeing the disdain on the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, Ma Hongjun had a dark look on his face. What is the purple and gold badge? Since you have participated in the spirit fight, why should you strive for the highest level badge? Xiaoming smiled and patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. The highest level. Ma Hongjun muttered, but his expression suddenly changed. He looked at Zhao Ming in horror and choked for a long time before saying, "Brother Ming, you mean you want to get the diamond badge? What happened to the diamond badge? It's just a few soul masters, I can handle it with a wave of my hand." Zhao Ming said nonchalantly. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, Ma Hongjun suddenly became excited and looked at Zhao Ming with eyes full of admiration. Xiao Wu looked at Zhao Ming and was even more dazed. She knew what Zhao Ming said was not a lie. Since he said so, he would definitely do it. Although she knew it was easy to do this with Zhao Ming's strength, she couldn't help but feel excited when she thought that Zhao Ming alone was holding the highest honor of the Great Soul Fighting Arena and receiving everyone's attention and respect. Okay. At this time, Flanders also ignited a passion that he had not experienced for a long time. He knew that Zhao Ming really had a chance to do it. What if I would be able to have a diamond badge student? What an honor this will be! Moreover, how much money can you make from him? Flanders straightened his eyes, and he could already see countless golden soul coins waving towards him. You work hard and don't always limit yourself to the tasks I give you. You must learn from Zhao Ming and strive to get the gold medal badge. Yes. With Zhao Ming's stimulation, they suddenly gained momentum. They are also geniuses, so naturally they cannot accept that there is such a big gap between themselves and others. So Zhao Ming's words also aroused their fighting spirit. Dean Flanders. After hesitating for a while, Ning Rongrong called to Flanders. Rongrong, what's wrong? Oscar and I are both auxiliary soul masters. If we join the soul fighting, will we die? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. You two don't need to participate in a one-on-one spirit battle. What you need to participate in is the team battle series. For one-on-one and two-on-two spirit battles, auxiliary spirit masters rarely play. And for you auxiliary soul masters, you don't need to participate in this kind of soul fighting. You just need to watch from the side. For you, observing the battles of various soul masters will make it easier for you to assist your teammates in the future. This will be more helpful to you when facing various dangerous situations, Flanders said, leading them into the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. When you walk into the Great Soul Fighting Arena, the first thing you see is a huge stone tablet with densely carved names on it. These are all the dead in the soul fighting battle. Most of these dead people participated in the game of life and death. Only one of the two people who participated in the battle could survive. What Zhao Ming and the others were participating in was a spirit fight, and nominally neither party was allowed to make a fatal blow. It is very simple to register for fighting spirit here. You only need to fill in a form including name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit, and you can receive the initial Iron Fighting Spirit badge. Of course, registration requires each person to pay 10 gold coins as registration cost. At the same time, a soul power test was also conducted to determine their respective levels. This is to determine the strength of the participating soul masters and then match them with opponents. After Zhao Ming and the others completed the registration, Flanders told them the relevant matters and left. Wrong, why are you looking like this? Zhao Ming noticed that Ning Rongrong had been unhappy since entering the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. Zhao Ming knew that this was the reason why she could not enter the Spirit Fighting Arena for the time being. With Ning Rongrong's temperament, seeing that they all went to participate in the soul fighting, but she could only watch from the audience, it was strange that she was in a good mood. Asking knowingly. Ning Rongrong glanced at Zhao Ming angrily. Isn't it just that you can't participate in the soul fighting competition? In a few days, we will get familiar with each other and take you to participate in team battles. Then you will be able to play. Zhao Ming said with a smile. How long do we have to wait? How about you take me to the field? I can assist you, I assist the super strong ones. Looking at Zhao Ming, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly lit up. Take you. Zhao Ming frowned, this is against the rules. I am the Soul Master, you are the Great Soul Master, we are not at the same level. Although I am a great soul master, I can participate in soul fighting at the soul master level. Anyway, you are so powerful, you can definitely win even if you bring me with you. Ning Rongrong stared at her big beautiful eyes and blinked. Blinking, trying to use a honey trap. That's true. Maybe I can take you to get some diamonds. Xiaoming pursed his lips and looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile on his face, but what good will it do me if I take you with me? Diamonds. Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment and then became excited. He knew that Xiaoming was extremely powerful and it was absolutely possible for her to get the diamond badge. When the time comes to return to the Kaibao glazed sect, won't they be able to look at her with admiration? Ning Rongrong suddenly said excitedly, if you can help me get the diamond badge, I will give you whatever you want. Really? You agree to everything? Xiaoming half smiled but looked around Ning Rongrong's body. Xiaoming's face turned slightly red when he saw it, and she felt panicked, but Ning Rongrong calmed down immediately. Of course it's true. As long as you dare to take it, I'll give it to you. Then it's settled. Xiaoming smiled and said playfully. Ning Rongrong was stunned when he heard Xiaoming's words. She originally thought this was just Xiaoming Lei's joke. After all, his was the eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect, and not everyone dared to blaspheme her. But judging from what Xiaoming means, it seems. What? Is it possible that you want to regret it? How is that possible? I, Ning Rongrong, always tell the truth. Ning Rongrong immediately patted her chest after being provoked by Xiaoming. Chapter 88 Transaction. Just as Ning Rongrong spoke, she felt panicked for no reason. If it doesn't work, I won't force it. It just so happens that I'm going to help my Xiaohe get points. Xiaoming patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder and smiled. Who said I can't do it? I can do it. Ning Rongrong heard that Xiaoming was not going to take her, so she quickly grabbed Xiaoming's hand and assured Xiaoming. Ning Rongrong thought in her heart, if Xiaoming wants to do bad things to her. She told him her true identity in the Kaibao glazed sect. If he knew that she was the daughter of the leader of the Kaibao glazed sect, he would definitely not dare to have evil thoughts towards her. No matter how strong Xiaoming is, before he has grown up, he can still be convinced by the powerful Kaibao glazed sect. How could Ning Rongrong hide this little thought from Xiaoming? Xiaoming didn't say anything, but he was laughing in his heart. How can the Kaibao glazed sect suppress him? Even if he is no match for the Kaibao glazed sect now, is he panic? Panic with a hammer. When the time comes to get Ning Rongrong, it will be difficult for Ning Fengzi not to recognize him as his son-in-law. And if Ning Rongrong was accidentally allowed to go back with a full belly, Ning Fengzi would probably have to beg to be his son-in-law. After all, we can't let a newborn child lose his father. Why are you laughing? Ning Rongrong panicked when Xiaoming saw him. She quickly put her hands on her hips and said calmly. I laugh at you for being too young. Xiaoming patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder lightly, smiled and said nothing. Xiaoming couldn't help but think of a MOBA game in his previous life. Those Yao girls had high points and even made a hot search for national server Suans spray. After trading with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and the others had already lined up in the one-on-one battle arena and returned. For soul masters participating in the soul fighting competition, they can only participate in one game of the same type every day. If he wanted to take Ning Rongrong to the diamond, he would not be able to participate in a one-on-one game. On the side, waiting area. Xiaoming hugged Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I originally wanted to partner with you. However, I found that I can't. I can't be so selfish. Because once I really get the diamond badge, many forces will definitely focus on me. I don't want to expose you because of their attention to me, you know. Holding Xiao Wu's face, Xiaoming looked into Xiao Wu's eyes affectionately. I know. He hugged Xiaoming tightly and buried his pretty face in Xiaoming's chest. Xiaoming, Do you know? Sometimes I really wish to abandon this soul beast identity. In this case, you don't have to accompany me to Shrek Academy, and I can accompany you to fight. Don't say that. It's all my fault that I don't have the strength to protect you. Seeing Xiao Wu acting so well behaved, Zhao Ming felt a little guilty. Forget it, let's make up for it later. However, what Zhao Ming said was not entirely to appease Xiao Wu. Even if he didn't take Ning Rongrong to participate in the spirit fight, he wouldn't take Xiao Wu with him either. After all, Zhao Ming will definitely get a lot of attention by then, and he doesn't want Xiao Wu to be noticed so early. After explaining to Xiao Wu, Zhao Ming led Ning Rongrong directly towards the 2-on-2 soul fighting registration office. The two people's intention to sign up for a 2-on-2 soul fighting combination at the soul master level still caused some waves. Hey? You are a soul master, right? You can only participate in the soul battle at the soul master level. Your level is too high and you cannot participate in the soul battle at the great soul master level. The staff in charge of registration looked at Zhao Ming in surprise. Although surprised by their age. After all, reaching soul master at this age is an incredible thing in his eyes. Of course we are not here to sign up for the great soul master group, we are here to sign up for the soul master group. Zhao Ming smiled slightly. What? You want to bring a great soul master to participate in the soul master group's 2-on-2 soul battle? The staff was greatly surprised. After working here for so many years, he still rarely encounters such a situation. What? Isn't it possible? It's okay. But are you sure you want to sign up like this? You must know that the enemies you encounter are all soul masters. The staff reminded kindly. The rules of the Great Soul Fighting Field allow cross-level soul fighting, but you can only challenge from a low level to a high level. It's okay. Anyway, we are participating in a soul fighting competition, and no one will die. We can go to the Soul Master group to feel their strength. If we can't beat them, it's good to see the world. That's true. The staff member nodded. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. If you win a game, you will get a total of 10 gold coins. The staff charged the two people in a formal manner. Because they have already registered their level, they only need to show their Iron Fighting Soul badge, and there is no need to fill in anything else. Please give your group put together a name. Let's call them the Invincible Group. I originally thought of a stereotypical Ming Rong group. But after thinking about it, Zhao Ming still felt it was too unpleasant. Only invincibility can reflect the temperament of someone like him. After the registration was completed, Zhao Ming Ning Rongrong was waiting in the Ho War Zone. Compared with the 1-on-1 spirit fighting area, the 2-on-2 spirit fighting area has much fewer people participating. But a game also takes longer. Zhao Ming and the others still have 4 games ahead of them, so the game is still a long time away from them. I'm going to lie down for a while. Remember to call me when the game comes. After yawning, Zhao Ming looked at Ning Rongrong next to him and said, I spent the whole night with Zhu Zuqing yesterday, and now it's noon again, so Zhao Ming is a little groggy. After saying that, before Ning Rongrong could say anything, Zhao Ming rested his head on Ning Rongrong's thigh, with a faint smile on his drunken face. Hey! What are you doing? Ning Rongrong didn't expect that Zhao Ming would be lying on her lap. Her face suddenly turned red and she said in a panic. Don't move. Give me a sleeping pillow. I'll just squint for a while. Zhao Ming said softly, then turned over and found a suitable and comfortable position to lie down on his side. You. Ning Rongrong blushed and wanted to move her legs away. But looking at Zhao Ming's handsome face, and recalling the scene of Zhao Ming carrying her to the dormitory and making chicken soup for her, I still couldn't make the move. Moreover, there was a wonderful feeling in her heart that made her not want to move away. She couldn't explain what it felt like, she seemed a little reluctant to let go. Forget it, I will be generous today. I made an excuse for myself in my heart, looking at Zhao Ming's face with a faint smile. My heart was pounding, jumping, and dripping with syrup. Zhao Ming smiled slightly, resting his pillow on his soft thighs, smelling the fragrance of virginity. Not to mention Zhao Ming, who came from the 21st century, even a peasant who didn't understand the charms couldn't bear to part with it. Chapter 89. Don't forget your promise. The wrong chapter was sent just now. I forgot about the issue of volume ahem, because the title of the VIP chapter cannot be changed. I panicked about the content. I can't change it until the editor comes to work on Monday. So I changed the content. Before you, the 2 chapters you subscribed to are the content of the 2 chapters updated today, that is, the contents of chapters 85 and 86 are actually new. Ning Rongrong was shy for a while, and when she saw that Zhao Ming had really fallen asleep, her pounding heart slowly began to calm down. Listening to Zhao Ming's rhythmic breathing, Ning Rongrong felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. It is a kind of silence that comes from the depths of the soul. When she was in Kai Bao glazed sect, although everyone respected her and doted on her, no one had ever met anyone like Zhao Ming. Sometimes it would make her grit her teeth in anger, and other times it would inadvertently stir her heart. That time, Zhao Ming forced her to run 20 laps. Initially, he thought that Zhao Ming wanted to make him angry on purpose, but later he learned from Oscar that Flanders had asked Zhao Wuji to spy on them secretly. The purpose was to know that she would not be able to run 20 laps, and wanted to take this opportunity to suppress her temper. She knew that with Zhao Ming's character, he would definitely not tease her for no reason. He must have known these things before supervising her running. If he really hated her, he wouldn't be so cautious when carrying her back, fearing that she would disappear. It's obviously for the good of others. Why do you still have to pretend to be fierce? You were obviously worried about her health, so why did you put the chicken soup on her table and leave without saying a word? Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Ming with tenderness in her eyes. But when she thought of Xiao Wu, her eyes dimmed. The good times are always short-lived. Time passes slowly and soon it will be their turn to play. Next, we will invite you to the 6th match of the 8th Soul Fighting Arena's 2-on-2 Soul Fighting Zone. The Invincible Team and Taki Phase Team. This time our Invincible Team is a new combination, and there is also a great Soul Master in it. Oh! Seeing that the audience was not in high spirits, the host immediately revealed something important and adjusted the atmosphere. When the supporter read the name of their group, Ning Rongrong quickly pushed Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, get up quickly. It's our turn. So fast. Zhao Ming opened his hazy eyes, stood up, moved his hands and feet, and pulled Ning Rongrong towards the soul fighting stage. The host's revelation also attracted the attention of the audience. Suddenly, waves of exclamations sounded. The audience was all interested. After all, it is rare for a great Soul Master to cross the stage and join the soul fighting platform of the Soul Master level Soul Master. Real or fake? How dare a great Soul Master join the Soul Master group? I'm afraid I haven't experienced the beatings from society. I didn't expect that the Taki concubine combination would be able to get such a big deal this time. When Zhao and Ming walked onto the soul fighting stage, and everyone saw their young faces, the exclamations of wonder became even stronger. Each of them was frightened by their age. It's good that Zhao Ming looks a little older. People who don't know him think he is 14 or 15 years old. Ning Rongrong looked very young. Don't be nervous, I'm here. The voices and strange looks from the audience around her put a lot of pressure on Ning Rongrong. At this time, her little hands were already sweating. Yet, Ning Rongrong nodded. I glanced at Zhao Ming and felt relieved for a while. At this time, Zhao Ming saw their opponents, a pair of twin sisters. The two estimated their age in their 30s. Yes, my body has gained some weight. He looks ordinary, but has heavy makeup on his face. At this time, their faces were filled with inexplicable smiles. Apparently they were treated as soft persimmons. Li Yunlong, 31st level Soul Master. Concubine Li Yun, 32nd level Soul Master. The two of them reported their names and strengths. Their names made Xiaoming laugh a little. Xiaoming, level 35 Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, level 26 Great Soul Master. The two also reported their names and prepared for battle at the same time. What? Level 35. Li Yunlong and Li Yunfei looked at each other in shock. But he quickly suppressed this emotion. Even if they are level 35 Soul Masters, they still have a high winning rate. After all, the opponent also has a drag bottle. The battle begins. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field had almost reached its peak, the host immediately issued an order. The two of them charged at Xiaoming at the same time. At the same time, Xiaoming also saw clearly their martial souls, a generous sword. With the big knife in their hands, the two of them were not slow, and quickly closed the distance between them and Xiaoming. Xiaoming didn't move. He stood quietly on the soul fighting stage and looked at the two people rushing toward him indifferently. With a gentle tap of his feet, Xiaoming disappeared in an instant. This speed is extremely fast, especially with Yunfei as a foil, it makes Xiaoming's speed even more impressive. Almost instantly, the fighting spirit arena suddenly became quiet. The originally noisy auditorium of the 8th Fighting Spirit Arena was completely silent. The speed of this hand alone is enough to illustrate Xiaoming's strength. The key is that Xiaoming has not even released his martial spirit. The twin martial souls also possess the strongest beast martial soul, the ancient phoenix. After years of constant physical transformation, it no longer has the physique of an ordinary soul master. Coupled with his level 35, which is close to level 36, soul power suppression, what if he still needs to use martial souls to deal with two soul masters who have just passed the soul master level? Boom! This punch hit Li Yunlong directly on the chest, sinking in. Li Yunlong was knocked back more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Not good. Seeing that her sister was defeated so easily by Xiaoming, Li Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. But there wasn't much time left for her to think. After solving one of them, Xiaoming did not stop. Quickly rushed in the direction of Li Yunfei. It is still extremely fast, and it is still a punch without any fancy. With her sister's experience, Li Yunfei gained experience and held her big sword tightly in front of her chest to protect it. Bang! The fist hit Li Yunfei's sword, and a sharp and harsh sound suddenly came out. Concubine Li Yun flew out and fell to the ground. The battle is over. In less than half a minute, the battle was over. Walked up to Ning Rongrong and looked at her mouth wide open with an exaggerated expression. I was immediately angry and amused. Ning Rongrong was probably the first person to dare to be so arrogant and distracted on the soul fighting stage. Hey, let's go, don't be in a daze. Xiaoming pinched the tender flesh on Ning Rongrong's face angrily and said with a smile. After coming back to her senses, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaoming with stars in her eyes, and said excitedly, "Wow, Xiaoming, you were so handsome just now." Xiaoming was delighted, "Now you know how powerful I am. I think you'd better prepare yourself as soon as possible." "What are you preparing for?" Ning Rongrong stared with her big beautiful eyes. She was so excited that she didn't see Xiaoming's evil smile at all. "What do you think? It's your promise." Xiaoming smiled and put his lips to Ning Rongrong's ear and said softly. Only then did Ning Rongrong realize what Xiaoming meant, and her face turned red with embarrassment. He stamped his feet and ran away quickly. "We haven't even made a single stroke yet. Let's wait until we get the diamond badge." Chapter 90 Flanders cried. Xiaoming and Ning Rongrong left the soul fighting stage before the audience on the stage reacted. Did I read that right? Why did the battle end so quickly? I didn't even see it clearly. Did I make a mistake in the great soul fighting arena and let a soul king in? To be able to kill 2 soul lords so easily without releasing their martial souls is something only a soul king can do. One of them, the middle-aged man, said in disbelief. Just now, he suppressed Yunfei's combination for 2,000 gold soul coins, and now they are all gone? No, there must be something fishy about this battle. I protest, there is something fishy about this game. Those gamblers who had bet all their fortunes on the Yunlong combination also started to cheer when they heard this voice. They didn't believe it. How fast could 2 soul masters lose? This is completely beyond their reach. In less than half a minute, all their belongings were gone. No one can bear this. Yes, when I just heard that there was a great soul master in the invincible combination, too many people rushed to beat Yunfei's combination to win before the game started. Because they thought that when 2 soul masters defeated a team with a great soul master, they were red-eyed because they didn't think that the invincible combination had any chance of winning from the beginning. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Quiet. At this time, the host of the 8th Fighting Soul channel also reacted, took a deep look at the direction Xiaoming and the others were leaving, and then shouted coldly. All soul masters who come to participate in the soul battle will undergo professional testing. There is no problem with the cultivation of the 2 soul masters who form an invincible combination. And you just also clearly, is it possible for that soul master to cultivate and become a soul king at his age? If there are any more people making noises below, they will all be regarded as provocations against our grand soul fighting platform. Being able to host a battle at the soul master level, this host is certainly not weak in strength. After Wei drank it, the place became calm again. In fact, they knew in their hearts that with the age of the members of the invincible group, it was impossible for the situation they imagined to happen, but they just couldn't think about it. In other words, they are unwilling to accept reality. Of course, some people still win money. Many people got interested after seeing the extremely high odds and placed bets on Xiaoming and the others. Among them, the one who laughed the most was Flanders. Yes, he did not leave the Soto City arena. Instead, he has been placing bets on Shrek's students. Xiaoming is his focus. When he saw Xiaoming taking Ning Rongrong to register for a 2-on-2 combination, he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a fortune. With Ning Rongrong, a great soul master, it would be impossible for a normal person to place a bet on Xiaoming as long as he was not a lunatic. The only people who dare to bet on Xiaoming are some shabby people who don't have much money at all. He staked 3,000 gold soul coins on Xiaoming, which was all the belongings he brought with him. Now he still feels a little regretful. If he had thought earlier that Xiaoming would team up with Ning Rongrong to achieve such a disparity in odds, he would definitely have borrowed all the money from Zhao Wuji and the others. But people can't be too greedy. This time, excluding some money he has to pay to the big spirit fighting arena, he can get 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins. The thought of having so much money made him smile from ear to ear. Dean Flanders, why are you here? Just when Flanders was smiling from ear to ear, Xiaoming came over. After walking off the soul fighting stage and hearing the sound of crying for father and mother, Xiaoming knew that he had missed something. That's gambling. Originally, Xiaoming was a little annoyed. After all, their strength was exposed after today, and they wouldn't be able to make much money even if they placed bets again. After all, this kind of bet is all about suspense. From now on, there is no suspense about whether they will win, and only fools will bet on them losing. But when he saw Flanders, he knew that this time he would not return empty-handed. Of course I'm betting, thinking he was an acquaintance. Flanders turned around cheerfully, and before he finished speaking, he was speechless. The smile on his face also solidified, he was a little carried away just now. Now that students see themselves gambling, this image is not good. Ahem, I'm watching your 2-on-2 duel. I just watched it. Xiaoming, you performed well. But wrong, your performance was not good. As an auxiliary soul master, you actually, if you are distracted on the soul fighting stage, you will be dead, you know? Who is Flanders? Human spirit. I came up with an excuse in a flash of my mind. As expected, Ning Rong Rong, who was new to the world, suddenly changed color when Flanders said this in such a serious tone. If this happened to someone else, maybe it would just be over. But Xiaoming is a veteran. He didn't come to Flanders to establish a relationship with him. That's for blackmail. Ahem, I'm talking about Dean. I understand that you came to see our game. But Dean, this seems to be a place for betting. Xiaoming, unlike a novice like Ning Rongrong, asked directly. How is that possible? I just came from the one-on-one spirit fighting area and happened to pass by here. Flanders said righteously, and pointed at the number 7 spirit fighting area. Zhao Wuji said this because the place where the bet was placed was in the middle of the 2 soul fighting areas. Oh, but Dean, why do you have a yellow sign in your hand? It's the same as what their group of people held. Xiaoming pointed to the group of gamblers, and at this time, a new round of soul fighting began again. They surrounded him again. They also held a yellow sign in their hands. Number 6, let me see, wow, I won a lot. Xiaoming smiled. Ahem. Flanders smiled, aren't I just trying to earn some food money for you? Oh, so that's it. Xiaoming suddenly realized, walked up to Flanders, and whispered, I didn't see anything for 40,000 yuan. Pfft. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Flanders couldn't help but want to spit out a mouthful of old blood. In total, he can earn 50,000 yuan. He wants 40,000 yuan just because he is angry. This is worse than robbery. But, how could he, Flanders, be intimidated by a student? What else could he do if he didn't give it to Xiaoming? Dean. If the 7 treasures glazed sect's daughter is brought to the soul fighting area to gamble and make money, what if sect leader Ning knows about it? By the way, the 7 treasures glazed sect seems to have 2 titled Douluo. If they find out, then what will happen? That's incredible. Xiaoming said with a smile. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Flanders' smile froze. Didn't he simply place a bet? Why does it feel like something is wrong if I put it another way? What kind of force is the Kaibao glazed sect? He could be crushed to death by turning over. He sent Ning Rongrong to the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and they might not say anything. But he also made a bet, but the nature of it is different. Ahem. 5-5. Flanders whispered, holding out 5 fingers to Xiaoming as he spoke. Dean, this is just the money that should be given to Rongrong. What about me? I see my beloved Dean using himself to make money, and I feel bad. Xiaoming looked at Flanders' solemn expression and smiled slightly. Xiaoming, Dean Flanders, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong blinked her beautiful big eyes. By the way, I just heard that Dean Flanders seemed to be gambling with us. Dad and the others, even the spirit fighting arena, is reluctant to let me come. 40,000, deal. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Flanders was startled and quickly said to Xiaoming. He didn't want Ning Fengzi to know about this. After receiving Flanders' answer, Xiaoming began to wash the floor for Flanders. Rongrong, how can you say that? Dean Flender is working hard to raise funds for the college. This time, it is just that the funds of the college are too scarce, so he took this step. Xiaoming patted Ning Rong, who was afraid of Ning Rong. Rong looked over his shoulder and said earnestly, now that we have raised enough money, the dean decided to spend 5,000 gold soul coins to improve the food in our college. Right, Dean? After hearing Xiaoming's words, the kind smile on Flanders' face disappeared again. 5,000? Will it cost me another 5,000? Why don't you spend your own money? Flanders instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Ning Rongrong's expectant eyes, he couldn't say no. He was vomiting blood in his heart, but he still pretended to be kind and said, "Of course, Flanders, said it exactly." "He, I knew the dean was not that kind of person," Ning Rongrong said softly. After Xiaoming and Ning Rongrong walked away, the smile on his face could no longer be maintained, and Flanders collapsed. 50,000 has become 10,000. No, he still has to spend money to improve food. 10,000 is gone. Chapter 91 Bathing? How should you thank me? After walking away, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiaoming with a smile. She was not a fool. When she saw Xiaoming and Flender chatting for so long, she knew what was going on. "You know everything." Xiaoming smiled. Speaking of which, Ning Rongrong's assist just now was really timely. Otherwise, it would be better if Flanders spent a long time with him and still couldn't get anything. "Of course, I'm not a fool. Do you know how much I earned?" Xiaoming looked around and whispered. "How many?" Xiaoming stretched out 4 fingers. 4,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong opened her eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Well, Xiaoming was stunned for a moment and looked at Ning Rongrong, somewhat unbelievable. "Is this really the eldest lady from the Kaibao glazed sect? Are you so surprised by just a few thousand gold soul coins?" In fact, what Xiaoming didn't know was that for Ning Rongrong, she didn't even have the concept of gold soul coins when she was in the Kaibao glazed sect. After all, what did she want in the Kaibao glazed sect? There is no need for this thing at all. It wasn't until she sneaked out from Kaibao glazed sect that she took away her pocket money of several thousand gold soul coins. Only after leaving the Kaibao glazed sect did I realize how valuable the golden soul coin was. Now the money Ning Rongrong brought from the Kaibao glazed sect is probably almost gone. However, Xiaoming quickly understood this and said seductively, "Miss Ning Rongrong, let me discuss something with you." "What do you want to do?" Looking at Xiaoming's evil smile, Ning Rongrong felt that Xiaoming must be up to something. "It's not about anything else. I'm afraid that Flanders won't pay back the money he owes. How about you come with me to collect the debt? I'll give you 2,000 gold soul coins after the matter is completed," Xiaoming said generously. "Is it that simple?" Ning Rongrong said in surprise. This was just a trivial matter to her, but Xiaoming was willing to give her half of the 4,000 gold soul coins he got from Flanders, which moved her a little. "Xiaoming, you are so kind." Ning Rongrong's nose felt sore and she hugged Xiaoming and said, Don't say that. Actually, I'm not that good. How about you take 3,000? Seeing Ning Rongrong so moved, Xiaoming always felt a little guilty and thought about whether to give it to Ning Rong. A little more glory? But Ning Rongrong was even more moved. "I don't want that much. After all, it's all your money, so I want a quarter, or even 1,000. Then forget it." Xiaoming said sarcastically, "You can't get a penny less, at least 2,000, no more." "Yet." Ning Rongrong nodded and said nothing more. After Xiaoming and the others finished their game, they went directly to the one-on-one game area to find Xiao Wu. The Great Soul Fighting Arena has regulations. They can only participate in one game of the same type every day. In other words, they can only participate in one 2-on-2 game a day. Of course, Xiaoming can also participate in one-on-one games, but Xiaoming does not intend to do so. Now that he has decided to take Ning Rongrong to the diamond, Xiaoming will naturally keep his word. So I could only take Ning Rongrong and fight point by point. It was already afternoon when I walked out of the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. Originally, she wanted to go with Xiao Wu to find Bridget and the others, but Xiao Wu unexpectedly refused and returned to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong and the others. Xiao Wu was so kind, so generous, and thinking about him made him feel a little guilty. "But it's really not appropriate to take Xiao Wu with you today." Without giving it a second thought, he walked in the direction of Yan Lingji and the others. There is a connection between the puppet and Xiaoming, especially when they are close together. Xiaoming can find Yan Lingji and the others through this sense. Directly crossing 2 streets, Xiaoming came to an exquisite attic. This loft is about 4 or 5 stories high. It's not big, but it's very delicate. There is a sign hanging on the attic, which reads Tianyi Pavilion in 3 small characters. Unlike other shops, the font on Tianyi Pavilion's plaque is Xiajuan, which is clearly written by a woman. Z's handiwork. Xiaoming smiled. I didn't expect that they had already made such a splash after I had only been away for such a short time. This kind of handwriting should come from Yan Lingji's handwriting. Bridget and Yaya are definitely not interested in these things. Pushing the door open and walking into the attic, Xiaoming was a little surprised. Because there were 2 acquaintances that Xiaoming knew inside. Those were the twin sisters that Dai Mubai took to get a room last time. Why are they here too? Xiaoming was stunned. What are you doing? Xiaoming asked. Sir, are you here? The 2 of them said in surprise when they saw Xiaoming. Then I remembered Xiaoming's question, and the one who should be my sister said, we were hired to help in Tianyi Pavilion. In fact, since they left the Rose Hotel last time, they have paid more attention to Xiaoming. They have met many men over the years, so they naturally know who Xiaoming is. The reason why they treated Dai Mubai like that last time was largely to show their attitude to Xiaoming and let him know that they had made a clean break with Mr. Dai. After all, for people like them who are beautiful and have no strength, the only thing of value is their chastity. Getting it as good a price as possible is the most important thing to them. That day, they just suddenly wanted to sell it to Xiaoming. So, they hurried over after seeing Bridget's recruitment notice. Then you work hard, I'll go up first. Xiaoming nodded and said lightly. After that, he left. Although Xiaoming is lustful, he has not yet reached the point where he is hungry and has no choice but to eat. He has no idea at all about this kind of woman who honestly wants to have sex with her. There are so many beautiful wives at home. In other words, they are not qualified to be his Xiaoming's women. What's more, when they hooked up with Dai Mubai, with Dai Mubai's integrity, they would have touched everything they should. Even if they didn't go that far, Xiaoming was no longer interested. Continuing to walk upstairs, the surroundings are pure wooden carved structures. In the corridor, waves of elegant fragrance continued to float into Xiaoming's nostrils. It seems to be a pure natural spice, which makes people very comfortable. Gradually I walked in. Xiaoming gradually heard the woman's charming smile, and the sound of play came out. Vaguely, Xiaoming could hear the voices of Bai Ji and Yan Lingji. In addition, Xiaoming could also hear the sound of rushing water. Is this taking a bath? Chapter 92. I understand in my heart. Suddenly Xiaoming quickened his pace. Suddenly, the playing sound of Yan Lingji and Bai Ji became louder, and the sound reached Xiaoming's ears, making Xiaoming feel a little itchy. He has always had no resistance to baby Yan Yan and baby Bridget. Especially his baby Yan Yan. She has practiced charm since she was a child. She can win people's hearts with her words and every smile. Even if you don't do anything and just talk, you can draw away other people's souls. Although Xiaoming is not a vocal control party, he has no resistance at all. Of course, he also liked Bridget's gentleness very much. Unknowingly, Xiaoming had reached the top floor. After reaching the top floor, Xiaoming realized that this was a cylindrical space. Tianyi Pavilion is an architectural style that is wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The top floor is not very big, but it seems very big with only one room. Standing outside the door, Xiaoming could feel the hot and humid atmosphere. Leaning against a glass window, Xiaoming saw the scene inside. There is a large circular bath inside, with a radius of about 4 meters. Tilting mist rose from the pool, and 2 beautiful figures were sitting in it bathing. It was Bai Ji and Yan Lingji. The water in the pool is very deep and the hot white water mist rises, revealing the attractive scenery. And at this time, they are wearing small clothes and pants designed by Xiaoming. Lingji wears orange-red, while Bridget wears green. Both of them are in excellent shape and look extremely attractive. However, there was heavy moisture on the glass window, so what Xiaoming could see was not very clear. But that kind of haziness ignited the nameless fire in Xiaoming's heart. The sweet laughter in the bathhouse sounded again. Xiaoming couldn't help it anymore and used his soul power to break the pin made of fine iron. Xiaoming rushed in like a hungry wolf pouncing on food. "Hey, why don't you two ladies know how to take a bath with your husband?" "Ah!" When they heard Xiaoming suddenly barging in, both of them screamed. A burst of clouds and rain. The three of them didn't stop until early the next morning. It was already the morning of the next day when I woke up again. When Xiaoming woke up, Baiji and Lingji beside him had already left. Xiaoming knew that they probably didn't want to wake up with big eyes and small eyes, which would be embarrassing then. Smelling the two different faint fragrances on the bed, Xiaoming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. To die under the peonies is to be a ghost. There are some things that you will never know how wonderful they are until you experience them. In the kitchen, Bridget is preparing breakfast wearing a white apron. But she was obviously a little distracted at this time. The events of yesterday were constantly replaying in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel her heart pounding wildly. She knew that Xiaoming would come yesterday. With her cultivation level, Xiaoming's whereabouts could not be hidden from him. But she still didn't say anything, and even took the initiative to break the soundproof soul barrier in the bathroom to lure Xiaoming over. In the past 6 years, with this she was already attracted to Xiaoming because of her familiarity with him. Yes, this is completely beyond the mission. Now even if Silver Dragon King Guyuina wants her to give up her mission and return to the Stardow Forest, she doesn't want to go back. When she was in the Star Forest, she never thought that her life could still be like this. Go shopping and buy things with your good friends, and then be responsible for Xiaoming's 3 meals a day. Although the days were dull, they made her feel very fulfilled and warm. Therefore, yesterday afternoon, she did not resist Xiaoming's arrival, and even had a little expectation in her heart. Looking forward to truly becoming his woman. Hey! Breathing lightly to calm down her mood, Bridget stopped thinking about it. After washing up, Xiaoming walked around the building. Xiaoming had some understanding of the structure of Tianyi Pavilion. Only the first floor of Tianyi Pavilion is used for shops. The second and third floors are used for stacking goods. The fourth floor is where Bridget and others live and move around. The fifth and top floor is the bathroom. Xiaoming was probably transformed by Bridget. After all, Bridget is an emerald swan and loves water, so she naturally likes to soak in the big bath. When Xiaoming came to the restaurant, the aroma of the food had already filled the room. There are many dishes already placed on the table in the hall. They are all full of color, aroma, and taste. Just looking at them can make people excited. Of course, the most important thing is having 2 beauties by his side. If nothing else, it's enough for you to watch. Why hasn't Yaya come yet? After taking a look, there was no sign of Tishan Yaya, Xiaoming said slightly. I'll call her. Bridget said. I'll go. Xiaoming smiled. He knew Yaya was jealous. Hey, Yaya, it's time to eat. Xiaoming knocked on Yaya's door. I'm not hungry, you can eat first. A cold voice came from the room. Xiaoming smiled, naturally he would not believe her words. Pushing the door gently, it was not unlocked. With a creak, Xiaoming walked in. At this time, Yaya was sitting on a chair wearing an ice blue robe, staring in the mirror in a daze. Xiaoming went to their place as soon as he came back last night, but he didn't even come to see her. At the same time, she was also asking herself whether it was time to make changes. She didn't know if Xiaoming liked her now, but she knew that if she remained indifferent, Xiaoming would definitely be occupied by them. These things made her depressed all night last night and kept her awake. Yaya, what's wrong? Xiaoming walked to Tishan Yaya's side, but because she was a little flustered, she didn't notice. It's nothing. Tishan Yaya opened Xiaoming's hand on her shoulder and said coldly. Then why don't you go to eat? I'm not hungry. Tishan Yaya said coldly. If you're not hungry, just eat with me. Xiaoming said, holding Tu Shan Yaya's little hand. Okay, I know I was wrong. Xiaoming's intimate behavior shocked Tishan Yaya, and she subconsciously wanted to take her hand back, but when she thought of Xiaoming and the two of them yesterday, she felt uncomfortable. Don't be angry. Next time I come back, I'll come to your head office first. Xiaoming smiled and reassured. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Tu Shan Yaya's expression softened significantly. Xiaoming comforted Tu Shan Yaya for a while before coaxing her back to peace. Chapter 93 Daimyo is a Beast, 1. However, although everyone was here, the atmosphere was surprisingly weird. Except for Tishan Yaya, who always had an iceberg face, Yan Lingji and Baiji were also very restrained. What happened yesterday was still a shame for them. They still need some buffering time. In order to break the weird atmosphere, and at the same time, he was somewhat interested in the affairs of Tianyi Pavilion, Zhao Mingdao said, Biji, tell me about the affairs of Tianyi Pavilion. We just rented this store in the past few days. Then we mass-produced a few pieces according to the drawings you gave me, which I saw yesterday. As she said that, Bridget felt her face burning. I've seen it before, but there's someone who's not wearing any clothes for me to see. Xiaoming suddenly thought of it and glanced at Tu Shan Yaya's body. In the past 6 years, he has become too familiar with Yan Lingji and Baiji. Although, they are all perfect, they are all unique existences. However, there is some feeling missing, which is the sense of exploration. Xiaoming considers himself a person with a great spirit of exploration. How can he stop exploring? Yaya's figure is also very good. To be honest, he was a little greedy. What do you want to do? Tishan Yaya said quickly as she was a little flustered by Xiaoming's staring eyes. It's nothing. Xiaoming smiled and his eyes returned to Baiji. With Yaya's character, he knew there was no rush. I believe that if our product is launched, it will be popular in the market. But I'm afraid that even if we open the market, due to lack of funds, other forces will pick the peaches. Bridget analyzed. You don't have to worry about money. We will have enough gold soul coins in a few days. Xiaoming was naturally referring to the 40,000 gold soul coins that Xiaoming had with Flanders. After all, the money Flender won was not a small amount of money, and Xiaoming estimated that he still needed to go through some procedures to get the money. Promoting it is indeed a big trouble. But Xiaoming already had a plan. Xiaoming thought for a while and said, go to Notting City and call Wang Sheng and the others over. Then just ask them to do whatever you want. People like Wang Sheng had a pretty good relationship with Xiaoming when they were in Notting City. They were also the first people Xiaoming got to know since he came to this world. Calling them over to do things can be regarded as helping them. After lingering with Bridget and the others for another day, Xiaoming no longer stayed in Tianyi Pavilion, but returned to Shrek Academy. Now that Zhu Zuqing had just had such a problem with Daimyo Bai's relationship, he naturally had to keep an eye on him and prepare to give Daimyo Bai the final blow. So I have to stay at Shrek Academy. Moreover, Daimyo Bai is probably a little angry now. He is a little worried that Daimyo Bai will do something excessive to his precious Zuqing. However, Xiaoming may have thought too much. Ever since he beat Daimyo Bai that time, he has become much more honest, but he often has a gloomy face all day long. Every time he comes to the big spirit fighting arena, he seldom talks. That gloomy expression even frightened Oscar and Ma Heng-jun, who had always been familiar with Daimyo Bai. As for Zhu Zuqing's face, there may not be any change. But Xiaoming could tell that Zhu Zuqing was in a much better mood than before. However, these days, Zhu Zuoqing did not know whether it was to avoid suspicion or for some other reason, but he did not come to Xiaoming again. Last time Xiaoming sent Zhu Zuoqing back, he gave Zhu Zuoqing a copy of the Divine Foot Sutra obtained from the system. Xiaoming thought Zhu Zuoqing would come to him to guide him in his cultivation. But obviously, Zhu Zuoqing controlled the desire to improve his strength. Within a week, the invincible combination of Xiaoming and Ning Rongrong also gained a lot of fame in the Soto arena. After all, the combination of a great Soul Master and a Soul Master has been winning consecutively in the Soul Masters group. The key is that the victory is so easy. This is really incredible. However, since the age of Xiaoming and Ning Rongrong attracted attention in the first game, they began to play wearing masks. Aside from those who watched their first game, few knew how old they were. Otherwise, just by virtue of their age, they would be able to cause a sensation in the entire Great Soul fighting arena. As usual, in the afternoon, they came back from participating in a spirit battle at the Grand Soul fighting arena in Soto City. Seeing that Xiaoming and the others had left, Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuoqing who was walking in front. Looking at that delicate look, a hint of gloom and greed flashed in his eyes. Zuoqing, I have something to tell you. Dai Mubai grabbed Zhu Zuoqing who was about to walk towards the dormitory. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Zhu Zuoqing's eyes flashed with disgust, and he immediately threw Dai Mubai away. Zhu Zuoqing's disgust was naturally noticed by Dai Mubai. Suddenly my heart was filled with anger. However, Dai Mubai soon suppressed his anger. I am your fiancé, can't I even hold your hand? Dai Mubai said with a livid face. Fiancé? Haha. Zhu Zuoqing's cold face showed a trace of self-mockery. But Dai Mubai didn't think this was Zhu Zuoqing's self-mockery. Zhu Zuoqing's mocking expression was a provocation to him in his eyes. I'm not your fiancé, am I your fiancé? With a chuckle, Dai Mubai grabbed Zhu Zuoqing's wrist and said with cold eyes. What do you mean by that? Hearing Dai Mubai's words again, Zhu Zuoqing's expression changed. What do I mean? Do you still want me to tell you about the bad things that happened between you and Xiaoming? That night, you didn't come back, so you were probably having fun with him. Dai Mubai's words were like a sharp sword thrust into Zhu Zuoqing's chest. Zhu Zuoqing was also angered. What is the most important thing for a woman? Undoubtedly chastity. Now, someone is openly doubting her chastity, and this person is still her nominal fiancé. This made Zhu Zuoqing unable to bear it any longer. Tears welled up in his eyes. Zhu Zuoqing resisted and did not let the tears flow down. Haha, what? Did it hit your sore spot? Dai Mubai chuckled. Looking at Zhu Zuoqing's tearful eyes, Dai Mubai didn't feel any guilt at all, but instead felt inexplicably relieved. In his opinion, the humiliation he suffered was all caused by Xiaoming and Zhu Zuoqing. He was no match for Xiaoming, but he was able to regain his dignity from Zhu Zuoqing. Crack! Hearing Dai Mubai's insulting words, Zhu Zuoqing couldn't help but stretched out his hand and slapped Dai Mubai hard on the face. Dai Mubai, don't bully others too much. Chapter 94 Dai Mubai is a beast, 2. Did I bully others too much? Haha, then why didn't you think about whether you bullied others too much when you and Xiaoming Huan were getting along? This sentence was shouted by Dai Mubai. The man's self-esteem was trampled on, and his psychology began to become distorted. Hey! Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Zhu Zuoqing took a deep breath to calm down his trembling voice. Although she is very angry and sad now. But Zhu Zuoqing knew that she could no longer irritate Dai Mubai, and she needed to explain things clearly. Although she has given up on Dai Mubai and has no feelings at all. But he can't be allowed to throw dirty water on her at will. This is completely untrue. Yes, after Zhu Zuoqing discovered that he had some inappropriate emotions towards Xiaoming, he immediately stopped the wild growth of those emotions. She knew it was impossible for her and Xiaoming. Even after Xiaoming handed her the magical technique, she resisted the idea of going to him to ask for advice on those unknown acupuncture points. Because she didn't want to have unnecessary contact with Xiaoming anymore. She was even a little afraid to come into contact with Xiaoming. She was already a little obsessed with the taste. It feels like someone cares and loves you. Moreover, no matter how sorry Dai Mubai was to her or how he slandered her, in her heart, she was still Dai Mubai's fiancée. This has been a tradition of the Dai and Zhu families for thousands of years, and no one can change it. In her heart, the worst-case scenario would be that she and Dai Mubai would be on the same page in the future. They would have no feelings but treat each other as if they were guests. It was not uncommon for the Dai and Zhu families to treat each other like guests. Mubai, I think we need to sit down and have a good talk. Even if the two of us have no feelings, at least the rules of our Dai and Zhu families mean that we will definitely come together in the future. So there are some things we must say clear. Zhu Zuqing said in a calm voice. Okay, no problem. Some things still need to be explained clearly. After hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Dai Mubai's tone was very calm, and his gloomy eyes were full of greed and madness. This cold feeling gave Zhu Zuqing goosebumps all over his body. Go to my dormitory and let's talk slowly. Fatty won't be in the dormitory these days. He was taken to Blazing Academy by Dean Flanders. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were in the same dormitory. He knew about Ma Hongjun yesterday. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit mutated again and became a pure fire attribute martial spirit. After studying it for a period of time, Flender decided to take him to Blazing Academy to have a look. When it comes to the research on fire attribute martial spirits, Blazing Fire Academy is the most authoritative on the mainland. Going to your dormitory. Zhu Zuqing was surprised. Now that Dai Mubai was in such a state, she felt a little worried when she rashly went to his dormitory. What? You don't even want to go to my dormitory? If you think it's okay, you can go to your dormitory. Of course, as long as you are not afraid to let Xiaowu know that you are with her boyfriend even though you have a fiancé. Dai Mubai sarcastically said. Why do you always hold on to me and Xiaoming? We really don't have the things you imagine. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but said loudly, and the tears couldn't help falling anymore. So, let's explain it clearly. Okay. I'll go with you. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Zuqing did not refuse. There are many teachers in Shrek Academy, and she believes that Dai Mubai will not mess around. In Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's dormitory, Zhu Zuqing sat on the chair next to Ma Hongjun's bed, keeping an absolute distance from Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, if we have anything to say, let's talk quickly. There are differences between men and women. I can't stay here for too long. Looking at Dai Mubai's figure, he said coldly. Zhu Zuqing's cold tone caused a cold glint in Dai Mubai's eyes. His violent temper wanted to explode, but he calmed down when he thought of his plan. Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Zuqing. Aren't you even willing to hold my hand? Aren't you going to cuckold me? Today I will make you regret it. I want you to know who is your man. There's no rush. Let's talk slowly. Dai Mubai said calmly, holding 2 cups of tea in his hand. In this tea, he also added some special things. This thing can make Zhu Zuqing fall asleep. Then he can do whatever he wants. He didn't want to hear Zhu Zuqing's explanation. As long as it involved Xiaoming, he wouldn't believe Zhu Zuqing's words at all. Yes, he was bullied by Xiaoming one after another. Now he couldn't help but feel angry when he heard the word Xiaoming. Now he just wants to know if Zhu Zuqing cuckolded him. It is difficult to explain clearly with Zhu Zuqing's mouth alone. Only by doing it himself can he know. And Zhu Zuqing is his fiancé, so it is normal for him to do these things. He does these things without any burden. What? You don't even dare to drink the tea I made. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuqing's worried expression and said angrily. Seeing that Dai Mubai seemed to be losing his temper again, Zhu Zuqing frowned, not wanting to irritate him anymore, and drank the tea in one gulp. Zhu Zuqing thought about it, that kind of thing was still a small probability event after all. No matter how crazy Dai Mubai was, he would never do that kind of thing. After all, she still knew a little about Dai Mubai's character, and he still had some limits as a person. After finishing the tea in one sip, Zhu Zuqing didn't notice anything strange. Now, we can talk carefully. Zhu said coldly. Okay. Dai Mubai smiled, but his next move made Zhu Zuqing's expression change. Dai Mubai tilted the teacup in his hand with his backhand, and all the tea inside dripped to the ground. After pouring all the tea in his hand, Dai Mubai threw the cup directly into the trash can next to him, and then looked at Zhu Zuqing with scarlet and greedy eyes. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Zhu Zuqing's expression changed, and his red eyes looked at Dai Mubai in disbelief. What am I doing? Do you think I will really listen to your explanation? I will naturally check whether you and Xiaoming are in that situation. You are my fiancé, and it is normal for us to be like this. Dai Mubai's expression changed. He said gloomily. You bastard, you actually drugged me. Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but look pained. She didn't expect that Dai Mubai would drug her so frantically. She is his fiancé, even if he has no feelings, he cannot treat her like this. Seeing Zhu Zuqing looking at him with pain and hatred, a trace of intolerance suddenly flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, but when he thought of the close look between Xiaoming and Zhu Zuqing, the trace of intolerance disappeared immediately. Zuqing, don't worry. This is just an ordinary drug, it doesn't have that kind of ingredient. You just need to take a simple sleep. Just fine. If you really have no problem, I will apologize to you tomorrow. You dare? Zhu Zuqing's expression changed, he stood up, and wanted to run out of here quickly. But as soon as I stood up, I felt a softness in my legs and my head felt dizzy. At this time, a figure suddenly floated in her mind, and that figure became clearer and clearer. It was Xiaoming's appearance. It is said that when a person dies, the best moments of her life will flash back. In the most dangerous times, you will think of the people you cherish most. Now, she finally understood that she had already had his shadow in her heart, and she couldn't suppress it no matter how hard she tried. If given the chance, I will live for myself. Xiaoming's words to comfort her that night suddenly came to mind, and Zhu Zuqing said silently in her heart. However, she seemed to understand a little too late. With a sad smile, he just fell asleep. Looking at Zhu Zuqing sleeping, looking at Zhu Zuqing's beautiful appearance, Dai Mubai's eyes were full of greed. Just about to step forward, a figure appeared in front of Dai Mubai. That is Xiaoming. Chapter 95 Dai Mubai's reputation is ruined. 1. Xiaoming has been a little uneasy since returning to the dormitory. Over the years, as his cultivation level has increased, Xiaoming has developed a strong ability to perceive what will happen in the future. The sudden strangeness in his heart made Xiaoming's face change. Without thinking much, he hurriedly went to the girls' dormitory to find Xiao Wu. When he learned that Zhu Zuqing didn't come back, he realized that something might have happened to Zhu Zuqing. Immediately, he released his mental power to search for Zhu Zuqing's aura, and found Zhu Zuqing in Dai Mubai's dormitory. He rushed over immediately. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhu Zuqing fainted. Dai Mubai, I didn't expect you to do such a thing to Zhu Qing. Do you know how much harm you will cause to Zhu Qing? Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhu Zuqing sleeping soundly. Dai Mubai also, even if he retained the last trace of his humanity, he didn't give Zhu Zuqing that kind of medicine, otherwise, Xiaoming might not be able to help but kill him immediately. But now Xiaoming will not make it easy for him. Xiaoming, why is it you? Dai Mubai's gloomy face showed a hint of fear. With Xiaoming's strength, he was no match at all. He has not fully recovered from the injuries that Xiaoming caused to him last time, and the pain on his body is still irritating him. Xiaoming walked away twice in succession. Every time he was beaten again before the injury healed, he was naturally a little afraid of Xiaoming. It can be said that Xiaoming is now his nightmare. What? Can't I come? If I don't come, I don't know what bad things you will do to Zuking. Xiaoming said indifferently. Zuking, your name is very familiar. Dai Muebai's face was livid. Zhu Zuking is my fiancé, what qualifications do you have to care about our affairs? Okay, what qualifications do I have to take care of it? Xiaoming smiled, but his smile was very strange. I'll show you now what qualifications I have to take charge. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoming slapped Dai Muebai away. In the martial arts world, strength is qualification. Weak people are not qualified to speak. After stepping on Dai Muebai under his feet, Xiaoming looked at Dai Muebai condescendingly and said slowly. I'm going to kill you. Dai Muebai was stepped on by Xiaoming. He was furious and shouted loudly. His body flashed with white light and he wanted to resist. However, Xiaoming moved his foot down and stepped directly on Dai Muebai's throat. Suddenly, Dai Muebai was speechless. The white energy symbolizing the white tiger's martial spirit also gathered back. The throat is one of the most vulnerable places in the human body. It contains the human trachea and all fragile but important organs. It could be said that as long as Xiaoming stepped down hard, Dai Muebai would die immediately. Dai Muebai naturally knew this truth and immediately stopped moving. Because he was afraid that Xiaoming would kill him out of anger. Looking at Dai Muebai lying on the ground and not daring to move, Xiaoming was filled with disdain and contempt. Is this the so-called boss of the Shrek 7 monsters in Douluo continent? The evil-eyed white tiger? Nothing more than that. Why don't you lie down on the ground and beg for mercy in front of the powerful force? Dai Muebai, I really want to kill you now. Xiaoming said disdainfully as he tapped Dai Muebai's throat with his toe. No, don't kill me. I am the prince of the Star Luo Empire. If you kill me, you will be hunted by the entire Star Luo Empire. Feeling the murderous intention released slightly by Xiaoming, Dai Muebai's expression changed. As for Xiaoming, he knew that Xiaoming was a madman. If such a madman said he wanted to kill him, he would really dare to kill him. Prince of the Star Luo Empire? Why don't I look like him? Xiaoming kicked Dai Muebai in the face. The so-called prince has a body of 10,000 gold, but you? I am really the prince of the Star Luo Empire. You see, my surname is Dai, and the royal family of the Star Luo Empire is also surnamed Dai. And my martial spirit White Tiger is also the symbol of the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire. If you don't believe it, you can ask teacher Zhao Wuji, they all know it. Dai Muebai said quickly. Xiaoming's foot pressing on his throat used soul power, which made him feel a little scared, and he felt like he would die in the next moment. Oh, that's it. Xiaoming pretended to suddenly realize, but if I kill you, who will know? I guess you must have run away like this. I guess you have an older brother. Are you going to compete with him for the throne? I wonder if my guess is right. You. Dai Muebai's expression changed. He didn't expect that Xiaoming Ran's guess was so accurate. He did run away because he was worried that Davis would kill him. Although in name, they are a fair competition, and when they establish the crown prince, they duel to decide who is the final successor to the throne. But, that is the royal family, and that is where the fight for power takes place. Even if Davis killed him, no one would say anything. Because of the younger generation of the Star Luo Empire, the only people qualified to compete for the throne were him and Davis. If Davis killed him, his father would not hurt Davis, because if Davis were killed too, no one of his descendants would be able to succeed. Every time before the new and old emperors of the Star Luo Empire change their thrones, similar bloody killings will occur. This cruel competition allowed the Star Luo Empire to survive under the oppression of the Tiandu Empire with many sects, and it became stronger and stronger. Even if Zhao Ming kills him here, Davis and the others probably won't care. What? Are you scared? But don't worry, I won't kill you now. Zhao Ming smiled. Kicked Dai Mubai out of the room directly. Naturally, Zhao Ming would not kill him now. The system had not confirmed that he had completed the task, so he had no intention of killing Dai Mubai for the time being. Moreover, he was not happy to ask Dai Mubai to receive the lunch box so quickly. It was too cheap for him. Sometimes, for a person, death is the best relief. Therefore, Zhao Ming naturally did not want him to die so quickly. However, he can ruin his reputation. Zhao Ming directly released his martial soul, and the majestic soul power surged. Zhao Ming shouted, "Dai Mubai, you beast, what do you want to do?" The sound of Zhao Ming using all his soul power was enough for the entire Shrek Academy to hear. An evil smile appeared on Zhao Ming's face. Zhao Ming knew that Dai Mubai was finished. Walking up to Zhu Zuqing, she was sitting on a chair with her head leaning against the wall, her pretty face frowning. Zhao Ming could imagine what this delicate girl would do when she learned that Dai Mubai had drugged her. How hopeless and painful! Gently smoothing Zhu Zuqing's frown, looking at that beautiful face, Zhao Ming kissed her gently on the forehead. Then a princess hugged Zhu Zuqing and walked towards the door. Just as Zhao Ming walked to the door, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong rushed over anxiously. Chapter 96 Dai Muabai's reputation is ruined, 2. Just now, Zhao Ming went to ask Xiao Wu and found out that Zhu Zuqing was not in the girls' dormitory. He hurriedly left before Xiao Wu could ask what happened. Xiao Wu and Zhao Ming have been together for so many years and are very familiar with Zhao Ming. Over the years, Zhao Ming has rarely been so anxious. So, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that something might have happened to Zhu Zuqing. After grabbing Ning Rongrong, he quickly went out to look for Zhu Zuqing. Zhao Ming's roar immediately attracted them. "Zhao Ming, what's going on? What happened to Zhu Qing?" Seeing Zhao Ming hugging Zhu Zuqing, while Zhu Zuqing was lying in Zhao Ming's arms without any reaction, he was suddenly frightened. Could it be Zuqing? Ning Rongrong was a little flustered. These days, Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu have become her friends who talk about everything. She didn't have many friends in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect before, but now that she has arrived at Shrek Academy and lost her identity as the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, she feels relaxed. Apart from Zhao Ming, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing are already the people she is most familiar with. Xiao Wu was not as sentimental as Ning Rongrong. When she saw Dai Mubai being beaten out by Zhao Ming, she realized what was probably going on. But without confirming the situation, she didn't dare to say anything rashly. Dai Mubai, this beast, drugged Zhu Qing. Fortunately, I came here early, otherwise, Zhao Ming gave Dai Mubai a sharp look. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, he looked at Dai Mubai again, and their expressions changed at the same time. Dai Mubai, how dare you do this to Zuqing? You are worse than a beast. Ning Rongrong pointed at Dai Mubai and cursed angrily, her body shaking with anger. Faced with this kind of thing, even seeing an ordinary girl suffer this kind of thing is extremely infuriating. Not to mention being her best friend. Xiao Wu was also very angry. When she saw Dai Mubai standing up unsteadily from the ground, she couldn't help but kick him. Xiao Wu is also a soul master, and she is also a soul beast cultivator. Her foot strength is not weak. After being kicked down, before Dai Mubai could react, he flew backwards again and hit a huge stone. In an instant, his head was broken and bleeding. Blood flowed down Dai Muabai's head, which was extremely terrifying. But seeing Dai Mubai like this, Xiao Wu still didn't feel relieved. You know, Dai Mubai drugged Zhu Zuqing to do that. How much harm should he have caused to Zhu Zuqing? Xiao Wu didn't dare to think about it. She only knew that if her innocence was tainted by others, she would definitely not have the courage to live. Because she didn't want Xiaoming to see her unclean self. Zhu Zuqing, she was almost defiled. If Xiaoming hadn't gone earlier, I'm afraid Zhu Zuqing would have. She wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty about a beast like Dai Mubai even if she killed him. Dai Mubai was lying on the ground, his originally evil eyes no longer full of color. Ever since Xiaoming brought Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong here, Dai Mubai only knew that he was finished. Dai Mubai originally thought that after stunning Zhu Zuqing, he would check Zhu Zuqing's body to see if she had molested him. At the same time, the relationship between him and Zhu Zuqing was completely confirmed. When he thought about it, if Zhu Zuqing didn't love him, then after they became husband and wife, it was impossible for Zhu Zuqing to leave him. If Zhu Zuqing really fell in love with him, then after they had that experience, Xiaoming might not like Zhu Zuqing anymore, and Zhu Zuqing would still be his. But his plan to kill two birds with one stone was ruined by Xiaoming. Not only did he not touch Zhu Zuqing, he almost died at Xiaoming's feet. This is not the most important thing. The key thing is that now that Xiaoming has made things worse, his reputation in Shrek Academy may be gone. Drugging female students. It can be imagined how people like Flanders would view him if this matter spread. His reputation has been ruined. And the person who ruined his reputation was Xiaoming. In confusion, Dai Mubai looked at Xiaoming again, countless fierce looks flashed in his eyes but in the end they turned into helplessness. Seeing Xiaowu kick Dai Mubai away, Ning Rongrong was also eager to give it a try. After all, Dai Mubai had done such a heinous thing, and she had long been angry. Thinking about it, she also kicked Dai Mubai. As an auxiliary soul master, her kick didn't have much lethality. But this kick woke up Dai Mubai. Looking at Ning Rongrong, he suddenly had an idea. He knew that Xiaoming had some thoughts about Ning Rongrong, so he was going to destroy Ning Rongrong now and let him try what it felt like. Xiaowu was very strong, and he wouldn't be able to defeat her for a while, but Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master, could subdue her in the shortest time. What are you looking at? Ning Rongrong frowned and looked at Dai Mubai with contempt. She had no good feelings at all towards this bastard who almost insulted her sisters. Ning Rongrong's contemptuous look made Dai Mubai's look even more fierce. Once upon a time, as the prince of the Star Luo Empire, with a body of 10,000 gold, no one would dare to look at him with such eyes. A small auxiliary soul master, even one from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, is not good enough. Staring at Ning Rongrong fiercely, Dai Mubai rushed forward, preparing to catch Ning Rongrong. Xiaoming had already noticed Dai Mubai's move, but Xiaoming was not ready to take action. Because, someone is going to deal with him soon. Dai Mubai suddenly rushed toward her, and Ning Rongrong was startled. But just when Dai Mubai was about to catch Ning Rongrong, a sharp palm force knocked Dai Mubai away. The person who came was none other than Zhao Wuji. As a strong man at the Soul Saint level, when he heard Xiaoming's voice, he turned on his mental detection. His strong hearing allowed Zhao Wuji to understand what was going on here even before he arrived. After hearing that Dai Mubai used drugs to almost make Zhu Zuqing lose his innocence, Zhao Wuji immediately became angry. He has always been very shameless about this kind of dirty behavior. Now that this kind of behavior has appeared on his students, and it is also used on a female student who has just arrived, God knows how angry he is. As a powerful soul master, he also has the same violent temper as all powerful soul masters. Naturally, he wanted to deal with Dai Mubai. If that's all, he might still want to slowly guide this academy. See if he can be saved. But the next moment, Dai Mubai attacked Ning Rongrong, which completely angered him. Who is Ning Rongrong? The eldest lady of the Kaibao glazed sect, the favorite of the 2 titled Douluo. If something happens to her, not to mention Zhao Wuji, all the teachers and students in Shrek Academy may die because of this incident. Because Dai Mubai is still a student of Shrek Academy, if Ning Rongrong is injured or killed by Dai Mubai, it will be equivalent to Shrek Academy harming her. Can the 7 treasure glazed tile sect make it easier for them? Fortunately, he saved Ning Rongrong in time. Chapter 97 Zhao Wuji is angry. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Do you want to make me angry to death by attacking a fellow disciple? Zhao Wuji became furious. Only then did Dai Mubai realize that Zhao Wuji was here. Zhao, teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai's face turned dark instantly, and he looked at Zhao Wuji tremblingly. In Shrek Academy, what he feared most was not Flanders, but Zhao Wuji. Although Flanders is stern, he is actually more tactful and easy to talk to. But Zhao Wuji, even though he is usually fine, when he really gets angry, he is extremely scary. An irritable personality is a common characteristic of all power-oriented soul masters. This is influenced by their martial arts. It is very rare for someone to speak softly while holding a sledgehammer. How is Zhu Zuqing? Zhao Wuji glanced at Dai Mubai, his face full of disappointment. Immediately, he quickly walked to Zhu Zuqing's side, looked at Zhu Zuqing, and felt relieved that nothing was wrong. Teacher Zhao, don't worry. There's nothing wrong with Zuqing. He just drank the drug and needs some time to sleep. Zhao Ming said to Zhao Wuji. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Zhao Wuji's ugly expression softened a lot. Zhao Ming, thanks to you this time, otherwise I wouldn't have known such a big thing happened in the academy. Zhao Wuji nodded, very satisfied with Zhao Ming. Whether it is talent or character, they are perfect. Having such students is indeed a blessing for their Shrek Academy. It's okay. As students of Shrek Academy, this is what we should do. Zhao Ming smiled. Well said, well said. After hearing Zhao Ming's words, Zhao Wuji said well twice. As a student of Shrek Academy, one is gentle, kind, and extremely talented, the other repeatedly wants to attack his school girl. This gap is really too big. Zhao Wuji looked at Dai Mubai, very disappointed. Once upon a time, they also planned to revitalize Shrek. The college's hope is on Dai Mubai, hoping that he can become the second person after Qin Ming to bring out the name of Shrek. Although they didn't say anything, they actually spent more effort on Dai Mubai than on Oscar. However, Dai Mubai disappointed them time and time again. They felt a little uncomfortable every time they saw Dai Mubai going to Sochuo City to have a good time and drink while he was practicing. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are different. Ma Hongjun couldn't help himself, but Dai Mubai was willing to fall. Even so, they still did not give up, hoping that Dai Mubai could cheer up. Now, he actually dared to attack a junior girl who had only been in the academy for less than 10 days, and still used such despicable methods. This made him not only disappointed, but also angry. From disappointment to anger to despair, this is the most real situation that Zhao Waoqi is facing now. Mubai, you disappoint me so much. Zhao Wuji said indifferently. There is nothing greater than mourning, and Zhao Wuji is in this state now. Teacher Zhao, I was wrong. But I was so angry with Zhao Ming that I lost my mind, that's why I did this. This is all Zhao Ming, Dai Mubai explained incoherently, but he had not yet. After saying that, Zhao Wuji slapped him. Ah! Dai Mubai screamed and flew backwards again. Shut up! Zhao Wuji roared angrily. Originally, he was waiting, ready to hear Dai Mubai's final explanation. But what awaited was slander. At this point, he didn't even think about how to explain, but he was still slandering others. Who is Zhao Ming? His eyes are not blind. He can see clearly these days. Since Zhao Ming came, Ning Rongrong has been training hard every day and has almost never been absent. On the first day when he was unfamiliar with Ning Rongrong, Zhao Ming encouraged her and asked her to work hard to complete the tasks that Ning Rongrong could not complete, and then went back with Ning Rongrong on his back. What an outstanding student this is! If this one example is not enough. On the first day of school, when Xiaoming didn't know Ma Hongjun very well, he was willing to selflessly donate his martial soul to help Ma Hongjun get rid of the evil fire and allow his martial soul to evolve. This is enough to show how good Xiaoming's character is. He is willing to selflessly expose his martial soul to help a stranger even in a situation that he is not familiar with at all. Zhao Wuji believed that he could not do it. Everyone has selfish motives, but Zhao Wuji did not see any selfish motives in Xiaoming. Of course, Xiaoming also has his disadvantages, that is, he is lustful. A gentleman has food and sex. Zhao Wuji didn't feel anything was wrong. It is normal for an outstanding man like Xiaoming to be sought after by women. Seeing such an outstanding student being slandered by Dai Mubai made Zhao Wuji a little uncomfortable. He didn't know that Dai Mubai would become like this and become so unreasonable. Teacher Zhao, stop hitting him. Maybe it's all my fault. Maybe my arrival has affected him. Xiaoming showed a helpless expression. Zhao Wuji's expression changed, and he could see the separation from Xiaoming's eyes. Xiaoming is now the hope of their Shrek Academy and the sustenance of these old men. Ever since they knew about Xiaoming's strength and talent, they teachers didn't say anything on the surface, but in fact they were talking about Xiaoming in private. Only they know how much they look forward to their name being resounding throughout the mainland as Xiaoming shocks the mainland. Now that Xiaoming seems to be leaving, how could Zhao Wuji be willing to do so? And hearing that, he would be even more unhappy if another 12-year-old genius soul master, Xiao Wu, was also going to be taken away by him. Teacher Zhao, don't believe him, he's all an illusion. Dai Mubai stood up again after looking at Xiaoming. Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped away by a gust of wind from Zhao Wuji's palm several meters away. Looking at Dai Mubai, he was a little angry. Now he just wants Dai Mubai to shut up, otherwise, if Xiaoming and Xiao Wu are really angry, even beating Dai Mubai to death cannot make up for the loss of their Shrek Academy. This incompetent student drugged Zhu Zuqing and wanted to take action against Ning Rongrong, who had no strength to restrain a chicken. Now he wants to piss off talented students Xiaoming and Xiao Wu? Zhao Wuji had never been so angry. Dai Mubai is trying to break up Shrek Academy? There are only 4 students coming to their Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Xiaoming, Xiao Wu. Is he going to force all 4 students away? How many students have come to Shrek Academy in these years? Is he going to force them all away? And they are all such outstanding students? Even if you ignore Xiaoming and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong is the Kai Bao Glazed Pagoda martial spirit, the first auxiliary martial spirit. Zhu Zuqing's Nether Civet Cat is also a top-notch agility attack spirit. He would be heartbroken if he lost even one of these students. But Dai Mubai's attitude was to force them all away. How could this make Zhao Wuji not angry? Zhao Wuji no longer wants to give Dai Mubai any chance. Now he not only needs to punish Dai Mubai, but also needs to show his stance to the new students like Xiaoming. They had only been here for less than 10 days, and one of them was knocked unconscious, one almost had his life in danger, and the other was slandered. Zhao Wuji knew that if Dai Mubai was not punished severely enough, it would not be enough to vent his anger. As for this punishment, Zhao Wuji had already planned it. Expulsion from school. Chapter 98 Expulsion from school. Shrek Academy. Academic Affairs Office. Different from the usual laxity, today all the teachers at Shrek came to the Academic Affairs Office. Not only the Vice President Zhao Wuji came, but also several other teachers from the college. In addition, many students from Shrek also gathered here. It can be said that all the teachers and students of Shrek, except Flanders and Ma Hongjun who went to Blazing Academy, and Zhu Zuqing who was in a coma, everyone is here. The teachers were sitting on the table in front, Dai Mubai was kneeling on the ground, and the students formed a semicircle around Dai Mubai. Everyone's expressions were serious. Looking at Dai Mubai, he was either angry or disappointed. This is the only time that all teachers and students gathered in the Academic Affairs Office, which shows the seriousness of the problem. You know, even Shrek's freshman registration was only briefly discussed on the playground. The reason why Shrek Academy is so solemn this time is because a big event is about to happen in Shrek Academy. Yes, that is to punish Dai Mubai. At this time, Dai Mubai was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back and a large pile of rags in his mouth. There was a look of shame and unwillingness in his eyes. The reason why Dai Mubai was tied up like this was to prevent Dai Mubai from suddenly going berserk. The rag in his mouth was stuffed by Zhao Wuji. Because Zhao Wuji was afraid that he would say something shocking again and make the two students Zhao Ming and Xiao Wu angry. Now he is fully aware of Dai Mubai's crime. There was no need for him to ask Dai Mubai to say anything. Moreover, he also gave Dai Mubai a chance to explain, but he kept throwing dirty water on Zhao Ming, which made Zhao Wuji hate that iron cannot become steel. Originally, what Zhao Wuji wanted was to turn big things into small things and turn small things into small things. Let Dai Mubai make some excuses for himself, and then he will give Dai Mubai some severe punishment, and then put him outside for a while, and then come back after Zhu Zuqing and the others have calmed down. There may still be room for salvation by then. But now Zhao Wuji has no idea of saving him. He knew that even if he excused Dai Mubai now, looking at his lack of remorse, he might still cause trouble for Zhao Ming and the others. At that time, they might really force Zhao Ming and the others away. Which one should Dai Mubai or Zhao Ming choose? He's not a fool. Putting aside his character, let's talk about his talent. Dai Mubai is no match for Zhao Ming. Even in terms of talent, Ning Rongrong was much better than him. After all, one is the strongest auxiliary spirit. The other one is not even ranked among the top 5 in attacking martial arts. This gap is too big. Dai Mubai, do you know that you are wrong? The speaker was Xiaozhen Xiao, a soul saint from the food department. In Shrek Academy, apart from the two deans, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, he has the highest status. It is very difficult for soul masters of the food system or the soul masters of the entire auxiliary system to practice. The status of a soul saint level food-based soul master is at least comparable to that of an ordinary contra. In real comparison, he is the most powerful soul master in Shrek Academy. Of course, this kind of awesomeness does not refer to combat power. Hearing Xiaozhen Xiao's words, Dai Mubai made a whining sound. Seeing this, Xiaozhen Xiao pulled the rag from Dai Mubai's mouth. Now he still wanted to give Dai Mubai a chance to change his ways. Teacher Xiao, I was wrong. But I swear that Zhao Ming forced me to do all this. He wanted to. Dai Mubai said angrily. Before he finished speaking, a white shadow flashed past. It's Zhao Wuji. Seeing that Dai Mubai was about to tell lies again, Zhao Wuji couldn't hold back his bad temper again. He slapped Dai Mubai, and then quickly blocked Dai Mubai's mouth. Old Xiao, you see I have said it all. Dai Mubai is stubborn. It's useless what you say to him. Zhao Wuji said to Xiaozhen Xiao angrily. Oh, I didn't expect that Mubai would turn out like this. Xiaozhen Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Ever since he came to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai liked to spend time, drink, and fool around with Ma Hongjun. He knew what Dai Mubai's situation was. In the past, there were no female students in Shrek Academy, so even if Dai Mubai wanted to do anything, it was impossible. Now that he has female students, he starts to act recklessly. His pervert nature was exposed. Looking at Dai Mubai's unrepentant look, he will definitely do it again in the future. Now it's Zhu Zuqing, they can still deal with it in the academy. What if it was Ning Rongrong in the future? Can they afford to offend the Kai Bao glazed sect? Looking at Dai Mubai's angry eyes that wanted to spit out fire, Xiaozhen Xiao no longer thought about it. Old Li, how should I deal with it according to the school rules? According to the Shrek Academy School Rules, Articles 37 and 49. He commits adultery and commits crimes and deliberately kills fellow disciples. His cultivation level should be revoked and his student status should be expelled. The speaker was Li Yuzong, who brought them to register last time. That teacher. Upon hearing this punishment, both the teachers and the Shrek students looked solemn. This was the biggest punishment they had received since the establishment of Shrek Academy. As soon as the punishment came out, Daimyo Bai began to struggle violently. The martial spirit was released and he broke away from the rope. Zhao Wuji, you can't do this to me, you can't abolish my cultivation. Daimyo Bai shouted. If his cultivation was abolished, wouldn't he be a waste? Daimyo Bai, what do you want to do? Zhao Wuji stood up and wanted to make a move, but was held back by Shaozhen Xiao. Zhao Wuji, I can see you guys clearly. Isn't it because of Zhao Ming's high talent? How did you treat me before Zhao Ming and the others didn't come? What about now? You bastard! This time it was not Zhao Wuji who cursed angrily, but Li Yuzong. I saw him releasing his martial spirit, and a long black iron rod exuding coldness appeared in his hand. This is his martial spirit, the dragon pattern stick. As the old saying goes, teaching is not strict, teachers' laziness. It's our fault for raising beasts like you. Today I will teach you a lesson so that you will not do evil again after leaving Shrek Academy. Li Yuzong shouted, raising the dragon pattern stick in his hand to greet Daimyo Bai. Ah! Li Yuzong struck down with the stick, and Daimyo Bai's skin and flesh were immediately torn open, and he screamed in pain. However, Li Yuzong had no intention of letting him go, and hit Daimyo Bai on the butt with another stick. Ah! Daimyo Bai was completely distorted at this time. He was beaten, while teachers and students from Shrek surrounded him like monkeys, watching his ugly appearance. Daimyo Bai's self-esteem was severely trampled on. For him, this was more uncomfortable than death. With the last blow of the stick, Daimyo Bai fainted. In the end, Zhao Wuji and the others did not try to abolish Daimyo Bai's cultivation. After all, Daimyo Bai was the prince of the Star Luo Empire. However, Daimyo Bai was really fired. On the same day, Zhao Wuji threw Daimyo Bai, who had fainted, out. Chapter 99 Mission completed. Immortal Blood. In sleep, Zhu Zuqing had a dream. In the dream, she and Zhao Ming truly became lovers. Zhao Ming is very good and she is very happy to be with him. The only drawback is that Zhao Ming is surrounded by many beautiful girls, some of whom are much prettier than her. But there was no barrier between them and they greeted each other cordially. When you meet someone younger than yourself, you call her sister affectionately. When you meet someone older than you, you call her sister affectionately. In her sleep, she and Zhao Ming lived together. Although they had to share Zhao Ming with many beautiful sisters, they were all happy. There is no infighting. Everything is so beautiful. But the next second, a ferocious face appeared in front of her. The man had a big bloody mouth and wanted to eat her. That's Daimyo Bai. No. Zhu Zuqing struggled and woke up from his dream. After waking up from his dream, Zhu Zuqing remembered what happened yesterday. It turned out that all this was a dream, she was not with Zhao Ming, and Daimyo Bai seemed to have put her. Zhu Zuqing grasped the quilt in his hands with both hands and closed his eyes tightly. Zhu Zuqing shed painful tears. She remembered. Last night, Daimyo Bai drugged her, and then she fainted. She knew what would happen next without even thinking about it. Daimyo Bai, I hate you. Zhu Zuqing clenched his fists. Zhu Qing, are you awake? Ning Rongrong had just finished washing when she saw Zhu Zhu waking up. She immediately put down the things in her hands and ran to Zhu Zuqing's bedside, looking at her with pity. Rongrong. Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Shouldn't she be in Daimyo Bai's bed now? Why is Rongrong here too? No. Zhu Zuqing looked at the decoration of the room carefully. This was clearly their dormitory. Zuqing, don't worry. Dai Mubai didn't do that to you yesterday. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's expression, Ning Rongrong, who is also a woman, naturally knew what she was thinking and explained to Zhu Zuqing. Didn't do that? Would Dai Mubai be so kind? Zhu Zuqing shook her head. She knew very well what kind of person Dai Mubai was, and it was impossible for Dai Mubai to let her go in that situation. Yesterday, Zhao Ming went to rescue you. Fortunately, he went in time, otherwise, that bastard Dai Mubai would have really succeeded. Ning Rongrong saw that Zhu Zuqing didn't believe it and continued. Zhao Ming? You mean, Zhao Ming rescued me yesterday? Zhu Zuqing widened her beautiful eyes and asked in surprise. Of course. Let me explain it to you slowly. Immediately, Ning Rongrong told Zhu Zuqing exactly what happened yesterday. After hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation, Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief. His beautiful eyes slowly condensed into a figure, that was Zhao Ming. The first time I met Zhao Ming, he was a young soul master who had been upgraded continuously and amazed everyone. Later, he fought against Zhao Wuji alone. Later, he taught her how to practice and stayed with her the whole night on a stormy night. He gave her mysterious skills but never asked for them. All the images about Zhao Ming were playing in her mind. Now, Zhao Ming saved her again. She had a good impression of Zhao Ming before, but because of Dai Mubai, she had been suppressing her feelings for Zhao Ming. Now that Dai Mubai had done such an animal thing to her, she no longer had hope for Dai Mubai. She has now figured out that she wants to live for herself instead of becoming a victim of maintaining the relationship between the Dai and Zhu families. Moreover, Dai Mubai will definitely not be a match for Davis in the future as he is now, and he will die sooner or later. Why should she accompany him to death? He, Zuqing, what are you thinking about? Ning Rongrong said with a smile when she saw that Zhu Zuqing was getting better. Don't you think about anything? What are you thinking about? I just saw you smiling. You must be thinking about Zhao Ming, right? Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly. Rongrong, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Zuqing's face turned red. He glared at Ning Rongrong angrily. Humph, please stop telling the truth. There must be something wrong with you and Zhao Ming. You know, Zhao Ming was very anxious when he found out you were not in the dormitory yesterday. He is not like this to others. Ning Rongrong said. My heart felt sour. Zhu Zuqing felt sweet in her heart, but her face still looked cold. Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Ming and I really have nothing to do with each other. Seeing Zhu Zuqing say this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but curl her lips. She didn't believe what Zhu Zuqing said. Zhao Ming was willing to there must be something going on with her. However, she did not continue to ask questions. She rolled her eyes and stared at Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, yours is so big. I wish I were this big. Men like big ones. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's breasts, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but follow her own gestures and pouted angrily. Road. Rongrong, where did you learn these messy things? Girls should be reserved. Zhu Zuqing's face turned red. Hee. I will be more reserved next time. Ning Rongrong smiled coquettishly, but her hands restlessly pushed Zhu Zuqing onto the bed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the item, Immortal Blood. Zhao Ming had just finished washing up and was about to go find Dai Mubai and deal with him. Before he could leave, several mysterious voices sounded in his mind. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised. Is the mission completed like this? Sure enough, if Zhu Zuqing completely gives up on Dai Mubai, she will naturally become his. Now that the mission is completed, Zhu Zuqing must have fallen in love with him. Now that there is no interference from Dai Mubai, isn't he still able to capture Zuqing? Zuqing, he has been craving for this for a long time. Bah, he has been in love with Zuking for a long time. While feeling pleased, Xiaoming began to check his mission rewards. Blood from ancient phoenixes. After the host absorbs it, it will have immortal blood, which will greatly improve the host's physical fitness. After seeing this information introduction, Xiaoming couldn't calm down anymore. Damn it, immortal blood, the name alone sounds awesome. System, if I absorb this thing, how much can it be improved? Xiaoming asked with stars in his eyes. The blood of immortality is the blood of the ancient phoenix. And the ancient phoenix is the most powerful soul beast in the world. Host, how much do you think you can improve? First of all, it will definitely be an all-round physical increase. Secondly, the host's phoenix spirit will definitely benefit, and the immortal fire will be more powerful. Of course, the host needs to experience the specific situation. Listening to the system's analysis, Xiaoming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Exchange the immortal blood and show it to me. After a moment, a strange transparent vial appeared in his hand. In the bottle, there was a small ball of black liquid. The liquid was burning slowly, and there seemed to be a ferocious sound of birdsong coming from inside. But for Xiaoming, this voice made him feel very friendly. System, isn't this blood a little low? That's the blood of an ancient phoenix. You think it's a street product? Just this small amount is a priceless treasure to all fire attribute soul masters. The system said angrily. Oh? So powerful. Nonsense. There are at least 10 drops of blood in the bottle in your hand. For an ordinary fire attribute soul master, if he could get even 1 drop of blood in your hand, he would probably be able to change his martial soul drastically. Is that so? Xiaoming chuckled, and then carefully put the small bottle of immortal blood into the storage ring. Chapter 100 The Fourth Puppet, Yun Yun. Outside Shrek Academy. At this time, in a deserted suburb, Daimyo Bai slowly climbed up from the ground. At this time, his body was a little swollen, which was from being beaten by Zhao Wuji and Li Yuzong. Speaking of which, he was quite unlucky. Yesterday, he was beaten by Xiaoming before he even started doing anything. Before he could wake up, he was kicked to the head by Xiaowu again. Later, he was kicked by Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary soul master who had no fighting ability. He was about to attack Ning Rongrong, but was beaten by Zhao Wuji. Later, in the academic affairs office, Li Yuzong almost beat him to death with a dragon-patterned stick. No one would be able to bear this. What's more, what about Daimyo Bai, who was already very proud? Being bullied like this, his mental state had already collapsed. Shrek Academy, I will not let go of everyone here. One day, I will come back. At that time, I will get back my lost dignity bit by bit. Looking in the direction of Shrek Academy, Daimyo Bai's face was full of resentment. The scene of him being bullied yesterday was still vivid in his mind, which made him resent the entire Shrek Academy. After saying that, he turned around and limped toward the distance. But soon, he was frightened. Because in front of him, there was the person he hated and feared the most. Xiaoming, why are you? What do you want to do? Daimyo Bai looked at Xiaoming in panic. He wanted to cry now. He found that Xiaoming could always follow him ghostly and give him a fatal blow when he didn't expect it. This made him feel sad. Looking at Xiaoming's indifferent expression, Daimyo Bai was a little panicked. What did I say I wanted to do? Xiaoming smiled jokingly. You want to kill me? Daimyo Bai's face turned pale. He knew that Xiaoming would not let him go so easily. You drugged Zuking and wanted to do that kind of thing to her. Do you think I would spare your life? Zuking is my fiancé, what does it have to do with you? Daimyo Bai said after hearing Xiaoming mention Zhu Zuking. However, Daimyo Bai was quickly punched away by Xiaoming. It seems you still haven't understood what I said last time. Weak people don't deserve good things. He stepped on Dai Mubai and said, "Do you deserve a woman like Zuking? Zuking is my woman now, do you understand?" Faced with Zhao Ming's insult, Dai Mubai did not dare to make any move. Because he could feel the killing intent emanating from Zhao Ming. Really a waste. Zhao Ming curled his lips disdainfully. If he were a normal man, even Tang San would probably fight him to the death. Dai Mubai actually. Haha, but if he didn't have such a character, he wouldn't abandon Zhu Zuking and escape to the Tiandu Empire alone. But this way, he will be able to implement his plan well. What he wants now is naturally to use Dai Mubai to kill Davis and then ascend to the throne of the Douluo Empire. At that time, he will be able to control the entire Douluo Empire through this puppet emperor. He believed that it would be very interesting to let Dai Mubai kill his brother and his father with his own hands. Of course, once Zhao Ming takes complete control of the Douluo Empire, he will have no value in living. After Dai Mubai kills Davis, he can rescue Zhu Zuking's sister Zhu Zuyun. When the time comes, sisters, I will be able to resolve Zhu Zuking's knot at that time. After all, a delicate girl like Zhu Zuking has been surrounded by intrigues for family reasons since she was a child. What she lacks most is definitely family affection. When the time comes for their sisters to reconcile, Zhu Zuking will definitely be very happy. Now that Zhu Zuking was considered his woman, Zhao Ming never hesitated whether he would be troublesome if he could make a beautiful woman smile. Because he is a warm man, this is what a warm man should do. Host, can you still do some human work? It's obviously the behavior of a scumbag, but you still want to make excuses. This system seriously despises your behavior. But you did a good job, and now you have been matched with the most suitable check-in task. Ding, the check-in mission is released, check into the Douluo Empire Palace. Mission reward, the fourth puppet, Yun Yun. Yun Yun? A flash of surprise flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. I didn't expect that the check-in mission would appear at this time, and it would be Yun Yun in Douluo. Does this mean he wants him to get rid of all Xiao Yan's young ladies? If Xiao Yan found out, would he cry to death? In the world of Douluo Kangkayang, he only loved Medusa and Yun Yun the most, but he didn't expect that the system would take care of them both for him. This is simply a heavenly show. I heard that Yun Yun is very gentle and charming. It seems that even Xiao Yan has never touched her in Douluo. Brother system, you are not the roundworm in my stomach, are you? Hehe, all the puppets assigned to me are so to my taste. Zhao Ming chuckled. That's natural. The puppets selected by this system are all very powerful. They are guaranteed to be easy for the host to use. System, you are right. It doesn't matter whether you are beautiful or not. The key is to be strong. System, you really understand me. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Dai Mubai again. Looking at Dai Mubai's panicked look, Zhao Ming already had a plan in mind. Originally, he wanted to rely on Dai Mubai to control the Douluo Empire. Now that the system assigned him a check-in task, Zhao Ming couldn't just kill Dai Mubai so easily. Wouldn't it be nice to let him be a mad dog that goes around biting people? Dai Mubai, you are really good at making the prince of the Douluo Empire look like this. You should also have a chance to inherit the throne of the Douluo Empire. Zhao Ming looked at Dai Mubai at his feet and smiled. What do you know? Davis and the others are powerful. If I had stayed in the Douluo Empire, I would have been killed long ago. If it weren't for Davis, I would still be the prince of the Douluo Empire. With a body of 10,000 gold, how could I be killed? You are so insulting. Dai Mubai said resentfully. Oh, it turns out that the person competing with you for the throne is named Davis. He must really want to kill you now. What do you want to do? Do you want to tell Davis and let him kill me? Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Ming uncertainly. If I, Zhao Ming, want to kill you, why bother? But now I want to help you. Help me? Haha, do you think I will believe your lies? A mocking smile appeared on Dai Muebai's face. The reason why he became like this, in his opinion, was entirely thanks to Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming now says that he wants to help him, which is absolutely ridiculous. Not only do I want to help you, but I also want to help you seize the throne. The throne. Dai Muebai's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Zhao Ming to say these words. The throne, this is what he dreams about. You want to help me? I'm afraid you have other intentions. Dai Muebai said coldly. Any other plans? Isn't this nonsense? What he wants is the supreme power of the Star Luo Empire.